Thank you.
Welcome to the final hearing of the inquiry into the response to major flooding across New South Wales in 2022. The inquiry is examining a number of issues relating to the preparation, coordination, and response to the North Coast and Western Sydney floods by the government. I note that this committee was established by the Upper House of the New South Wales Parliament and is separate to the New South Wales Government's inquiry into the floods. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, traditional custodians on the land in which we gather today. I pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today, we'll be hearing from a number of government departments and agencies, including the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Commission, the Northern New South Wales Recovery Coordinator, the State Emergency Service, and Resilience New South Wales. While we have many witnesses in person with us today, some will be appearing via video conference today. I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish from today's committee proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry's terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they may do so through the committee staff. In terms of audibility of today's hearing, I remind both committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, it may be helpful to identify whose questions are being directed to and who is speaking. Finally, we would like everyone to turn their mobile phones to silent during the duration of the hearing. As I said earlier, this is our final day of hearings. We sat 7 days, and so far we've received more than 60 submissions, and by the end of the day, we'll have heard more than 50 witnesses from a range of communities, including Wardell, Chindera, Tumbulgan, Ballina, Lismore, Murwillumbah, and Windsor in Sydney's northwest. But more importantly, we held public forums in flood-affected communities where we heard firsthand under parliamentary privilege from those affected by the floods. Admittedly, this is a relatively new innovation for this Parliament, but it has proven worthwhile. In total, we heard more than 75 individual In total, we heard from more than 75 individual witnesses. We took heartbreaking evidence. We heard of people sleeping in cars, living in tents with no income, more than 3 months after the floods. And there are still 1,500 homes or sites on the North Coast without full power. Mullumbimby still does not have full mobile phone service. We've also heard about the frustration of trying to get long-promised grants from the state government, assistance long promised but still not provided. We also heard the trauma of people asked to retell repeatedly their personal stories to government officials in hope of getting assistance. Finally, we hope to finalize our report with findings and recommendations to the government on August the 9th. Now I'd like to call our first witnesses. Now, could each witness please state their name and position title and swear an oath or affirmation? And we'll start from the left here from Mr. Rogers.
Robin Rogers, Commissioner of New South Wales Rural Fire Service. I swear that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Dr. Berganza.
Dr. Carl Braganza, National Manager, Climate Services, Bureau of Meteorology. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Ms. Goulding?
Jane Goulding, Manager, Hazard Preparedness and Response for the Bureau of Meteorology. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Carleen York, Commissioner, New South Wales State Emergency Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Shane Fitzsimmons, Commissioner of Resilience New South Wales. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And
Daniel Austin, Deputy Commissioner, New South Wales State Emergency Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah, thank you. Mark Hutchings, Executive Director, New South Wales Maritime. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Alex Burrell, Deputy Commissioner, Marine Rescue, New South Wales. I swear the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
thank you, sir.
Stacey Tanos, Commissioner of Marine Rescue, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, Stephen, do we have any witnesses remotely? No. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Now, under the rules and regulations of this committee, there is a provision for an opening statement. Would anyone wish to make a short opening statement? If you do so, please raise your hand. Anyone else? No. Okay, we'll start with Ms. York.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I appear before the committee today in my capacity as Commissioner of the New South Wales Emergency Service, together with my Deputy Commissioner Operations, Daniel Austin. From late February to early April 2022, New South Wales experienced a catastrophic flood event. In some areas, it was to a scale that had never been seen before. The Wilsons River at Lismore reached a height of 14.4 metres, which is 2 metres above previous record. The flooding was large scale and difficult to predict. Leading into 2022, many catchments in New South Wales were full and soils were saturated. This was due to a La Nina event in March 2021 that led to widespread flooding in New South Wales. Then, from November 2021, there were 109 consecutive days of flooding in large parts of Western New South Wales. The 2022 flooding event significantly impacted multiple local government areas, including Ballina, Kyogle, Bellingen, Lismore, Byron, Richmond Valley, Clarence Valley, Tweed, Singleton, Central Coast, and many more down around the Sydney areas, down past Sydney to Wallandilly, Wollongong and Shellharbour. The service led the response to the flooding as the lead New South Wales government agency for these activities. Over 50 days of flood operations, the service responded to over 33,400 requests for assistance, more than 2,200 flood rescue activations, and received more than 72,000 calls to the State Operations Centre. Over 5,600 members of the service, both staff and volunteers, provided support to the event, which equated to around 490,000 personnel hours during those response activities. Tragically, 13 lives were lost and 4,055 properties deemed uninhabitable. A further 10,849 properties were assessed as damaged and 8,100 inundated with water. The service was supported in the response efforts by personnel from the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, Fire and Rescue New South Wales Ambulance, New South Wales Volunteer Rescue Association, New South Wales Police Force, National Parks and Wildlife, Marine Rescue, Surf Life Saving, Resilience New South Wales and the ADF, and over 785 nationally coordinated interstate deployments. Many other government and non-government agencies also supported the effort in many ways. The service issued over 500 evacuation-related communications, over 1,500 flood bulletins. The service's webpage was visited 3.75 million times, and the service's Facebook page reached over 4 million people. Volunteers of the service are also residents of the community they serve. Many of the service's volunteers continue to serve the community despite the threat to and the loss of their own homes and possessions. The community also played a critical role in limiting the impact of the flooding through their actions in preparing, acting in accordance with warnings and orders, and assisting their community through community rescue, distributing supplies and in the clean-up. In preparing and responding to the flood events in February and March 2022, the service had regard to relevant emergency management procedures and responded effectively within its capability and available resources. The service has also implemented the major recommendations from previous inquiries that are within its control to implement. The service welcomes this inquiry, as it does the New South Wales Government inquiry, as an opportunity to identify ways in which the service can improve its service to New South Wales communities and where we need support and further funding to do this. I'm very appreciative of the response efforts led by volunteers who are part of their community, who also experience the impacts of flooding on their own properties. Despite being impacted themselves, the staff and volunteers of the service continue to turn up and help their community throughout this flood event. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start questions and then I'll pass to my colleague Penny Sharp. My first question is to Resilience New South Wales. Mr. Fitzsimmons. Evidence from individuals, community groups, not-for-profits, and other government agencies criticized Resilience New South Wales, saying that Resilience New South Wales treated the fourth worst natural disaster in Australia as a 9-to-5 job. What do you say to those criticisms?
Look, it's really disappointing to hear such comments, and I reject the premise. The extraordinary toll that was occasioned, particularly in northern rivers of New South Wales, the scale and complexity of that operation has necessitated everybody, including the Resilience New South Wales team, to work extraordinary hours. Our people, right from the beginning, in the days preceding and the days of, were seeking to provide support and assistance, limited access. I've had some staff sleeping in their vehicles overnight, close to evacuation centres and other areas where they're providing support, accessing and utilising scarce accommodation in the northern rivers, and the entirety of our organisation has been engaged in one form or another, directly or indirectly supporting these unprecedented flood response, relief and ongoing recovery efforts.
Sir, what do you say to those criticisms? Have you in fact changed practices, the way you conduct business on the North Coast and in natural disasters? Have you copped those criticisms on the chin and said, we can do better and this is what we'll do?
Mr. Secord, I think I just explained that. I think the comments are really disappointing to hear.
They're heartfelt, sir.
Absolutely, and I appreciate that, and I respect it 100%. We should not, and I know you don't, underestimate the gravity of the displacement and disruption and the trauma across so many people. We have never seen an event with the scale and concentration of damage and destruction and displacement like we've seen through particularly the northern rivers of New South Wales. And by comparison, if we look at the events of the last couple of years, the fires that stretch from the Queensland border to the Victorian border, just under 2,500 homes destroyed. The floods of 12 months ago in the Hawkesbury, Nepean and the mid-coast, something like 1,200 homes uninhabitable. These flood events, we've got more than 4,000 homes that are uninhabitable and a significant concentration of people. Our teams have been working around the clock as much as they can. We're not a 24-hour organisation. We don't have thousands of personnel. We've been doing extraordinary hours. We've been running after-hours arrangements, and we've seen the utilisation of partner agencies, partner organisations, non-government organisations, and our government partners to assist as much as we can in providing support and assistance through the response phase.
Sir, I want to take exception with something you just said.
You do?
I want to take exception with something you said. Resilience in New South Wales should be a 24-hour-a-day organization. Natural disasters can happen at any time. Now, that goes to the criticism of your organization, what you just said. That goes to the heart of it.
So let me clarify that.
No, you said you're not a 24-hour-a-day organization. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I'm just, let me clarify that. So we're not resourced to staff 24 hours a day. I said that we maintain after hours. So we are active and engaged and have arrangements in place 24 hours a day. But with only a couple hundred people, we just don't have the scale of resourcing or the role to sustain 24-hour operations during the response phase, particularly of those events.
Thank you. I'll turn to my colleague, Penny Sharp.
Thanks for coming in today. I think this will go to you, Ms. York. Sorry, I'm not quite sure who to direct it to. But look, we've spent obviously quite a lot of time in the last week or so up on the North Coast and talked to many different people about what they've been through, and it's safe to say that it's a community still in trauma, I would argue. One of the things though that has been raised consistently is just the lack of what the community described as authorised leadership during the disaster and continuing today, whether it was rescue coordination, use of helicopter resources, and even the sort of setup and who's in charge and who's looking after evacuation centres. The general reports that we have had that it was extremely confused. No one underestimates the gravity of the situation at the time, but can you explain to me the authorised, I mean, my understanding is that the SES is the lead agency in relation to when this is occurring. Can you just take me through how it is that there is just such concern that no one knew who was in charge?
Thank you. So I'll start. First of all, I'm not in charge of evacuation centres. That's Shane Fitzsimmons, but we work with them in relation to establishing those evacuation centres, so I'll pick that up in part of my answer. It's correct, the New South Wales State Emergency Service are the lead agencies in relation to floods, storms and tsunamis, and we have that power through legislation. And we work under the emergency management procedures and guidelines with other emergency service agencies. So we have a limited capacity depending on our resources, but we rely on other agencies as well. So we train with other agencies in relation to flood rescue, command and control, incident command and control, but we are always the lead agency and always in control. I'm not sure why there is the confusion by the community. I can only say that sometimes they see a fire and rescue New South Wales boat coming, or there might be a surf life-saving personnel in the community. They are always under our control and direction. And we are the lead agencies. So what happens is we set up an incident command centre in a particularly affected area. Must remember these floods, this storm event started on the Central Coast. That's where the first fatality was, and it spread from the South Coast all the way to the Tweed border. So there were a number of incident command centres set up for geographical areas along the east coast of New South Wales. We also have a state headquarters at Wollongong, and we try and make sure that all our command and control responsibilities are at the local level as much as possible.
Sorry, Ms York, I mean, yes, I appreciate that. I mean, that's straight out of the manual, but the issue here, which was consistently, whether it was local government, whether it was other organisations, the evidence to this inquiry was that no one knew who was in charge, and it was extremely confusing. Are you just saying that just wasn't the case, or what's gone wrong here?
Well, I don't think anything's gone wrong. We were always in charge. You
don't think anything's gone wrong?
In relation to command and control, we were in charge, and we were tasking and deploying all resources out where it was needed, where we were asked to assist.
We've had a number of reports where various organisations have said that they weren't called on to actually provide support, whether it's helicopter support, whether it's boat support. That there was a complete lack of zero communication between what Marine Rescue was able to do, and I'll ask Marine Rescue about this in a minute. Yes, there was just complete confusion on the ground, and you think that that's just not a problem?
No, I don't think that's correct. We go through the Rural Fire Service Aviation Desk, and they task us with the available helicopters that are there. We must remember, as I've said, this was across the whole east coast of New South Wales, so we had to deploy resources along the coast. Yes, not all helicopters, for example, were sent to Lismore. They wanted more, but we also, as I said, needed those at Central Coast. We needed them in the Hawkesbury and the Nepean Valley. We needed them down at the Shoalhaven. So our resources were spread across, and as different events passed in urgency and criticality, we moved resources around. During this event, we used every flood rescue operator available in Australia and New Zealand. There were none left to send to anywhere else in the state. We used over 700 or 800, as I said before, interstate personnel, but always under the control and deployment by New South Wales SES.
How many SES volunteers do you have in the Lismore area?
I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know the exact number. And when we talk about Lismore, we also work in clusters. So Northern Rivers is a cluster where they will go across. You can take on notice how many you have, but also obviously there's people that are on the books, and there are people that are active, and then there were people who clearly were dealing with their own crisis. If you could break that down in terms of, we were told, for example, that there was only 7 people available at one point. No, that's not correct. Well, and we sent further resources up besides just what was there at the time, so I'll get those numbers.
Thank you. Can I ask, is that okay? Mr Tanos, thank you. We heard from some of your volunteers when we were in Wardell the other week, and the SES were not on the ground there, and there was some local RFS and marine rescue volunteers really stepped up in that community during the disaster. Can you just take me through what requests you had during this time around boats and support, and just generally what you and your organisation were asked to do?
Thank you. So it was the question what we were tasked by SES. Is that what you were asking?
Oh, well, I'm asking that, but I'm also aware that your volunteers did a lot more than what they were asked to do as well.
In many instances, I think you'll find with most agencies at a local level that they had arrangements in place with the local SES to assist wherever they could be. Under the state flood plan, we are a supporting agency to the SES, along with a number of other agencies, providing support, whatever we can do, by way of boats, fuel trailers, logistics for moving people around, assisting in operations, emergency operation centres, liaison officers in there, or helping out in evac centres. In relation to what we actually did, I know that we had a couple of units up there that were very anxious, as they would be, having a boat sitting in a shed and thinking, why can't we get out there and just put the boat in the water and help? It's not as simple as that. The boats that we have some 80-odd vessels up and down New South Wales. We have 45 units across New South Wales and one on Lord Howe Island, and 3,200 members. But our boats, even the smallest of our boats, the draft of those vessels, which is the depth underwater, is the minimum is 0.8 of a metre, and it can go up to 1.2.
So sorry, just to stop you, are you saying that you didn't deploy those boats?
No, we did deploy boats. We deployed 27 assets altogether, so that included 3 fuel trailers in that, and the rest were vessels and jet skis that we had that were appropriate for the type of waters and the conditions that we're in. And if you take this into context, when I'm talking about the draft of the vessels, the floodwaters, not knowing the hazards that lay beneath, a classic example would be the Hawkesbury floods that happened 15 months before this flood event. We had 7 vessels. We were asked by SES to provide some assistance, and we provided 7 vessels which we thought were the most appropriate of the fleet that we had. So the smaller ones, 6.5, 7.5 metre vessels that you could trailer to the event. One of our vessels during that evacuation process.
Mr. Tanis, thank you. I mean,
Yep.
I appreciate this, but I'm really just trying to get to what happened in February and in relation to how many were you asked to deploy vessels in the Northern Rivers, and if so, and when I mean vessels, I mean boats.
Yep.
How many did you deploy?
So 27 minus
Well,
three.
some of them are fuel trailer, yeah, 24.
3 of them were fuel trailers, so 24.
And how many do you have in that area?
Do we know?
Yeah, look, there's 13 vessels in our Northern Rivers region. We also deployed 3 vessels from Sydney and the mid-north coast to assist with vessel-trained crew. We also deployed the 3 fuel trailers, as Commissioner Tanos has said, with 12 trained vessel crew to assist, and that was a direct request from the SES at the time to send to Lismore.
And when was that made?
My recollection of my notes says that was made on the 1st of March.
So 3 days after the flood?
That was on the 1st of March.
Oh, first, gotcha. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Then we'll go to Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up some questions from Ms Sharp. Ms York, you said that Resilience New South Wales is responsible for managing the evac centres. But I draw your attention to the New South Wales Government's own state flood plan, which is dated 2nd of December 2021. I've just downloaded it this morning, so I assume it's the most current. And I turned to page 18, I believe, and it actually says the SES is in control of the evacuation of affected communities, including the major evacuation centres, and there's no mention of Resilience New South Wales in that section of the document. So I put to you that if your own plan doesn't tell people what Resilience New South Wales is supposed to be doing or managing the evacuation centres, how do you expect things to be done in a coordinated fashion? Is this the most up-to-date plan?
Yes.
So if the most up-to-date plan makes no reference of Resilience New South Wales' role, how does Resilience New South Wales know what it's supposed to do, and how does everyone else in the system know what it's supposed to do if the plan isn't up to date? I'm assuming everyone's operating from this plan.
That's correct. So in an event, we will identify the areas that are requiring for evacuation warnings where possible and evacuation orders. We do that in close consultation with other agencies. The centre is identified by us and the Emergency Operations Controller where that will be. There is a pre-planned list of those evacuation centres, but they all have to be identified in light of the particular circumstances that they are safe to get to, that they're out of the floodwaters, that they are accessible by the community. And we work with Resilience New South Wales in relation to the resourcing available and food and other things that are available in those evacuation centres. Would you like to add to that?
So, are you happy for me to provide some clarification there?
That would be great. Particularly, what exactly does Resilience New South Wales do with these evacuation centres? Because we've heard mixed reviews of you were there, you weren't, you're in the way, you weren't.
Yep. So Commissioner York is accurate in terms of how local evacuation centres are authorised and enacted. It's the lead combat agency in the circumstances of the flood. It's the State Emergency Service working with the local emergency operations controllers, which is the local police commanders. They determine the evacuation centres through their local emergency management plan. And for the Northern Rivers and Lismore, there's a range of pre-identified locations. As a matter of fact, the Southern Cross University was activated through that local planning instrument on the 27th, for example, the evening before, in anticipation of what might come in the coming days. As per the Welfare Services Functional Area Plan, which describes the management and coordination of evacuation centres activation at the local level are resourced and managed by DCJ personnel and police, particularly where they're escalated to a major evacuation centre. So police take charge of management and operations, and clearly with the Lismore Southern Cross University site, that was formally progressed as a major evacuation centre. The other provisions in the flood plan and the sub-plan refers to sustenance and relief and those sorts of things that are provided through those resources. Where the resourcing and and where the resourcing goes beyond the local capacity of resources. So they identified typical threshold numbers of several hundred people that can be managed through those arrangements. Where it needs to be escalated to a major centre, police take a lead in command and control arrangements. Our role is under the Welfare Services Functional Area arrangement of the emergency management arrangements, where we take a state policy setting, training and coordination role for those local resources. And for example, in the last 12 or 18 months, something like 1,500 additional personnel from DCJ were trained for resourcing and mobilisation into these areas. When the likes of Southern Cross University particularly was identified as being overwhelmed in terms of the numbers that would normally be the case for evacuation arrangements in that area, we, along with a range of other organisations, Defence, fire services, others, were brought in to support the police and DCJ with some of that resourcing. So our role is principally through that welfare services functional area coordination at the state level, with service delivery through the local plans, the lead combat agency, the EACONs, and of course DCJ.
Okay, so by additional support, you know, when obviously there was a need, what do you mean by that? What does that actually look like? Because we had evidence to say that no one saw you, and then we also had evidence that when you were there, you were more in the way and a hindrance. So how many of your 105, I think, well, you mentioned a couple hundred, how many of those staff were actually in recovery centres, and what specifically were they tasked with doing?
Are you talking recovery centres?
Oh, sorry, evacuation centres. Let's start with evacuation centres. How many of your staff were actually in evacuation centres once you realised there needed to be a surge, and what exactly were they doing?
So when the request for surging arrangements came through the DCJ and police arrangements at the state level, we formalised that request to upgrade the Lismore evac centre to a major centre, which would come under the command and control arrangements of police and DCJ, and they had the ability to access and utilise other resources to assist, i.e. people and non-government organisations. So there's a range of key organisations that are identified to assist with the provision of food and cash and other arrangements in those evac centres. I'll get the exact numbers for you, but when we could gain access, including our staff that were based on the North Coast, there were a number of days there initially where people were isolated and couldn't get access, but I'm confident by the time we hit Thursday, Friday or Saturday, we had people from different parts of the state arriving in to assist in a range of evacuation centres as well as head office.
Just sorry, I do need to clarify, you didn't really touch on specifically what your staff were doing. So perhaps
it can be anything that the local managers of those evac centres are looking for assistance in, whether it's logistics, triaging, sorting with organisation and management, welfare service provision, supporting DCJ, non-government organisations. It can be a range of different tasks, what's required at a particular centre.
And at that point, did they fall under the control of the incident control or the centre manager?
Yes. Yes. Okay. And local evac centre managers are predetermined and identified through the local planning instruments and are invariably DCJ personnel. We'll have DCJ in later today, we can talk about that in detail. So they nominate them, and then they have an ability to scale up and mobilise resources around the state. But I think we've just got to remind ourselves that more than 80 evacuation centres were established over that period of time, with more than 8,000 people registered, and we know registrations don't capture everybody because there's a lot of people that don't want to be registered in court and simply don't get captured. So resources were spread. When I say resources, people and other logistical support was spread across a lot of different evacuation centres, and the Lismore one particularly was escalated in the early days with the volume and complexity to what we designate a major evacuation centre, which comes under the leadership and control of the police, the local police.
Perhaps on notice you to give us the spread of your staff across those centres.
Say that again, sorry.
Perhaps on notice you to give us, when you're giving us the total number, you to give us the geographical spread.
Yep.
Or provide it later today.
Yeah.
Or provide it later today. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. I have lots of questions, so if it's possible, if I could just try and be specific with my questions and the answers. Can I ask Maritime, how many rescues did Maritime Services perform on the Wilsons River and on the Tweed River?
To my knowledge, I haven't got any details about rescues, and I just want to make very clear about New South Wales Maritime's role. We are not an accredited marine rescue agency. We are a support organisation under the sub-plan, and it was well articulated by Commissioner Tanos. We have very similar boats that are not designed to work in swift water.
Can I just thank you for that, because I do have quite a few questions, but I just want to understand, did Maritime perform any rescues at all during the emergency?
We did 131 evacuations of separate people, mainly up the northern rivers.
Which river was that?
The details I've got is the Clarence and the Richmond.
Right, so not in the Wilsons or the Tweed?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice and get back.
Because, I mean, basically, look, the belief up there is that offers were made and they were rejected on the grounds that apparently people weren't trained to perform those rescues. If you could just really specifically address that allegation.
Well, I wouldn't consider an allegation based on what our role is. Our role is not a marine rescue agency. Our staff, whilst they're experienced mariners, are not trained to operate in swift water or to do swift water rescues. They simply are not trained to do that, and nor are the vessels suitable to do so. We were requested to support, as we are under the sub-plan, and we got involved in the movement of stores for emergency service as per the plan, as per our role.
So can I just say with respect, we had surf clubs sending boys out on surfboards to do rescues in Lismore. If everybody, they weren't trained to do that. So if everybody took that attitude, who would have done the rescues in Lismore and Moolumbar?
Operating in floodwaters is the most dangerous, perilous thing that you can do. And as a government agency, you would not recommend, nor would you deploy untrained staff in inappropriate vessels into that environment. We have a role.
About the jet skis?
And the same would apply for a jet ski.
So when offers were made by locals, were they rejected by the SES or by maritime bureaucracy?
Well, we don't have a bureaucracy, but we responded to each and every request as per the arrangements through the emergency operations centres to conduct roles and requests in line with our role under the sub-plan. And in fact, we had a number of staff that lost their homes as well and continued to perform their role. Our role is to ensure that we do logistical support, do evacuations where it's safe to do so, and also move fuel, medivacs, etc., which we did extensively during the course of it. We also lost 610 ATONs, which are navigational aids. We also looked and responded to sunken vessels, which is our role. And each and every time we were requested, we did.
Sorry, can I just say thank you? In relation to my question, which is the rescues, I think you've answered that. Thank you very much. With the Bureau of Meteorology here, my question, the weather system that caused this flooding was very severe in Brisbane, major unprecedented flooding in Brisbane. And plus there were locals in the catchment who were trying to warn everybody that the flooding in the catchment was unprecedented and that water was all headed for Lismore. Why did the Bureau fail to predict the extent of the flooding?
Starting from September, the Bureau was advising the community and state government that we're looking at a season with above average rainfall and a really heightened risk of significant flooding. So those messages continued right up through into February, and they were triggered mainly as we were seeing La Nina, excuse me, develop in the Pacific Ocean. On the Wednesday preceding the flood, we had another system move through that we were warning for. So there were severe weather warnings out, moderate flood watch was out for that system, and we did see enough rainfall from that system to cause some flash flooding and also to raise the river levels up which meant that when the following system came, it was on an elevated water levels. So the system in question that came through on the 27th and the 28th, from the 26th of February, the Bureau was issuing severe weather warnings, major flood watches and major flood warnings for this system. Words that were being used were life-threatening, flash flooding, rapid river rises, major significant flooding. Press conferences, media releases, press conferences.
Sorry. With respect, you're not suggesting that you did predict.
No, sorry.
Right. So my question is really about why wasn't it predicted? I mean, we're trying to learn lessons.
Yep. So on a broad scale, and in the lead up, the signals were there in the atmosphere, and we were communicating that there was a heightened risk for a significant flood. It's very difficult to predict river heights in days ahead of a flood. Quite often, it all depends on where the rain will fall. So the Bureau doesn't just look at one form of guidance. When we're devising the forecast, we'll look at several. So quite regularly we'll be the guidance that we're looking for are the same as our sister agencies internationally. None of up until the morning of the 26th, all of the computer model guidance was taking that system from Brisbane and tracking it out into the Tasman Sea.
Okay, so can I just ask you about the rain gauges and the data that you rely on coming out of the catchment? First of all, whose responsibility is it to maintain those gauges? The stories we hear that some were destroyed by bushfires 2 years earlier, not repaired. Council, Lismore tried to get funding to have more gauges. That was refused by a New South Wales agency. I mean, this is all information that you rely on, so I'm just really trying to get a feeling for why such critical infrastructure, giving warning of an emergency, what is the governance around that? Is it good enough? Why isn't it good enough? And what do we need to change?
Yep, so the governance around that is defined in an agreement called the Intergovernmental Agreement. The split ownership, and you can access that agreement through the web page. It's something that came out of the Chloe Munro review of the Bureau in 2011, which really defines
ownership.
Split ownership between local, state and federal government. So there's 1,500 assets, flood data assets in New South Wales. Of those, the Bureau owns 885.
Okay, I'm not putting this on you, but this just sounds ludicrous for such important infrastructure that it would have a three-way partnership and it ends up with nobody being responsible, does it?
Well, the responsibilities lie with the asset owner. So the Bureau is responsible for maintaining the assets that the Bureau owns, and there's 885 assets in New South Wales.
Okay.
And then,
Well, one more question, and then I want to share it around a bit, okay? Please. We'll come back to you.
Okay.
Share it around.
45 minutes.
All right, come back to me then.
Okay,
come back to
Kate, and then we'll come back to you in a little while.
I don't want to start a new line of question.
Oh, no, I promise. Okay.
Yeah,
Ms. Kate.
So I just wanted to, probably with this is for both the SES and the BOM. The situation that the committee heard unfold in Broadwater and Woodburn in particular was incredibly frightening. We heard from locals who were relying on messages from the SES about the level of flood water that was horrifically wrong. Why was that information so wrong? They were getting text messages hours late if they were getting anything at all, and the Woodburn community was assured that it would be minor flooding. What happened there, Ms York?
So we work in partnership with the Bureau, so I think Joan will probably add some value to that question as well. We take the information from the Bureau of Meteorology. They predict the weather conditions, as well as use that information from gauges and other sources, as Jane has said, in relation to what effect that will have on the river system, and if there is a chance of flash flooding, which obviously is, as its name is, a little bit unpredictable depending on where the weather falls. We then turn that information that we get from the Bureau into warnings that go out to the public, and we do that in a variety of ways, whether it's text messages, radio, television, door knocking, any way we can get out to that community. And it was, you talk about those two areas, they significantly affected SES as well. We lost both of our unit premises at those, in those towns, and many of our volunteers lost their homes as well, but they went out to help the community. But that's how we put the information out. We take the information from the Bureau, we transfer that into communication and warnings out to the public.
Okay, so you're basically blaming the bomb for that. So I'll go straight to Ms Golding in terms of how did that fail so horrifically in terms of getting the right information to people who desperately needed it during this flood event.
Yeah, so I will say there was a major flood watch out for the Richmond River issued on the 26th and the 27th. So so the committee has heard, and I'm specifically asking about this, that the people of Woodburn and Broadwater were listening to messages from the SES, looking at the bomb. There was pretty much right till the last minute no mention of Broadwater, and Woodburn advised to watch out for possible moderate flooding on the Monday night. So I'm particularly, the question is specific about what went wrong with Broadwater and Woodburn. Yep, so I don't think Broadwater is a formal forecast location on the Richmond River.
But that's an issue, isn't it?
That could be something a lesson that's come out of this event, and there are a lot of lessons for all agencies, including the Bureau.
Can I just ask whether that, in terms of reviewing the Bureau, I mean, I get that it's probably an issue of resourcing, and I certainly hope that the Bureau is requesting more resources to be able to do this accurately, but in terms of assessing what went wrong, you have, just please reassure this committee that there is an issue with the fact that some communities can't get any information at all about flooding.
I would say that what we need to do is review the forecast locations in our flood warning service, and that's something that we would do with local government and the SES.
Is that being planned? It's more than 3 months after this horrific flood event, of course.
Yep, so we haven't had a request come through to look at it from either local or state government yet. But there's a process for that to occur.
So state government has to request that. You can't take the initiative, the Bureau, and say this was an issue?
Subset of that.
Well, we're looking at a wide... Yes, we can. We can, to answer the question directly, we can take the initiative and we can approach local and state government.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms York, I wanted to just ask about the Mullumbimby Evacuation Centre. Why did the SES issue an evacuation notice telling people to go to that evacuation centre, the ex-services club in Mullumbimby, and nothing was ready for them? Nobody knew about it, nobody was there. How did that happen? So people were leaving their houses, their flooded houses, being told to go to an evacuation centre by the SES. Nobody was there. When they got there, there were no resources, no people, no staff. So what happened was people went back to their flooded houses. They were advised by the SES to go to the evacuation centre. It wasn't an evacuation centre.
I don't know the precise timings. I'll have to take that one on notice for you and get back to you.
So you haven't heard at all, in your position, whether there's a Deputy Commissioner as well. You haven't heard at all about this issue?
If I may. It is around about 3:15 on the 27th in the afternoon that an evacuation warning was issued for people to start to prepare tonight in the location of Mullumbimby. As the conditions very rapidly deteriorated overnight, and as we've already heard, the conditions escalated significantly. The expectation was that the evacuation order and evacuation centre wouldn't be required until the day of the 28th. It was in the middle of the night that the conditions deteriorated such that people started to need to be evacuated. So the evacuation order was issued with the intent to get people to start moving, with knowing that some preparation had already been done at that point in time.
Can I just check who the SES talked to, communicated with? You issue an evacuation notice to go to evacuation centre. What else do you do in terms of making sure that evacuation centre has people there, is set up? Did something fail?
So I am aware that there were discussions with the Emergency Operations Centre on the day prior, on the day of the 27th, to start to look to prepare the centre.
Who's at the Emergency Operations Centre? Who are those people? I don't mean names. Who do they work for?
They are across all the services and all the partner agencies involved, including local government and state government agencies.
Have you identified where the failure was then? Just clearly, has the SES identified that something didn't occur in terms of the communication? There was a communication breakdown. Where did that happen?
So I think, as I started saying before, the issue came about because of the rapid speed of rise. The expectation was that sometime during the day on the 28th, the triggers would be met. However, the triggers were met during the middle of the night, so significantly before the expectation that centre was going to be required to actually open.
Scott Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Ms York, we heard that messaging was sent out through the SES asking or advising people not to go out in their own vessels to conduct rescues. Why might that have been the case?
Well, I think, thank you for the question. I think there's been some evidence. This is an extremely dangerous and perilous situation and event. And, you know, as a Commissioner of the SES, I must ensure that people are as safe as possible. So going out into that, not only is there rubble, refuse, very swift-flowing water, the contaminated water, and going out is very dangerous. So I have an obligation to try and keep the community safe no matter what.
Out there too.
I understand the community went out. I don't think we're ever going to stop Australians helping each other.
What would have happened if they hadn't have gone?
Can I just continue down my question, if that's all right?
Because that's the problem.
I guess the question to you as well, Mr Hutchings, I'm not sending untrained people out in unsuitable vessels. What might have been the ramifications if they did go out and something went wrong?
You're talking about one of my staff?
Yes.
People died, I think.
I'll potentially be charged before the coroner's court. We have a responsibility as
you
government
would be
agent.
personally?
Personally. Under the Work Health and Safety, there is no way that you would recommend or deliberately send staff in inappropriate boats untrained into that environment. I've been involved in this environment for nearly 2 decades. I still consider this to be the most dangerous. But Aussies will do what Aussies will do, and it was, from what I could see, the circumstances that come on very quickly, and others would have more detail around that than I. But certainly you would never do it, absolutely never do it.
And is that formalised? Have you got a formal protocol for that? And I will ask the same question for SES and also RFS on this one.
Absolutely.
Is that legislated or...?
Under Work Health and Safety, most certainly. Yep. And those CEOs are responsible to ensure the safety of their staff, particularly in light of the unprecedented levels of that flood. I went up there on the 2nd, I went out onto the Clarence, I had a look. It was like looking out to sea. the pictures did not do it justice, and I've never seen anything like it. So from a CEO's point of view, from my point of view, we can't put our staff into that circumstance unless they are trained and in appropriate vessels.
I guess just a one-word answer. Do RFS and SES have similar legislated responsibility?
Yes, we do. I know it's a one word, but also when Mark is talking about staff, volunteers are staff in accordance with the work health and safety legislation. So the same applies to any volunteer as well.
Can I just add a point to that? And I think it's important that the committee understand this. The nature of the vessels that we operate at Marine Rescue and New South Wales Maritime are the same, and SES to a certain extent are regulated vessels under this national law for domestic commercial vessels. With that sits the safety management system and a certificate of operation and requirements for people that operate those vessels to be trained. And the nature of training and the certificate of operation are aligned to the activity of that vessel for what it was built for. So that comes back to the requirement under the work safe legislation within New South Wales, but also the national law. And as Commissioner Tanos was trying to get to in his first answer, is that Marine Rescue was under investigation during these floods from the floods that occurred 12 months earlier, where one of our vessels rolled over in the Hawkesbury River. So that was a consideration, certainly through this, in terms of the deployment of our vessels to make sure they're done in accordance with the national law.
Just to acknowledge some of the interjections, yes, we do thank and acknowledge the people that did go out and do that. Thankfully, they did do that, but also I think it's important to have on record why you were unable to do some of that stuff yourself. Similar, back to the comments before about the staffing, I guess, duration for Resilience New South Wales, Commissioner. Again, what are there rules and regulations that say that after someone has been away from home for 2 weeks that they will be stood down for 2 days or 3 days or whatever we heard?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the same operating environment, health and safety, fatigue management guidelines. One of our biggest challenges, and whilst I'm immensely proud of all the work that my staff have been doing over these last few months, particularly in extraordinary circumstances and situations, one of our biggest challenges is trying to get them to stick with fatigue management guidelines. I can recall many times when I've been on the phone in the middle of the night, 2, 3 and 4 in the morning with my team, working to resolve and sort through issues with agencies. But having them in centres, whether it be recovery centres, evac centres, emergency operations centres, state headquarters, whatever it is, rotating people around on extended rosters and extended shifts, trying to keep them, limited with shift duration and consecutive days on shifts, time away from home. It is a significant and legislative responsibility to try and get that balance right between service and delivery and safety and fatigue management and risk settings.
As we look forward, obviously there were some rules broken throughout the rescue. Thankfully, as we said, people went out in boats. They weren't wearing life jackets. I'm sure there was unregistered vessels. Are there other rules that we can break or look at setting something that in a disaster we can break some of these rules so we can send out these vehicles, so we can work longer hours?
I think the pragmatism, and I know from my previous role, and Commissioner Roberts will be able to talk about this, but across the agencies we recognise in the initial phase of response and crisis, things like fatigue management, things like shift lengths, they are invariably broken, but our effort is to seek to minimise that as much as possible, because it's okay while nothing goes wrong, but if something goes wrong and it's fatigue or overexposure that triggers something that has a catastrophic outcome, and I think the example that Marine Rescue identified that they are under investigation for, they just rescued a couple of civilians, put them in the boat, that boat capsized, overturned, and fortunately we were able to retrieve the crew and the people that were evacuated. So when it's going okay, it's wonderful and we get it. But if something goes horribly wrong, then absolutely the loss or the consequence to the individuals and their families is one thing, but as CEOs and senior officials overseeing an organisation, there are very serious implications under health and safety legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Can I just follow that question?
Yeah.
Maritime Services is funded by the public to perform emergency rescues, and these are two river-based maritime services with boats. You may have visited Lismore and seen the water. What you didn't hear were thousands of people in darkness, on roofs, screaming for their lives, sending messages because they believed they would die, while a publicly funded rescue service down the road said they couldn't help because they're not trained. So my question is that some sort of failure to have not been prepared to perform those rescues on that community where people literally were dying while publicly funded boats sat in sheds because of occupational health and safety failure to train people to perform those rescues? And are they trained to do those rescues now, or is it still the same situation that you wouldn't help?
Ms. Cusack, let him answer the question.
So the question is to New South Wales Maritime. As I articulated earlier, we do acknowledge, of course, the terrible trauma and the devastation that occurred on the Northern Rivers. But New South Wales Maritime is not a rescue accredited organisation. We are not funded to do rescues. We are a boating, education and compliance agency, and we primarily do that role. We do at times get involved in rescues when we are Johnny on the spot, but our staff don't have appropriate boats and our staff are not trained to do that, nor is it our role legislative to do so. I can assure you that if it was, then that would be taking place. But to give some assurance, we do have very capable professional mariners who do operate those boats. They're on those rivers day in and day out. And I will be seeking support from the SES to get training to allow us to be on those rivers. And I've also instructed my fleet management area to have a look at, we also have a pollution controller role. So we're thinking about putting together some purpose-built boats that will allow us to get into inundated areas. But there will not be a time when we will be training our staff to do swiftwater rescues. They are extremely specialised and extremely dangerous. So I have not received any reports that we were directly requested to go and do rescues of people on roofs during the course of these floods. And in fact, in line with our role, on each and every occasion that we were requested to do our supporting role, evacuations where it was safe to do so, we did so. So not only that, from the last floods, we've also put some money into building an operations centre at Coffs Harbour, which cannot be affected by floods, and that will be open to other marine agencies to assist with localised support. And we've also upgraded our state marine incident control system. So we've seen what's occurred in these unprecedented ways, but we will make sure that we work very closely with the other agencies to harness the capability that is within New South Wales Maritime.
Penny.
But in answer to my question, in answer to your question, one, I'm not aware of those requests, and two, nor is it our role at this stage.
Penny would like to do a quick
Given what we know now, everyone keeps talking about how unprecedented it was. There were people in boats, there were people sending messages to their families elsewhere, getting people to rescue them. Will you seek in the review of this entire process to be able to use every public asset that we have at times like this? Would you be seeking to do that, or are you seeking to stay in your lane?
No, I'd be seeking to tap in on the capability where it's safe to do so. We've got a specific role. We have a role. We work as a supporting agency. But where there's a capability potentially for us to do more in that space, I think it's something worth.
But if it happened tomorrow, nothing would be done differently?
No.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. If we could just go back to the night of the 27th, and particularly the warning system. I'm from Lismore. My family were in Tinnies rescuing people the following morning. So many people who live in North and South Lismore listen to the warnings, they watch the bomb, they press refresh every maybe 8 seconds. And so up until the evening, there were notifications that there was going to be a flood. People were to either evacuate or activate their flood plan. People in Lismore, particularly north and south, are experts on flood plans. They know their floor level to the millimetre, they know the water level, they know what happens. At about 10 p.m. that night, the warning started to change a little bit. I may have the hours a bit wrong, but the warning started to change a little bit. We were told the levee would break. We were told that we were going to experience something like 2017. The difference between 2017 and 5 a.m. on the morning of the 28th was the difference between being on your veranda watching the floodwaters or being on your roof or in your roof sending your last messages to your family that you were going to die, that you may not survive, and many people letting their animals go because they just couldn't get them on their roofs. So what actually went wrong in that part of the warning system? How do we get that better? And if I can ask two questions, so that I think that's to the BOM and to the SES, given the SES put out the warnings, being informed by the BOM. And then my second question is around getting in tinnies in the morning, and what are we going to do to recalibrate our risk matrix on that morning when we're watching people with tinnies, with no vessel draft or different vessel draft, literally deeper boats, but still going out and rescuing their friends off roofs. So the warning system first, please.
Yep. So the forecasts were devised up until Sunday evening based on the evidence that was available at the time. So computer modelling available at the time wasn't forecasting those extraordinary rainfall rates that we received. So the headwaters of the Wilsons got around 775 mils. I think Doon got in the 24 hours, and a lot of that fell in a lot less than that. So the flood forecasts, they're based on a lot of different inputs, and forecast rainfall is one of them. So the forecast rainfall didn't pick up the extremity of the event. And that we, as I was mentioning before, there's lots of different forms of computer models that we looked at. None of them really picked up, none of them picked up 775 mils in the headwaters of the Lismore. Upper range for the northern rivers was between 200 and 400 mils. As the rain started falling and kept falling at these extremely intense rates over the headwaters of the Wilsons up at the Doon, that's when the forecasts were updated to reflect, an increasing risk, and the rain just kept falling. So there are limitations to meteorology, and there's limitations to flood forecasting. I think there's a misconception out there that it's a perfect. Well, I don't think there's it's not a perfect science, and we can only predict the future based on the evidence that we have available at the time. And up until the evening, the evidence was by the computer model guidance. Once the observations came in around these extraordinary rainfall rates that were being received up around Doon, that's when the forecasts were increased. So in the afternoon, we were liaising closely with the SES, and we were talking about a levee breach during Monday at Lismore. Once that rain started falling at those intense rates, we realised that levee breach would be earlier. It came in 3 o'clock on Monday morning. That was not the timing that we were considering. We're also considering, based on the rainfall guidance that we were looking at from the computer models, that maybe a possible higher end might be around 12.1 metres. So plans were put in place based on that. But as the rain started falling and kept falling, the evidence that was available from upstream and this volume of water that was moving down through the headwaters, down through Lismore, it would be a lot worse than that. So it wasn't really until 8. So throughout, the rain kept falling, so we knew that further river rises were possible. Those words were put on the warnings, and once we could get some confidence in the the height, which is it's quite complex how rivers behave. So that's why we can't really do that with any confidence a long way in advance.
Is there a better system if there was actual on-ground local knowledge feeding into what's happening up the catchment? I mean, that's something that people have been presenting evidence to, that they could or they would like to be able to ring in, tell the SES what's happening up at the Wilsons, etc., those points. I mean, is this something, or during the next flood, are we going to be here again, just going through the same charade that it's an imperfect science and we don't know how to do it? Because if that's the case, we need to know that's what we're going to expect next time.
Yeah, so what we do following the floods is we review the data infrastructure around the catchments to, see if there's a need for more gauges, and we also will review classifications. So whether the classification of major is really the right level on the river, is conveying the impact that major brings with it. So
and are you aware that some of those gauges weren't working? Is that part of the problem, would you say, that those failed gauges?
So the gauges that we had access to for the Wilsons up until, I think, so the automatic weather station failed at around 3 a.m. in the morning. That's not one that's used for the riverine flooding. And the one in Lismore failed at around... was it two? Sorry, I can't remember the times. It was during the day, though. It was during the afternoon, I think. So I'm aware of those failed. I'm not aware of any others in the area that got in the way of producing the forecast. There's a bit of redundancy already built in, but part of the review process is to really look at that, whether that's sufficient, and that is something that, across all parts of the warnings, local, state and federal, we'll be looking at, and we are looking at.
And to the risk matrix and the tinnies?
So there's a number of issues that you've raised. I think we'll all reflect differently in the future and act differently as a result of these floods. These are unprecedented. I hear what you say about the Lismore residents. They've had a lot of floods. They're very used to them, and they make decisions based on what they know happened in the past. Much higher and much quicker than we have ever seen before. So that, I think one of the things that the SES do, the most important thing, is try and make sure that people do evacuate, and we know that in the past they've been able to evacuate upwards, and that is now in question. So we have quite a few programs that we're rolling out, have started to roll out already, and in the future about making people more aware of their decisions. We try and put out those warnings in the daylight hours before the night comes. We've spoken about this particular night where we had put out warnings, but it came much quicker. Importantly, we'd come out of a period of drought, and the dams were all at 100%. So that is one, I suppose, strategy that is removed from us, that there is a capacity to delay the water flow down the rivers because the dams can pick up a lot of that overflow. That wasn't the case in this particular flood. We have a project, a national project for the Australian warning system, which is looking at improving our warning systems out to not only residents but any travellers, and having a consistent messaging and icons across the whole of Australia. So, for example, in the Northern Rivers, a lot of people come down from Queensland. We have different symbols, different warnings, different communications out to the community to what they have in Queensland. We are also, as SES, looking at we have developed a new app for the community so that they can get in and get more timely and more accurate information, and that's due to be rolled out later in this year, so that has been funded. But as I say, we didn't know what was coming, and in fairness to the BOM, they just didn't know where the rain was going to fall, and it fell in the most tragic places for the community to be able to respond. Often when they then need to evacuate, the roads are cut, and obviously the storms are still going, so sending the boats out is quite difficult. Helicopters up into the sky is impossible, and we rely on the pilot's decision. They are the deciding factor in relation to whether helicopters go up as well. So all these things impacted, and we need, I suppose, to raise the bar about what is the worst case scenario for a flood in these areas into the future, and that will be taken into account in our decision making, our warnings and our information that goes out to the public.
Thank you, Ms. York. Now, the Honourable Rod Roberts has ceded his questions to Catherine Cusack. If Ms. Cusack wants to resume.
Oh, I actually wanted to ask about a different topic.
Okay. Yes. It's okay.
Okay. I wanted to ask about a new phase of the emergency that occurred when the M1 closed due to flooding.
Sorry. I was agreeing. Right? Sorry. Sorry.
Is that part of the SES's management? Obviously, communications were cut, the road was cut, so we had a fuel shortage. Nobody could get any money or pay with anything. Who actually takes control of that situation? Is that part of the SES and Resilience's responsibility, or is it somebody else?
As in, just so I'm clear on the question, as in closing the road?
Yes, the road closed, so the region then had a fuel and a food shortage. For example, Yamba couldn't be supplied with food for a week. We had petrol queues for miles, and people couldn't access any money. So I guess what I'm saying is, who manages the chaos of these very cut-off communities trying to access basics?
So during the response phase, it's the SES. So we do continue. So obviously the SES has a broad range of skills and equipment, and we do resupply where we are able. So if we know an event is coming, if we know a township or an area is cut off, we will supply up front. Then we will try and get as much food supplies, fuel in through whatever mechanism we can. Very difficult once the road is cut to some of these communities. Then the Emergency Operations Centre takes control of supplying those areas with the goods that they need.
Okay, but just, are you or are you not in control, for example, of fuel rationing and managing the crisis in the community? Do you know who is in control? Or is that a gap?
No, it's the Emergency Operations Centre, which is run by a police commander who steps into that role to run the Emergency Operations Centre. And why we have those is we have transport, we have liaison officers from all the government departments that are required, and charitable organisations as well, so that they can task and do plans and strategies to make sure that those towns get what they need.
I'm just really trying to get to the bottom of who manages that situation. It's the police, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So,
okay.
So, Ms. Cusack, so when you've got a lead combat agency like the SES, they are in overall control and authority of the total response effort for that disaster, SES in the case of floods. The emergency management arrangements that underpin and support them are led by local commanders of police at a local, regional and then state level. So you'll often hear us refer to the CEOC or the LEOC or the REOC. They are local emergency operations centres, regional. And so those police commanders, those police authorities have all the functional areas of government working under their control in support of the combat agency. So if there's a fuel disruption, a transport disruption, they will have transport services, they'll have engineering services. There's a whole range of different elements that are managed by that senior commander in support of the lead agency.
Can I ask about communications? We had evidence yesterday in relation to the communications failure that the communications management of the local emergency was actually being undertaken from 4 locations, including Coffs Harbour, so none of them were in the Northern Rivers. And in regards to that aspect of the plan, there was no communication by the New South Wales Government back to Telstra in relation to, back to Essential Energy in relation to power failures that were bringing down communications across the region. I really want to understand the lines of responsibility and the plan for communications, which aggravated everything, including the rescues, so much.
So as I understand it, local emergency operations centres were established in parts of the Northern Rivers. The Regional Emergency Operations Centre, if I recall correctly, was established at Coffs Harbour, at what we call the REOC there, and the State Emergency Operations Centre, the CEOC, was established down here in Sydney.
Why was it Coffs Harbour?
Because that's the regional precinct under the police district, so they'll look after an area broader than just the Northern Rivers or the Northeast. That regional lens may extend to the, don't quote me on the boundaries, but there'll be a broader boundary than just the Northern Rivers. So the local emergency operations centres will be very much centres around the Northern Rivers, and indeed it can be local councils as well, depending on how granular you want to get. Now, irrespective of the local, regional or state, there are the functional areas of emergency management support arrangements, which includes engineering, which includes telecommunications, which includes energy and utility services. So delegates joining up and connecting with government, corporate and private entities that service and support that industry or those various industries are tied together and brokered with information exchange, problem identification, tasking and strategies to resolve disruptions or longer-term repairs.
So our evidence yesterday was that the government telco people were very focused on the government communication system, which I'm very proud of how successful that was. But nobody seemed to be focused on the fact that the victims and the community didn't have any access to that, so there were no communications for them. A bit like a restaurant where all the staff talk to each other, but no one takes the orders from the customers.
That doesn't make sense to me, ma'am. And what I mean by that is the telecommunications functional area is led by the Telco Authority of New South Wales. They have.
Are they under your authority?
No, they're an independent body. I happen to be in a different role, the chair of the New South Wales Telco Authority, so I know a little bit about their function. But what I would say is, yes, they will have a focus, understandably and necessarily, on what we call the public safety network, which is actually the network that all the government response and emergency service agencies rely on to communicate and operate during disaster.
Yes.
But they also are the state's authority through the telecommunications functional area for coordinating and brokering all the interaction, the reports, the dissemination, the strategies with the telecommunications providers.
So I think this is where the failure was, and we were told by Telstra that there's a protocol that's unique to New South Wales that requires them to only take their orders from these people, and no orders were being given during the crisis. So
I'm happy to take that on notice.
I would appreciate that.
That doesn't add up in terms of
Can I just also perhaps ask you on notice, who are the people with the phones who have access to the government network?
Beg your pardon?
Who are the people with the access to the government network? Maybe take that on notice.
I don't know what...
In terms of the government communications that were very effective...
Oh, the radio network?
The radio network, yes.
Right.
So, like, I'm in evac centres and none of the staff in the evac centres had access to that. So nobody had any communications in the evac centres. So it's not all the staff who get it.
No. And nor does every staff in an emergency service agency have a radio to talk on the government radio network or the public safety network. It's a controlled and managed communications platform for voice and data services across radios, not across phones, even though smarts are allowing that sort of bridging to occur. So it runs parallel to what would be your conventional landline and mobile or cellular telephone networks. But they often share similar or related infrastructure or sites of infrastructure to get those messages. I think we know through particularly in the Woodburn area from memory, there was an NBN pit that was heavily impacted, and Woodburn, as we know, is one of the last places to drain away. The loss of services there, I think, disrupted about 50,000 customers for quite a period of time, and then the net result of losing those services meant that a lot of people were trying to use the cellular network or the mobile network. That came significantly compromised in terms of the ability to do voice traffic. So text messaging was limited, is the limited response, but holding conversations or sending photos or videos was really challenging. So the infrastructure design and challenges, there's a lot of legacy involved in terms of where that infrastructure is and how it's configured. We are working as a government with those carriers. The authorities may have mentioned to the committee what we call the digital twin strategy for the state, which is actually about a 3D model of how all the infrastructure is configured and managed, including telecommunications.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzsimmons.
And some of the providers aren't very obliging with
now,
that.
I'm mindful there's about 6 or 7 minutes left, so Penny Sharp, Mark, and then Kate.
Thank you. I only have really one question. Ms York, you've been involved in floods for a very long time. Given the government's establishment of Resilience New South Wales, did they help or hinder in the most recent flooding?
Well, they have helped in the most recent flooding, particularly in relation to, and I know we've been very much focused on Lismore, but doing the preparation and prevention strategies, particularly around the Hawkesbury and Nepean Valley. We have taken a lot of those tools and information and pushed out across the northern part of New South Wales. We work very closely with Resilience New South Wales, and you know, the handover to
So do you believe it's added value to the work that you do in flood response?
Flood response, they're not really involved. Their ambit is not in response. It's in preparation and prevention, and also in recovery. We are the lead agency for response.
Mark.
Thank you. Just to you as well, Ms York, picking up on Ms Cusack's question regarding the community of Yamba being cut off. The flood plan states that New South Wales SES may request resupply assistance from supporting agencies. So in the case that Ms Cusack is talking about, did you request resupply from agencies, and when did you request it?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, I'm sorry, with Yamba.
Thank you. And can all the agencies, just to close the loop on the swift water rescue, can all the agencies table their risk assessments that they do before they send the boats out? I note in the plan that SES does a risk assessment. It'd be handy for the community to have that.
And could I just add to that, sorry, just in relation to the risk assessments, and it's been spoken about training, where they are approved flood rescue operators, it is a nationally accredited training program that where you get into it is the same. Whether you're in one agency or another, the course is the same to be accredited for that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Kate.
We heard from Telstra yesterday that during the Black Summer bushfires, numerous organisations requested satellite phones. During these floods, Telstra received not one single request for satellite phones. Telstra had up to maybe 30, if not more, satellite phones that could have been deployed during these floods. Why weren't satellite phones requested, and who should have requested them? Commissioner?
I know that SES has their own satellite phones, so we would not be requesting, we didn't request any additional phones.
You don't think any more additional phones were needed for the communities that had no communication whatsoever? Perhaps to airdrop satellite phones to communities that didn't have any communication, that didn't come to mind?
I wasn't involved in that decision-making process.
Do you think there are enough satellite phones for those communities who were without communication for 7 to 10 days?
And I accept the strategy, and I think we should look at it better into the future and see if we can get satellite phones into those areas. Another thing that we were battling with
But it was done for the fires.
Yeah,
that's the question.
That's right. So did the SES, are you aware that the SES requested satellite phones for the bushfires, for the Black Summer fires?
Not the SES. It wouldn't be in the SES. RFS were in charge of the bushfires.
Yeah. So are you saying that in the future, just to finish this off, Chair, with your indulgence, thank you. So clearly there weren't enough satellite phones given the communication difficulties. Clearly there weren't enough satellite phones. Were you aware that Telstra had satellite phones for use in emergency, firstly?
I wasn't specifically aware, but then I don't make that request. The operations team, Daniel?
And I don't know that I was at the time either. I do know that we deployed a number of pieces of our own communications infrastructure, particularly things we call cells on wheels, which help boost the mobile networks and the other radio and telephony networks. And we deployed those into a whole variety of locations right up and down the coast to try to boost. But I don't believe at any point we did ask for additional satellite phones. As I said, we, as an agency, carry our own and have them positioned around the state.
I know, if I can also add, is I know I've spoken to some of our volunteer units along the Hawkesbury, and they are trialling a project with radios or satellite phones to isolated communities along the Hawkesbury River too. So it is a strategy that we could put in place into the future in the Northern River.
Thank you, Ms. York. Now, just mindful this is the last question before the time break. Ms.
Thank you.
Cusack?
Yes, just wanting to know who issues the evacuation orders, if they're local or state issued. At one point, there was an evacuation order for the whole Northern Rivers to evacuate, which was really confusing to people because nobody could leave, and it didn't really make any sense. Lennox got one. Are these decisions being made by local controllers who then push a button and everybody gets given the evacuation order, or is it being managed centrally?
Yeah, I'll let the Deputy answer in relation to operations, because there is a state responsibility as well.
Yep, so the incident controller, based locally, is the one that makes the decision as to whether they believe there is one warranted, based on the flood intelligence plan. It's my understanding that...
It's the local person.
Done locally. Yep. There is an approvals process that does go back to headquarters to sign that off. And that process has actually been streamlined over the last 18 months to make sure it's, any time constraints are actually removed. It's my understanding that it was an evacuation warning that was put out across the Northern Rivers, not an evacuation order, which was basically designed to give people as much of a heads up as possible because the situation was changing so rapidly. So it was...
I'm actually going to be honest and say I didn't understand the difference. I actually thought an evacuation warning was similar to an order, but thank you, I understand.
We need to do some more education then.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry, and just to streamline it, just to add to the Deputy, it did have to come up to me for permission to do that, evacuation orders, and I have delegated that down because that was delaying unnecessary step when we hear from the locals about what they need, what they're seeing, and we do try and put out a warning wherever possible to let the community know, but sometimes because of the rain and because of the speed we go straight to an evacuation order and make sure that the community is aware of it through various communication methods.
Thank you, Ms. York. Now, from memory, I think a number of organisations took questions on notice. So 21 days, and the Secretariat will be in contact. Now, we will take a short break and resume at 10:45. We'll resume, but first we'll have to do the swearing in of witnesses, starting from left to right. Would you please state your full name, your title, and whether you'll take us an oath or affirmation? Mr. Bowden.
Thank you. I'm Michael Russell Bowden. I'm the Acting Chief Psychiatrist, and I'm taking the affirmation.
Thank you, sir.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I called you Mr. It's Doctor. Thank you. Dr. Broom.
The mic.
Oh, so you have to pull the microphone.
Mic, sorry.
Dr. Richard Broom, I'm the Director of Environmental Health at New South Wales Health, and I want to do an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Morgan Thomas.
Hi, I'm Larry Morgan Thomas. I'm Acting Deputy Secretary of Housing, Disability and District Services for the Department of Communities and Justice. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Carden.
Hi, I'm Lance Carden, Director of Customer Service and Business Improvement within Department of Communities and Justice, and I'd like to take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Now, under the provisions of this committee, it is permissible to make an opening statement. Does anyone wish to make an opening statement? Anyone else?
I will.
Two. Okay. So, Dr. Bowden, we'll start with you first and then we'll go to you. Okay.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to briefly outline the role of specialist mental health services during disasters. We're very aware that in the immediate aftermath of a disaster, there will be very, very high levels of distress amongst all community members. Most of those people will do extremely well with community supports. Some will need to have some professional help, and others will develop mental health problems as a result of the disaster, some of that which can be quite delayed. So in terms of the mental health services, the primary role is to provide the specialist mental health service throughout the period of the response and the recovery. People who have an existing mental illness or mental health problems are particularly vulnerable to stress and disasters, and so continuity of care, their mental health care, is particularly important during that period. Ensuring that there is access to ongoing care for emerging mental disorders during that period is also very important. So to maintain the workforce and also to identify those individuals who are at particular risk is one of the key roles of mental health services during a disaster. The presence of having mental health workers as part of the response and the recovery and being physically present is really important due to the reassurance that provides not only to community members but also to the frontline workers who are responding. The role, more specifically, is to really provide advice and support, particularly to the frontline workers who are responding, to recognise what levels of distress are normal and to assist the frontline workers to recognise the difference between normal and abnormal levels of distress for individuals, but also to advise those frontline workers on how they can best respond. Also to help those frontline workers recognise when specialist assistance is required for particular individuals, and then to identify and promote pathways to specialist care. And finally, to support frontline workers so that we can assist them with managing trauma, their own trauma, and also hopefully prevent burnout. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. And Ms. Morgan Thomas, please.
Thank you. I start by acknowledging that we are on Gadigal land, and I pay my respects to Elders past, present and emerging, and acknowledge Aboriginal colleagues who are with us today. In emergencies, the Department of Communities and Justice has two key roles: to staff evacuation centres to register disaster-affected people and coordinate key welfare services within centres, and then managing emergency accommodation. Staffing for evacuation centres is typically provided by our local frontline workforce who work in child protection and housing. And in an emergency, we may have just a few hours to set up an evacuation centre and initially rely on our local staff. In northern New South Wales, I just would like to point out that we have 90 child protection, housing and NGO support staff who work in our Lismore office. That entire office was lost to the flood. 7 of the staff there lost their homes. Many others lost cars, caravans and possessions. 18 of our staff were isolated because of where they live. Eventually, we were able to bring in 35 staff from other areas, and that was as soon as we could, noting the difficulties in actually getting into many of the locations and finding accommodation for those staff. But we also stood up a team in our Housing Contact Centre in Sydney to source and book accommodation. It's a credit to our local staff that led the DCJ response to the floods, because they staffed 54 evacuation centres in northern New South Wales while remaining embedded in their community and continuing to work remotely to undertake their critical business, which is looking after children in care or children who are at risk in the child protection system, working with tenants in the social housing properties we manage who were affected by the floods, and also responding to homelessness, which is part of our business as usual. And our contracting team worked with locally based NGOs. This was an emergency unlike others in recent history. 3 months along, we have 1,321 people in emergency accommodation as of this week, which is about the same number as Monday the 6th of January 2020 at the height of the Black Summer bushfires. In that instance, in the Black Summer bushfires, which were spread over a larger an area, what we knew is that as soon as people went home, the numbers of people in emergency accommodation decreased by about 62% 1 week later, and then continued to reduce rapidly. That hasn't happened in this floods because people have not been able to go back home because of the extent of property damage and the dislocation. So we still have around 50 frontline staff dedicated to supporting the 2022 flood response in northern New South Wales and the Housing Contact Centre, and we continue to source and provide emergency accommodation for disaster-affected people, and we're continuing to work with those in accommodation towards longer-term housing solutions.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll ask a quick question and then I'll pass to my colleague Penny Sharp and then to Sue Higginson. Now, when we were on the North Coast and we were doing site visits and that, we were told that at the very beginning, when Resilience New South Wales became involved, that one of the first things they did was to seek out accommodation for themselves. In fact, did you investigate or was that matter brought to your attention?
I'm not aware of that.
Thank you. Penny?
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Fitzsimons, yeah, would you...
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question was that one of the first tasks that Resilience New South Wales put for itself was the staff, when they arrived, was to seek out accommodation for themselves. And I just wanted to know, how did that interplay with DCJ?
Oh, yeah, no, completely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms Morgan-Thomas. First of all, I just wanted to say that we heard amazing stories of the work that your staff did at the evacuation centres, and I just want to acknowledge up front that I know that you've outlined how many were affected and those kind of things, but we heard that people really went above and beyond in relation to that, and so just wanted to acknowledge that up front. I do want to understand, though, we also heard evidence that it was unclear about where the evacuation centres would be and how they were to be established. What's the role of DCJ in that preparedness? So if there was one tomorrow, would there now be a list of where the evacuation centres would be, and was there one beforehand? Can you just tell us about that?
Can I pass that question to Mr. Fitzsimmons?
Okay, so that's your job, is that right?
Well, as we were talking about this morning, that's one of the primary roles of the local Emergency Management Committee and the local emergency management plan, where they identify and designate local evacuation centres.
Well, why was it the case then? Why was it the case that the community did not know where the evacuation centres were, that the SES was sending people to evacuation centres that didn't exist, and DCJ were desperately trying to get to places where they were not necessarily told where they were?
So I think, as it was explained this morning, some of the speed and ferocity with which things moved and they activated those nominated evacuation centres. So if you look in the local EM plan for the Northern Rivers, you will find several pages of facilities and locations that could be used as evacuation centres, and they'll have things like contact names and triggers and activations, and then the local WellFac.
So what? So why didn't that work on this occasion?
I'm just trying to answer it. So, and then the local activation for the resourcing and management of those is activated through the WellFac, which is DCJ, and the resourcing. I did actually get sent a note out of session. I think it was you, Ms Fernan, that asked the question about Mullumbimby, or was it you, Ms Sharp?
Yeah, it was me. No, Mullumbimby.
So they signalled that the one at Mullumbimby, the ex-services club.
Yes.
DCJ staff attempted to access but were all cut off due to the floodwater on the night of the 27th. The DCJ District WellFac team remotely managed the evacuation centre in constant engagement with Andrew Spice, the club manager. I don't know if I'm supposed to say a name in this committee, I'm sorry. So the local club manager. And as soon as the floodwaters receded that allowed the local DCJ staff to access, they were in there on the 1st of the 3rd. And so that was the particular note I got concerning that centre.
We were also being aware that the club hadn't been reimbursed for their costs as of yet. Do you know whether that's occurred?
I don't know, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay, so... Look, Mr Fitzsimmons, you've talked a lot. I mean, it sounds to me that you've got a lot of things that are written down. The evidence, though, that we have heard is that these things didn't work in the circumstances that they were occurring. And so to go back to the evac centres, I mean, we heard evidence from the principal, I think it's at Xavier College. Extraordinary story. If you have not read the transcript, I really encourage you to do so, of the most extraordinary story of a school that just did it with their staff, where they were told by not sure who that they weren't accredited and told to go home, and literally as the principal was driving home from the school that he was attempting to set up an evac centre, he was told that, oh no, we're just going to accredit you now and can you go back and please do it. They ended up with over 800 people there. They actually hosted the entire evacuation of Ballina Hospital, and yet there was zero pre-planning that this school would be used in this way. And it only worked because of the extraordinary efforts of the staff and volunteers and some DCJ staff that worked there. I mean, how is it possible that such a critical evacuation centre didn't even seem to be on the list?
I can't comment one way or the other.
Well,
I'm happy to take it on notice as to whether the facility was on the list as a pre-identified site. I just don't have that plan at hand. But I think it's fair to say also, as has been signalled many times, we cannot overlook the scale and magnitude and speed with which circumstances and tragedy unravelled. And whilst the number of the... I'm just trying to answer the question,
well, no, because
if I may.
You said the same thing 3 times. We know that it was unprecedented. My question is that there's been previous flooding in Lismore in 2021. We've been through the bushfires and there was 2017 flooding. There have been reviews after reviews that would have pointed to exactly the same issues in relation to preparedness. And it's not that and my concern is not that it was higher than we'd ever seen. We know that and there was more impact, but there just seemed to have been no preparedness. There seems to be a lot of bits of paper that have what people's roles are, but it seemed to make zero difference. If you've got a school principal establishing an evacuation centre that was so well run that it ended up being the evacuation centre for the hospital, but he received zero support in doing that because it was never considered that his school would be able to do this. I mean, where has it fallen down here? And who was responsible for telling this principal that his site that he was setting up wasn't there to go home, and then someone else gets a phone call and says, oh, please, we really need you to do it, can you go in there? Like, who's making those calls? Is that you? I mean, your organisation? Is it DCJ?
Not at all.
Is it the SES? Who is it?
Well, as was explained this morning, the identification and the activation of recovery centres is the lead agency. In the case of the floods was the SES, and the local or regional emergency operational controller,
this is
depending on...
evacuation centre, not...
sorry, did I say recovery?
Yes,
My apologies.
evacuation
we do
centres.
say...
We'll get on to recovery centres.
I'm talking about evacuation centres.
Yep.
So they are identified and activated through those local emergency management committees, particularly between...
So
you're talking
the
police...
agencies around the table there.
Yep.
When they're working at that local level, who identifies the evacuation centres?
Well, they will be, as I've said already, they will be pre-identified in local plans as designated evacuation centres that could be activated in the event of a disaster, a flood or something. But we've also got to be mindful that during this event and other events, sometimes circumstances dictate that a venue or a facility may be activated through the initiative of a local community member that grows
Very
to become...
lucky that we do.
Absolutely, and that happens depending on different circumstances. So in the document that is developed by the local teams, they don't designate every building across the local government area or collection of local government areas. They designate those that they believe are the most logical and viable to be identified as evacuation centres.
When you know there's a massive flood coming, as you knew at the end of February, the SES is doing their thing, which is, sorting it all out. Surely at some level there's planning, okay, we're going to need evacuation centres. Who gives the order that says, okay, we're going to need an evacuation centre in Ballina, we're going to need to use use the university in Lismore, we've got these ones on the list, but it looks like it's a bit high, so we're going to have to move those. Where is that decision made, and how is that communicated, and to whom?
The local incident controller and the local emergency management team. It'll be, in this case, it'll be the lead local officer for the SES and the local superintendent or inspector of police operating in their liacon or reacon role, and then that's managed through that local committee and advised through to the state level for situational awareness, so we know how many evacuation centres...
But then it comes to you at that point.
It comes through to the WELFAC functional coordination and the CEOC at the state level, so we know, and remembering during this period there were 80 evacuation centres that were established for these flood events, 54 of which were in Northern Rivers.
Yes, and no one is saying that they weren't needed.
All those triggers were activated locally.
So who approves or accredits the operation of an evac centre? Is that who's in charge of that?
So as I signalled this morning, when the local committee, the lead agency and the police identify and designate an evacuation centre, it's then activated through the local WELFAC, which is the DCJ officers and personnel.
And Ms. O'Leary, so Ms. Morgan Thomas, no, that's fine. But you're not answering the question that I'm asking.
I am.
Who rang the principal to tell him that he was not accredited and to go home, and then who rang him and said, oh, by the way...
I don't know.
Well... This is what we need to know. Someone knows. Who then rang this principal?
No problem.
And said,
he had evacuated
by the way,
and had to send them home.
Yeah, he had
staff that were waiting on the 1-800 number, they'd set up a telephone number for them to wait on. A 1-300 number. That's what the evidence yesterday was.
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice as well.
Just another initial follow-up on that. You said that you withdrew the resources because there was inquiries coming through other mechanisms. What were those other mechanisms that you were getting greater traffic through? I think that's important for the committee to note.
Partly through work on the ground, talking to people, through other, that's not the only mechanism, is a recovery centre. But also because it was advertised on Service New South Wales, people could call Service New South Wales, or they could call our housing contact centre through the dedicated number we set up. So people were they weren't just having to drive to a recovery or go to a recovery centre to do it. There are other ways, but I can get those data for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry about that, Kate.
Thank you. We heard evidence about the centre at Southern Cross University that there were issues with staffing in the first few weeks there. Ms Morgan-Thomas, I might just ask you, what was the situation with DCJ staff at the SCU Recovery Centre?
I don't know the specific numbers of how many people we had, and I can find that out for you. But if I hark back to my opening statement, we've got 90 staff in Lismore, which is where Southern Cross University is, many of whom had been affected by the floods themselves. And we staffed in Northern New South Wales 54 evacuation centres. In Northern New South Wales altogether, we've got 225 staff. In the first initial bits, we weren't able to bring in people from anywhere else.
Yeah.
And we had to rely on what we had.
Can I just jump in? I do have evidence here. In fact, the committee received it that from the local member, in fact, that there were DCJ staff there. Then she got told that they were ordered out by Resilience New South Wales. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Not at all.
So neither of you have heard the local member saying, and she said it publicly as well, that in fact DCJ staff got ordered out by Resilience New South Wales.
I have heard that, but
did you make inquiries when you found that out? So when you heard that, did you make inquiries internally?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so what happened?
Nobody was aware of it, so...
Well, you just let the allegation just stand. You didn't investigate it. You didn't follow it up. Did you follow it up with Mr Fitzsimons?
No, I didn't follow up with Mr Fitzsimons.
I followed it up internally when I heard about it, and we can find no such evidence of any such thing ever occurring.
Okay.
So if we've got the example or whatever, then I'm more than happy to have a look at it.
It's in the transcript provided to evidence to this inquiry.
With respect, we heard that, but there is no... DCJ confirmed they had no evidence of any such direction being given by us, and I've got no indication of anyone in my team suggesting anything.
So can I just continue then? Again, this is from Ms Jeanette Saffin, the local member. So she, I mean, it doesn't sound like it was just a rumour, because she in fact had to act to get staff put back in. She said she put a call in at the highest level. They were put back in. Then they got pushed out again. I did that again. I heard it happened in other centres, then at a state level through to then this is, another issue. So are you saying that Ms Saffin is lying to the committee about what was going on?
I'll go
with you, Mr Fitzsimmons.
I'm saying I have no indication from any of my team that any such thing occurred with us ordering DCJ out. The only thing that may have happened is around that period at the end of March, which was for a couple of days, where there was the cessation of some of the centres because of the flood threat for the second wave, which is 4 weeks on. I don't know if that's the connection, but there was no ordering to get anybody out in terms of the way that was described in the media.
All right.
I haven't read the transcript.
Okay, so Ms Morgan-Thomas, did you receive calls from the highest level, say from the Premier or anyone else within government? Did you receive calls to get more staff into those recovery centres?
I didn't, but I wasn't in this position at that point in time, and I'm not aware that there was, but I will make inquiries about that.
So that's a different question you just asked.
It is, I'm trying to,
So in relation to a question about looking for more people into evacuation centres, yes, those calls did come through, and we actioned those, and that's where, following my comments this morning, in the first few days, in that first week, we formally requested particularly the Southern Cross University be escalated as per the evacuation guidelines to a major evacuation centre, which brings with it.
How long did that take?
I can confirm the timeline, but it was within that first week, and I've got a note here somewhere, but I'll double check that for you. But that was actually the escalation for police control and authority and additional resources, and that's where we particularly, on that request for more resources, we sent our own agency along with a number of other agencies to send people in with the support and assistance around management of that centre, not detracting in any way from the specialist teams of DCJ, which were also bolstered with out-of-area personnel.
Because the local member in the same body of evidence also says that the Salvation Army, who I understand are given the task of providing the food, that, in her words, no one would talk to them. So again, she had to make phone calls to make sure that the salvos were hooked into the state process. So there's communication breakdown after communication breakdown. Do you think that that was good enough, Ms Morgan-Thomas, like in terms of what you have heard happen? So I understand you weren't in charge at the time, is that right? So we're asking you questions you weren't.
Yep.
Mr Carden, were you?
I wasn't involved in that part of the process, sorry.
So we've got, right. Okay, so we've got two people presenting for DCJ that weren't involved, like at the time, in terms of evacuation centre process.
So, ma'am, I can just answer some of those questions. I've just got the
answer.
So, on the Wednesday, the 2nd of March, discussions commenced with police regarding escalating the Southern Cross University to a major evacuation centre as per the guidelines. By Friday the 4th of March, when access and other things could be granted, some of our staff started attending the SCU and the GSAC, that Gunnellabar Sports Centre, which was another evacuation centre. And on Saturday the 5th of March, that request to formally establish the major evacuation centre was further progressed with the police. And on Tuesday, the 8th of March, the recovery centre opened at the Southern Cross University, which was simultaneously running with the evacuation centre as well.
So some of that, when you're saying the Saturday the 5th of March, where it was declared a major evacuation centre, is that the language you use?
Yeah, the formal request to establish that as a major evacuation centre, yes.
Was made or given, granted?
I'll take that on notice.
That does sound like it's about five nights too late.
It was about 4 days or so thereafter, yes, that it was formally.
I just need to go to another line of questioning because if that's...
Catherine, you only can...
Just very... I do need to ask, I'm assuming it'll be taken up with others. Dr Broome, I just needed to touch on, ask about the issue of black mould. We have heard just time and time again, witness after witness after witness, the incredible trauma, I suppose, of having to deal with black mould and concerns about people's health, and people saying there's mould absolutely everywhere and we're not dealing with it. Is that a concern? Are you concerned about the health of people in the Northern Rivers in terms of how much black mould is around?
I mean, what I can say is that mould is certainly a health concern. There's pretty good evidence that exposure to dampness and mould, it's a little bit, sometimes damp environments are a health concern in their own right, but dampness and mould is associated with conditions such as, breathing problems, sore eyes, runny nose. If you've got asthma, it can exacerbate asthma. And very rarely, and predominantly in people who have pre-existing lung conditions or immunocompromise, you can get mould infections, but those are very rare. So mould is absolutely a concern. I think so. Mould is a concern in the Northern Rivers, but I think it's just been such a wet season. Mould has been an issue all over the state. I think it's many people have experienced that it's very hard to avoid dampness inside your house, almost wherever you are along the eastern seaboard at the moment. So mould is certainly an issue. So New South Wales Health's role in this really has always been advisory. So we develop advice and information for the community. So we do try to raise awareness of the fact that mould is a health issue and how you can prevent it.
So just specifically, in what way this how? So in the few weeks after the floods, now even, what steps has New South Wales Health taken to get your health message about black mould to the people who've got black mould from floor to ceiling in every single roof, can't get rid of it, don't know how to get rid of it? What ways are you communicating with them about what they can do and what?
So generally speaking, so we have information that it's long-standing information. We've updated it with the recent issues to make it more simple for people. So that information has been provided to all agencies, so it could be distributed to people from recovery centres, evacuation centres, those sorts of things. I think it was also circulated to MPs and other stakeholders too.
Any door knocking?
Sorry, what was that?
Any door knocking? Have you gone from door to door? Does New South Wales Health do anything like that?
We wouldn't normally do door knocking.
It's not a normal situation with respect, Dr. Broom.
So no, but it's no. So our general approach is advice through recovery centres. We've also done media. So the local public health unit did a piece of media in the North Coast to explain about mould. There's been social media as well. We've worked with all the agencies to ensure that everybody that they're aware of the information to provide to people about how to remediate mould. But mould, it is a complicated issue. It's there's obviously preventing mould, that you need to be able to dry your house out, and if there are structural issues, that can be a challenge, obviously. But also it can be cleaned, and our advice for cleaning it is to do that with a solution of vinegar and water, or in more difficult circumstances.
I just it's a public health crisis. The whole situation is clearly, everybody's talking about how unprecedented it is. The public health, that's kind of unprecedented, as well as is the mental health crisis. Has there been anything from New South Wales Health, and I'll ask Dr. Bowden to also answer this, what's been the door-to-door response to make sure that you, as the people in charge of environmental health and mental health in the state, to make sure that your people are reaching those who can't access social media, we have heard people who are coming out of their houses after being in there for 2 months. So they haven't been to recovery centres. They don't have access to, they're probably not watching the TV, for goodness sake, and maybe can't do anything else. What's your door-to-door strategy? What has been your door-to-door strategy or on-ground strategy? It sounds like New South Wales Health doesn't have one in terms of black mould, and if so...
we don't have an on-the-ground strategy in regard to black mould. As I say, our primary communication channel here is to develop information that all agencies, the whole of government, can use to communicate with their, the people who are interacting with those services.
We're hearing that there was no information about black mould. Every time I asked any witness about what they were receiving in terms of education and information about black mould, they said it wasn't in existence. So, Dr. Broom, it sounds like a failure. That New South Wales Health has not... giving it to agencies is fine. I'm asking about the people on the ground and who ultimately takes responsibility for that.
So, as I say, we have provided, or we've developed advice and information that tells people how they can manage mould, and we circulate that through, or we use a variety of channels to get it to people. That's our approach.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp.
Dr. Bowden's response just on mental health.
Yeah, I'm going to that too, though.
Sorry.
But it's a separate question. Yeah. Let him answer it. Yeah.
Very co-chair.
Yeah, sure. Yes, the mental health recovery clinicians do outreach, and particularly to hard-to-reach communities, as well as the local mental health teams are actively following up with people with known or emerging mental health problems. And then, of course, there is the identification of people within the recovery centres and from those frontline clinicians.
So may I just add something else? So obviously we do have local public health unit staff up in those areas, and they do engage with communities, and they will engage on a whole range of issues. I mean, mould is one concern that you're raising, but there's a whole range of public health issues associated with flooding, and so there is that local engagement. I mean, so I don't know specifically how much of that's been around mould. We do have those materials, and they are made available to people.
Penny.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the mental health, we visited Wardell Core, who are just doing an incredible job with people. They're very lucky to have a volunteer who's been working pro bono for the last 3 months, doing door-to-door reach out in Wardell in relation to mental health, and he's very concerned. They're very concerned about the state of where people are at and the fact that they know it's going to be there for a long time. Are you able just to provide to the community on notice just the extra resources that have gone in? I know the minister's made announcements that are there, but the criticism there particularly, and it's not, they're look, all resources are welcome, but the concern there is that there's outreach staff through the department who are going out, they're dropping in once a week, doing an hour, hanging around going, we're here, come and talk to us if you've got a problem. And yet Wardell Core cannot get any financial support to actually support their person who's there 24/7, who's built rapport with a very small community, doing it very difficult. I suppose it's a question, one to you, Dr. Bowden, in terms of, is there flexibility in the way that you deliver those that you could provide support to Wardell Core? And secondly, to Mr. Fitzsimons, is what is how is it, there are grants available all over the place. How is it possible that a service that is working doesn't seem to be able to access any of that support to do incredible work that they're currently doing for free, but is not sustainable in that way?
I can't speak to the specific question about a specific worker and so on, but I can tell you that there is, for that North Coast area, $20 million of funding that is going to recruit clinical as well as non-clinical workforce in the area. Also,
Why she's asking the question.
I'm sorry?
Yeah,
we know that. That's why she's asking the question. Why can't
some of that funding, for example, be diverted to Wardell Core and the person who's currently doing that work? Like, there are so many bureaucratic barriers. Putting in your own staff who come in once a week, as good as they are, there's actually someone on site, but we just can't seem to actually get the support that they need. I'm just trying to understand what we need to do. Is it a resilience job? Is it just that you're locked in terms of the way in which your funding is provided? Like, how do we actually do this very small, practical thing?
So, sorry.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there was a $20 or $25 million mental health package specifically announced by the government. In that package, it was targeted at specialist clinicians, as the doctor indicated, but there was also NGOs that were factored into that from memory as part of that funding arrangement that Health would seek to engage. We do have other services and funding envelopes where we connect with non-government organisations and community organisations around recovery support services. And you may have seen just recently an announcement around a charities and non-government organisations area. Charities and non-government organisations area. For those sorts of groups and organisations to access grants and funding to support those activities, but it's not available till the 1st of July.
Yeah, but this needs to be fixed though. So we've been told overnight, I've been told overnight that Trees Not Bombs, which is providing food, the Courier Mail that's providing food, and other services, they're about to basically cease being able to do that because they are not funded to do that work. The provision of food and the community connection that those organisations are providing is actually providing mental health support in that genuinely community way with people that are known to them. How do those organisations access government funding support so that they can do the work that they're doing that, frankly, the government agencies are trying but are unable to do?
But there is a grants program that Minister McLaren-Jones announced 2 weeks ago that they are eligible to put in an application for.
Have we told them, given that they just announced they're closing?
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. Dr. Bowden, I wanted to ask you about people with mental health issues and addiction issues who get displaced during floods and come into evacuation centres. They get cut off from their doctors and their medications, and there's no assistance or support for those people, and their behaviours can impact on everyone else in the centre. So I wonder, would you consider preparing advice for the government on how to address that problem?
Certainly, I mean, we can provide that. But my understanding is that there are mental health workers within the evacuation and the recovery centres who are able to provide support so that people can access medications and so on.
I don't understand how you could possibly have that understanding, because that wasn't what occurred. I'm sorry. It's just I'm sitting here listening to evidence from people who weren't there, saying things that either I already know or just deflecting rather than answering the questions. And I'm not targeting anybody personally, but it's immensely frustrating, the idea that there were mental health workers in those evacuation centres. And to hear that stated as a fact to our committee when it just clearly wasn't the case. I'm suggesting that these communities were all cut off. Nobody could get out of the Lismore area with the creeks and the way everybody gets cut off into pockets, and there was very limited capacity, right? And there were a lot of centres. I get that. I'm just saying there was no phone number for anyone to ring about. There was no registration. So nobody could find out where these people were in terms of matching them up with their doctors again, which was a big problem. And I'm just suggesting to you that maybe that void could be an area of policy that could be plugged in to resilience, a strategy for managing evacuation centres. And
if I can, Ms Cusack, one of the things that I have engaged is a formal review into the activation and management of evac centres, particularly where they scale up very rapidly beyond the germane local planning and escalate into those major evacuation centre control mechanisms. I did visit the Southern Cross Uni in the middle of the evacuation. I think it was fortuitous, and if I remember rightly, a faculty in the university had health or medicine as part of it, so there were people there and volunteer doctors there helping with medications and registrations and other general treatments. But the organisation Risky Business, I'm expecting to have that review into the centres in July. So I do believe with the extraordinary experiences out of this one, there is scope to do things differently. And even some of the traditional non-government organisations that are written into evacuation centre activations and staffing and resourcing, some of them were lucky to have the personnel to get in and attend 30 or 40% of the centres. So there were some real challenges with resourcing and isolation, so yes.
So in relation to, and I suppose this comes off the back of the Honourable Penny Sharp's questions about Xavier, would you consider, and I'll give you another example, Camp Drew at Lennox Head, which had mentally ill people and addicts and no support, and all they wanted was a telephone number they could ring to get assistance. In the end, it became they needed the police. They did a great job, but they're a place that takes school excursions. They don't have a whole lot of supervision, certainly for people with complex needs. Yep. And the idea that they had access to mental health support is just, I'm so sorry, but please just accept what I am saying. And my question is, can people running these evacuation centres who are co-opted at least be given some sort of a letter that explains what the evacuation centre is, what their role is, what is expected, and give them some contact phone numbers for information and for support for those centres? Because none of that information is given. And I think everybody accepts unprecedented flood, we all have to do more unexpected things. But can't we at least give the owners of the properties and the people who are looking after these people one page of information? Could that be considered?
Yeah, and look, I won't proffer the solution now, but I think that's exactly the sort of thing we're seeking to explore about how does that get better. And the other thing I would say, whilst we do need to identify the scale and the magnitude and the unprecedented nature of this event, the reality is it's no longer unprecedented. We're actually we've got a new benchmark, we've got a new level that we have to leverage and grow from.
In relation to, I think, is it 4,000 people requiring interim housing? A lot of them have, I don't know if it's 4,000, I don't think we even know what the number is, but there are thousands of people requiring interim housing. Some of that's been contracted, for example, from caravan holiday parks and those places.
This is the emergency accommodation at the moment?
Correct.
Yep.
Yep. So the term of those contracts initially was 3 months. Given that there is actually no alternate plan for those people, these holiday facilities need to take bookings for maybe the October long weekend, for Christmas, but nobody from the department seems to be able to tell them how long the interim accommodation is going to be needed, and certainly the people using that accommodation have no alternatives. So I guess the request from operators is, please can you at least do 3-month contracts, because they don't want to be caught having to evict victims in order to honour bookings, as occurred last Easter.
I can respond to that one because DCJ does the bookings for those. So some of those, some of the camps and holiday parks we've extended to the end of November now. So we have contracts in place for them. We are trying to book as many places as we can, knowing that we will have people in emergency accommodation for some time yet. Some people will move into the pods over time as they become available, and people will have other options, but we're trying to book through as long as we can. So we want to provide certainty to them, and our team in the Housing Contact Centre is on the phone all the time trying to lock in some of those contracts. So we're on the same page. We want the same thing.
Well, it's just that they were 3 months initially, but then they went to 1 month, even though the operators had asked for 3 months.
Yep.
And someone from the department door-knocked all of the accommodation, told people get ready to leave, but they didn't have anywhere to go to.
So we have. I am confident that we are in a better place than we were.
Okay.
Even last week.
So is there an actual plan now for that?
Yes, there's a.
Is it possible to provide that to the committee, please?
I don't know that it's not a plan that is written down as a plan, but
I mean, we're literally.
What sort of plan is it?
We've got staff literally on the phone all day, every day, ringing providers, extending bookings as far as we can in advance, and at this stage, right through until November. We've got the motorhomes booked at this stage until the end of August, but we can extend beyond then if the demand and the need is still there. And as Ms Morgan-Thomas said, the camps, the recreation camps are booked long-term as well.
Are they, all of them?
I think I have to take it on notice the actual date, but I'm pretty sure we have 2 of them booked until November.
It is a sensitive issue because no one wants to be throwing out flood victims, but equally the community has an important tourism economy.
Correct.
And they just need that certainty around.
Okay. Yep, agreed.
Thank you. Mr Fitzsimons, how many times have you been up to the North Coast since the floods occurred?
I've probably been up 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times
in the last couple of months. Yeah.
Can you provide those dates to us, the exact dates and the duration and how long you were actually up there, the arrival time and the departure time?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Any other questions over there, Kate? Okay. Sorry, or Rod or.
No.
Sorry, Kate.
I can go.
I was just wondering.
You can. We'll come back to you.
I have to keep looking down because it takes me a while to focus there and focus there. So I'll just, in terms of names, Ms Morgan-Thomas. So how many people have been displaced by these floods in terms of who are in need of housing?
We don't have that number because we know how many people are in emergency accommodation. Mm-hmm. And as of last night, there was 1,300.
Yeah, Mr Fitzsimons, do you have that number?
So it's very difficult to sustain that number, to accurately provide that number. We do know something like 7,000 people have been provided emergency accommodation, and we're still running that 1,400 figure. The best signals and estimates around interest and expectation for pod type accommodation going forward, I think is around 1,700 people is the best estimate we can get at the moment in that longer term period as we transition back to reconstruction. But significant displacement. If you look at 4,000 homes uninhabitable, and those figures that we're talking about don't include those that are not seeking accommodation.
Well, this comes back to, I think, the question posed by Mr. Mark Banasiak earlier about the way in which data is captured. And I know that you were saying that you're working on a database potentially, but that's people who go into recovery centres. What
or
people who are displaced, for example, who have been sleeping in, a friend's or relative's bedroom with their 3 kids for the last 3 months. How do you capture those people?
It's really difficult, ma'am. So to give you another example, it's not just recovery centres. We're actually capturing people through the customer care line, which is about 120 or 130,000 calls so far. In the last month or so, we've had some of our outreach door knock teams that have been going around. I think there's been 90 teams getting through different areas in the Northern Rivers particularly. I think we've door knocked about over 5,000 properties, and a figure of below 2,000 have had people at home. And some of the concerning figures, which is not unparalleled in terms of disasters, about 40% of the people that were door knocked had not yet gone to a recovery centre or an access point or sought assistance. And if we reflect on relatively recent disasters, even at the State Recovery Committee yesterday, the feedback was that people are coming forward now for the first time to reach out. But we saw after the bushfires, some people were 12 and 18 months after displacement or disruption before they were of a mindset to be willing to speak up and start accessing and utilising services. So it's very difficult and complex you can't put a fixed number on it.
But given the delay, because that's only a certain number of households that you've gone to, clearly there's a lot more because what's happening with the households where people weren't there. But what lessons has Resilience New South Wales learned, have you learned then, by that door knock? What will you do differently? And how many more houses is Resilience New South Wales going to door knock? Clearly you did it too late and you're not doing enough, I would challenge that proposition. So what I mean by that is we have never seen a volume or a visitation to recovery centres and access points like we've seen. The last figure I saw was like 45,000 visits across the recovery centres and access points. We've got a volume of more than 100,000 calls coming into the call centre. Door knocking and outreach is a phased approach to what occurs in any disasters in any case. And even things like recovery support services and other mechanisms that seek to get in and understand and connect with communities. The commitment that the government has given and that is still in place now, anybody that needs emergency accommodation will be provided it, but we need to know where those needs are and who those people are in need, and importantly, there's an open connection about trying to secure the medium-term housing option with pods and other arrangements. We're also looking at other flexibility into areas like Woodburn and the one just further north. But further.
Boracay.
Down near Woodburn.
Broadwater.
The ability to put pods in there in highly susceptible flood areas. We're looking at caravans to be on people's homes. So there are a whole bunch of other arrangements connecting with people, and it's understandable in trauma that people want to connect with their home. They want to connect with their home, they want to be with their home, notwithstanding the state of that home.
I just wanted to, in relation to when Resilience New South Wales started door knocking, so you're saying that was a planned time. Say you started 2 months in, for example, right? I'm just going to, you can correct that if you like. Just say, for example, you started 2 months in. So whatever time you started 2 months in, whatever time you started, it was 2 months in, that was a planned, that's in your plan to only start door knocking 2 months in to go around.
You don't put a specific time on these things. I mean,
but you didn't do it. Resilience New South Wales did not do it soon enough. You weren't in there door knocking home, say 2 weeks in.
You've got to focus on the phases and the priorities. And and with so much visitation and so much presentation to recovery centres, our resourcing, and it's not just Resilience New South Wales staff, it's all the partner agencies, the surge resources from across government and non-government organisations that help us resource and manage things like recovery centres, access points, mobile services, outreach services into discrete communities, and then another phase to get out is actually the detailed door knocking. And as I say, the last figures I saw was up over 5,000 door knocks, and there'll be more continuing.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll go to Scott, and then we'll go to Catherine.
Back to the data capturing, and I'll try and ask it as one question. The data we're capturing now, will that be available for if and when we have another event, so that information doesn't need to be recycled? And are we able to tap into, is there any overlap between people who are assisted during the fires, and have we been able to draw some of that data into this? Probably the first part is the most important part of the question.
The simple answer is yes, and yes, we have sought to correlate data. And what's interesting is, I think particularly from our animal agricultural's functional area reporting to the Recovery Committee this week, interestingly, with the compounding effects of disasters up north in the last couple of years, drought, fires, COVID, storms and floods, like 60% of the applications are not experienced before people through that arrangement. So they've endured, and this event is one of the breaking points. So the idea is to continue to share that data. Your earlier question, the formal project on the Tell Your Story Once body of work commenced in November 21, and the alpha phase has been resolved, and things like customer journey maps and blueprints and those sorts of things have been worked through, and the beta version, the go live minimal viable product, is expected to be available in September.
With the information we've already captured in that?
Don't hold me to that, but I'll find out. But that's one of the main reasons we've partnered with Service New South Wales, because increasingly their ability to capture a customer in the system means we don't have to retrace the customer, because once they've identified their credentials and who they are, accessing grants through a consistent platform will assist in alleviating that duplicated effort and that anxiety of repeating your circumstances to different arms of government over and over again.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you. Look, communities like Wardell that get cut off and don't have any services have suggested that we should be pre-designating an evacuation centre for those communities, but also that there should be like a package of things, including potentially a satellite dish or a set of equipment in these pre-designated centres, which would mean everyone in the community would know where to go, and there'd be a little checklist. What do you think about going down that track of getting communities to know what to do in terms of where to evacuate?
Look, I think it's a great idea, and what I would say to support that is already local emergency management committees seek to pre-identify and designate their evacuation centres and locations throughout their local government or collection of local government areas. There are general criteria around the amenity and suitability of those facilities to seek to be, what's the word, endorsed? Accredited as an evacuation centre. And if there are other things that we think are practicable to look at what ought to be included as minimum viable, you know, amenity and functionality, then yeah, absolutely we should be open to that.
I mean, I don't know why that wasn't done for Wardell, which is a river town. It's in Ballina Shire. I assume they're Shire-based
they're all
committees, are they?
They're very locally focused.
Can I just ask you to have a look at the work that they've done, because I think there are gaps, would be my...
Absolutely.
I've got it up here, there's only two.
May I also say, because we don't register the victims that come into the evac centres, right?
Well, we do register customers that come in, but it doesn't necessarily mean you register everybody.
The victim section. Right. Now we're out door knocking to try and find them, to try and connect them to support.
Correct.
Because they've gone back everywhere. So can I ask you, are you at least now registering these people as victims as you're going around. The reason I ask is that everybody, from non-governments to every other government agency, if a bona fide flood victim could just say, here's my card, I'm a flood victim, there's that number, that would just make everybody's life so much easier in administering during the emergency and the recovery. You see what I'm saying? Like,
so you would give them...
Like all these donated goods that Vinnies are handing out, people just walking off the street and start helping themselves, to just be able to say, and obviously attendance at an evac centre is good evidence.
Correct. Well, yeah, and certainly recovery centres as well. So attendance at all those different centres. And then we've got...
But you're not registering them and case managing them from evac or from recovery. Now we've got door knocking out there. We have to do outreach to try and find them because we know they're not getting help. My question is, at least in this investment by government to do the door knocking, I'm glad it's being done, but are we maximising it by now at least registering the victims so that we can follow them up?
Let me take that on notice. I don't know specifically about the registration details. I know we provide guidance and support, and we point them in the direction of either the online or telephone services. You know, people that don't visit centres or seek support at that stage, there's a range of reasons, but they generally come down into broad categories of, I thought it was still evacuation centre, I didn't realise there was a difference between evac and recovery centre. I'd say, so we're getting access to people to have options then to connect and register, and we also have them on a list of people that need food support and other things that we provide as well.
Doesn't it worry you though that anybody could attend an evacuation centre, spend maybe a week in the centre and leave that centre not understanding the difference between an evacuation centre and a recovery centre? I mean, you've had them there for a week and there's just none of this information about what to expect and what the next steps are,
yeah, and
where the support is.
I think the evac centre space is a very difficult and traumatic space, and I agree with you. It would be nice if everyone knew and understood the differences, but I think we've got to look at that through a lens of significant displacement and trauma, where people are just focused on...
I just see it as an opportunity to give people information.
I agree.
Okay. Time has expired for this session. We'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Can we just have a little small discussion amongst the members here? some of the members, and we'll start. So we'll start the swearing-in process. So we'll start with Catherine Ellis. So Catherine, could you please state your full name, your title, and an oath or an affirmation, please?
Catherine Ellis, Executive Director, Risk Strategy and Performance at Service New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you. And who's the person? Is it Sean O'Connell? Mr. O'Connell, if you could state your full title, name, full title, and oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Sean O'Connell, I'm the CEO of the Rural Assistance Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Ms. Wilkie. Hello. I'll give you a chance to put down your bag.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, we seem to have lost video connection there. Ms. Wilkie, if you'd like to, you've been through this process, you know your name, title, and oath or affirmation.
Thank you, Chair. Joanne Wilkie, Deputy Secretary of Economic Strategy and Productivity Group, New South Wales Treasury. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
All right. Thank you. Now, I understand that Mr. Damon Rees is ill and unable to attend, and I know that Ms. Wilkie has asked to leave at 2 o'clock. So we've agreed to both those requests, if everyone is okay. And we've also decided to resort to allocations of time. So it'll be 20 minutes to Labour, 20 minutes to the government, and 20 minutes to the crossbench, divided up amongst the crossbench. And now, under the standing orders, there's a provision for an opening statement. Would anyone wish to make an opening statement? And if you do, please raise your hand. Ms. Wilkie?
No, thank you.
Ms. Ellis? Mr. O'Connell? No?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, what time is it now? 1:04. 1:04. Okay, we'll start the first 20 minutes of questioning from the opposition. Ms. Sharp?
Thank you. Thank you. I think it might be you, Ms. Ellis, but I'm not sure. I want to ask about the rental recovery, the flood recovery rental support payment. Who's the best? Is that you, Ms. Ellis? Thank you. Ms. Ellis, can I just confirm that the 16-week payment for people affected by the floods is the amount allocated for that was approximately $248 million?
I'm not familiar with the total amount allocated to that at a program level. I wonder if the Commission...
The rental support grant program?
Yep. Flood recovery rental support. Yep.
I'll clarify that for you while you ask the question.
Yep, I've got a media release that said that that's what it was, so I just wanted to, there's been a number of figures thrown around, so I'm just making sure that I'm talking about the right thing. But aside from that, can I just confirm that as of today, that applications for that program is 11,719?
248 million is the program announcement for rental support scheme.
Yep. And yeah, okay, great. And can I just confirm that applications for that close at the close on the 24th of June? Is that right?
The rental support payment applications currently close on the 24th of June with, I think, consideration being given to an extension at the moment.
Yeah, so there's 9 days to go. And so can I just confirm then that there's, so far you've received 11,719 applications for that program?
So I have figures at yesterday, so the 14th of June, and the figures that I have is 11,667 applications made in that program of value 109.6 million.
Okay, well, we're very close to this. I'm using the figures that are on the website as of today, so just so that...
As of 10 minutes ago?
Yes, correct. And as of updated this morning, so I'll just use that's fine. Can I just then confirm that of those around 11,700 applications, that 7,476 have been found to be ineligible?
Yes, I have 7,468 ineligible.
Yeah, it's all right, we're close. So it's around, and it's around $70 million.
Yes.
Yes. And so then basically out of all of that, then there's been around 1,937 applications have been paid out, valued at 17.7 million. Is that your figures?
Yes, again, we're very close. I've got
no, it's all right.
1,869 and 17.2.
But essentially, I mean, this means that, so 16 weeks since this happened, and there was an allocation of $248 million that only around 17, you know, I'll say 18 to be generous, $18 million has been paid to people to support them in their rentals. Is that correct?
That's right.
And the program's due to close in 9 days' time?
At the moment, yes, it's due to close then.
Do you think that it's acceptable that almost 12,000 people have looked for help, yet less than 2,000 have received it?
So we have 7,468 applications declined due to ineligibility. We have 1,116 applications where we're waiting for further information from customers.
Sure. So, I mean, my figures show that you've got about, I mean, you know, again, probably 4,500, less than that, so just under 4,000 are sort of in assessment and waiting. But let's be clear, people that have actually had money in their bank account to support them through this process, there's only around 1,900 people have received that.
So they're the applications that we found to be eligible in our assessment.
Yep. Okay. How is it possible that a grant system designed to help people in desperate need, living in mouldy houses, in wet tents, and if they're lucky, a caravan, has only been able to pay out 16% of those that sought help?
So we assess applications on the eligibility criteria, and that's the number that have been found eligible.
Why are people ineligible?
So I do have some information on that to assist the committee. I know that in a great number of cases, I've got it here, so in 63% of cases, customers have been unable to demonstrate that they've been impacted by the floods. And
wait a second. So when they say they're unable to be, is that because they don't have paperwork, or they're unable to access their files because of the flood damage?
So in a great many cases, we're finding images that have come from Google, or they're reoccurring through multiple applications. So they've been provided.
We'll leave that aside, because that's the fraud line, of which there's about 7% are under fraud review. But that's only 856 of the 11,719. We spent a number of days with people on the North Coast 2 weeks ago, where the level of frustration and distress as a result of being asked for paperwork that they no longer have was extraordinary. And if we had the chief psychiatrist here in the last session, you know, I just cannot overstate the level of trauma within the community about this. How is it possible that a grant system has been designed where, you know, 64% of the people who apply for it, apply for it aren't eligible because they can't provide the paperwork because it was washed away in the floods? How is that going to be overcome?
So if I may just address your comments in relation to the fraudulent applications.
No, I don't really want to talk about fraud. I want to talk about the people who've applied in good faith because they are in desperate circumstances. They're in desperate circumstances in terms of their housing, and they've been told they're ineligible because they can't provide the paperwork. I want to talk about them. I don't want to talk about the people doing the wrong thing. You should have, like, that is, it's a tiny proportion. The vast majority, 64% of people who applied have been told they're not eligible. I want to know how many of them is because they can't provide the paperwork that you're demanding because they don't have it anymore because it's been washed away.
So we have alternatives for customers in that situation. So,
but you tell them that they're ineligible. So when they're told, so okay, we met people who were in this circumstance last week. So their house and their business has been completely washed away. All of their electronic data is also destroyed. They have, if they're lucky, they might have their driver's licence with them, if they're lucky. And, you know, a few of their bank cards and those kind of things. But they have no ability to provide you with the paperwork. So if they're lucky, they're told they should apply for rental support, and the government comes out and trumpets there's going to be 16 weeks worth of support for people. You just need to apply. When they apply and they don't have the paperwork, at what point do you tell them they're ineligible?
So customers who are in severely impacted suburbs don't need to provide us with photographs, but there are other eligibility requirements. Customers have 28 days typically to provide us with any documentation to support their application.
What happens if they don't have documents?
But ma'am, they have no documentation. Everything, including their lives, have been washed away. So they have 28 days to provide non-existent documentation. What steps does the New South Wales government take into consideration that people who have had their lives destroyed by a flood do not have documentation to prove that they've been washed away by a flood? Isn't simply being in the community that has had the worst flood in New South Wales enough? I put it to you that flood support and support from this government is a cruel hoax, and that you have no intention of providing support.
So in this case, there are nearly 1,900 customers who have been supported in this grant, and many more have been supported to access other grants. We, as Service New South Wales, assess applications on the policy and guidelines that are set.
How many, okay, that's great. So how many assessors have you had, and let's just talk about Lismore, we'll leave aside the others, but we'll just talk about Lismore. How many assessors from Service New South Wales have been currently on the ground in Lismore?
So in terms of on the ground in Lismore, we are running flood support sessions at the moment. We ran a week of those sessions.
How many staff do you have there?
We would have around 10 or 20 assessors on the ground this week in between Lismore and Casino.
And when you say assessors, so are they going door to door?
No, they're running support sessions in 2 locations, Lismore and Casino, and we also ran sessions for all of last week, and there are sessions happening late next week in Evans Head to support the Evans Head community and surrounding communities.
And so when did those sessions start?
They started last week.
So 15 weeks in, people are getting information on a program that's about to close within a fortnight.
So from the very early days, Service New South Wales has had people on the ground supporting customers in the disaster centres and through our mobile service centres.
Okay, so if someone was in the disaster centre, I'm not quite sure whether that's a recovery centre or an evacuation centre. A recovery centre. Okay, disaster centres. Okay. Yeah. So they're there. They talk to a Service New South Wales person. They say they've got no paperwork. So let's just say they meet that. What happens with the information that they provide? Are they able to then are they approved on the spot, or is there a process that they have to go? Does this information have to go back to Sydney to get approval?
So for a customer in that situation, there are a couple of things. There's co-located services there in the disaster centre. So, for example, the council's there, Services Australia is there.
Sorry. Look, Ms. Ellis, I'm really asking for a very specific answer here, which is directly the role of Service New South Wales, who are responsible for assessing and getting this money into people's hands who are in desperate situations. What I'm trying to understand is how many people you have in Lismore at the moment that someone can go to, tell them their story, provide, if they're lucky, the information that they need to get the tick to actually get that money in their bank account. Because as I've said, just over 15% of people have been able to achieve that. Just over 15% of people. So I'm just trying to understand how many people you've got and whether the assessment is taking too long because it's going backwards and forwards between Sydney and Lismore. We had people crying in front of us about being asked to provide the same documentation 5 times. 5 times being asked for documentation either they don't have or is incomplete because their house and their business is washed away. So can you tell me how many assessors you've got on the ground in Lismore who can approve a grant so that it goes into someone's bank account within 2 or 3 days?
Ma'am, with the Blitz forums that Ms Ellis is talking about, there's a combination of teams in there looking at a variety of grants. Some can be confirmed and ratified.
Can you tell us, can you take on notice which ones those are?
Well, no, it depends on the person's circumstances. So it's about appointments and people coming in to work through grants and materials, and then some of those grants are processed and resolved in situ, and others are followed up to be progressed further and resolved on behalf of the customer thereafter, is my understanding, Catherine, of how they're working, particularly in these targeted centres right now.
Do you have a flow chart or anything in terms of the decision-making process? I'm just talking about this grant. I mean, we can get into the whole grants, but I'm going to run out of time. But just this grant, is there a flow chart that shows the decision-making in relation to what people need to provide, working through the eligibility, and that also demonstrates who does the final sign-off?
I don't have that information in front of me, but
I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Yes.
Yep, that would be great.
Ms. Sharp, can I jump in with one quick question? I've noticed that you've done customer satisfaction surveys, and it claims that 91% of people who participate in this process are satisfied with the way the process is occurring. How does one reach that conclusion when less than 15% of support is getting out? I'm just curious. This, again, as I said earlier, appears to be a cruel hoax. So you're saying that 91% of people are satisfied with the process, but only 15% are actually getting desperately needed funds. At the public forums, we had young mothers on the verge of tears with no income coming whatsoever into their home, and they were clearly homeless due to the floods. And they talked about being re-interviewed and re-interviewed and being re-interviewed and re-interviewed 5 times. What is happening, and what steps are you taking to fix this so that support flows to the community?
So I'm not sure about the interview process. We don't typically interview customers who are applying for grants unless they seek an appointment with us face-to-face. The application process is predominantly online. But we are always very happy to receive feedback about from customers, both online through the application experience, which I think is the customer satisfaction numbers you're referring to, but through other forums as well. We can always welcome feedback on how we can improve things, and I think we've continued to do that during the delivery of these grants.
Do you believe the 91% satisfaction rate? Do you honestly believe that figure?
Well, I'd need to speak to customers, but principally it's feedback that's come back from customers who've completed the application.
Thank you. Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. I just might quickly, in the time on this one, I just want to go to the Rural Assistance Authority grant. Mr O'Connell, is that you?
It is him.
Yes, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. Can you just confirm for me the total amount allocated to the Rural Assistance Special Authority Special Disaster Grants?
Thanks for the question, Ms. Sharp. Possibly the Commission's going to have the most accurate figure in relation to that. I can say that the Rural Assistance Authority is delivering 2 programs.
No, that's okay. And look, Mr. Connell, I am actually... Sorry, I'm just running out of time, and I just want to get to this particular point because, look, I'll come back to what the total number is, but can I just again confirm that around 18,810 applications have been received for that program?
As of midnight last night, Ms. Sharp, the number for the Special Disaster Grant Program was 3,056.
Sorry, I'm just looking at this. Oh, gotcha. Okay. And can I just confirm that 56? Sorry, my apologies. I was reading off the wrong table. 356 applications, and that 1,507 have been completed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell me how many of those have been approved?
I can, if you don't mind me just looking at another dashboard, please.
Yep.
Of those, 1,244 is approximately 82%.
Of the ones that are completed, but overall, that's not correct, is it?
Oh yeah, that's an excellent point, Ms. Sharp. In relation to those received, I can tell you that approved is
about 40%.
Correct.
Thank you. Obviously, there's still. So you'll take on notice are we able to get the full amount that's supposed to go out in that program?
I think it's in the order of the funding was allocated by ERC in stages. So I have.
So I can indicate, Ms. Sharp, the program, the program for if we're talking about the primary producer grant, we're talking about $221.8 million notionally allocated to support that package. That's the up to $75,000 for primary producers.
Yep. And so just to be clear that, so then how much has been paid out?
There may be a more accurate figure, but my last figure that I've got is just under 16 million. 16
million out of 221.
That's what the figure I've got. I don't have to speak to ROA.
Commissioner, been dispersed.
Okay, so yeah, a couple of million different.
17 out of 221.
Correct.
Great, thank you very much.
Scott Barrett, you...
I'll just, if I can make a point that $74 million has been approved in principle. The way that grant works is we pay $15,000 in an upfront grant. So upon approval,
correct,
primary producer receives $15,000. So the balance, the majority of that $17.8 million is that funding going out the door in upfront grants of $15,000.
Thank you.
Scott, you and Catherine have 20 minutes.
Mr O'Connell, that's federal money that you are administering on behalf of the federal government? Or is that state money, that the 75,000?
It's funding under the disaster relief account arrangements, which is co-contributed between the state and the Commonwealth.
Okay. And is that...
But administered through New South Wales and RAA.
And that was one of 2 funding buckets that you are administering?
Thank you, Mr Barrett. Yes, we're delivering 2 programs, a special disaster assistance, special disaster grant, which is for primary producers up to $75,000, and a newer program, which has come into effect since the Black Summer, which is called Rural Landholders Grant, which is for those people who do not otherwise meet the criteria, the 50% on fund for the special disaster grant.
Who sets that 50% criteria?
That's agreed criteria between the Commonwealth and the state. Commonwealth to get co-contribution, and again, this the one that you're referring to now, the landholder support package, is another co-contributed grant, which we need to get agreement with the Commonwealth on the criteria.
So that definition of a primary producer being just 50% of the income, I think, has to be from on farm. Where does that originate? That's the legacy of the DRFA funding arrangements.
Exactly. Commissioner, thank you. And Mr. Barrett, it's been a long-standing measure in the disaster recovery funding arrangements, which the Commissioner refers to. It's accepted right across Australia. The Commonwealth obviously has to manage this program, not just in New South Wales, but in Queensland and all the other states impacted by this event. So they're the standing under the DRFA.
And so, when was the trigger pulled as far as the full declaration here? That's part of that.
Sorry, what do you mean by the question?
When was the declaration made that this money would be made available?
This was done very early on, within days of the disaster being declared. It would have been literally in days, and a lot of these grants and support packages are anywhere from days, weeks, or months ahead of previous disasters, certainly 6 weeks or more ahead of the 2017 floods in Northern Rivers, and weeks and months ahead of days and weeks ahead of where we were only 12 months ago with the Mid-Coast and Hawkesbury Nepean floods. So they've been done extremely quickly. And I think the other important thing to note, which my colleague will validate, is that New South Wales Government particularly has sought, and we've been able to secure, adjustments to these off-the-shelf items to lower documentation, to getting out 15k upfront, for example, as low doc loans, and then different arrangements for the balance up to 75, and the government is continuing to pursue further easing on that with the Commonwealth, and we're waiting on replies in that regard. And the landholder support package, as is indicated, is fairly new to support those that don't meet those other thresholds, and it pays up to $25,000.
That's exactly the case. Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just following on from Commissioner's point that it wasn't that long ago in New South Wales that the only assistance a primary producer would expect to get from a Category C declaration. And in that situation, the maximum amount a primary producer would have got would have been $15,000. So following the Black Summer, the first ever declaration, I think Commissioner Wright saying first ever declaration of a Category C event following the Black Summer bushfires, the same quantum of funds has been available for the flooding event in February, March last year, in November last year, and then again February this year. So
that's correct.
Funds, and as the Commissioner also mentions, the Rural Landholder Grant is specifically designed for people who, for various personal circumstances, based on their financial details, they don't qualify for that they don't qualify for the $75,000 grant process, but they can claim up to $25,000. So, in our view, it's a safety net for genuine landholders who have incurred damage to their property.
And I think I mentioned earlier, and my colleague Mr O'Connell will confirm this, but as I mentioned earlier, interestingly, up in particularly Northern Rivers, RRA, Animal and Agriculture, they're seeing 40% of new customers which haven't been on their books before with the primary producers grant, and 60% of customers for the support grant that haven't been on their books before. So it is indicative of the compounding effects of disasters and events that have really challenged a lot of primary producers over the last few years particularly. Is that a fair summary, Mr O'Connell?
I think that's an excellent point. If you can think that the REA has been in response mode since the drought. We moved very quickly from drought into black summer bushfires referred to floods. We had a mouse plague and other 2 rounds of flooding. The fact that 40% of our customers for the Special Disaster Grant are presenting to us for the first time demonstrates the significance of this event compared to every other event. Just put yourself in the situation of a primary producer who's managed to survive those previous shocks and then only to present in as a result of this event. I think it does show the scale of it. And as the Commission says, we've been able to stand up this. We opened the Special Disaster Grant from the 4th of March, and at that point, as you'll know, the rains were still falling and the rivers were still rising. So we.
Can I just jump in? I'm just conscious I'm going to run out of time. So one question I did want to ask Mr O'Connell, the 60% that we have touched before, is that process quicker because you have dealt with them before, the grant application, because you have that information on file?
That's an excellent question. Yes. So short answer, yes. We have
awesome. Love the short answer.
We've got 10 minutes.
People who have, we've got details of the financial records required. If I can put it into perspective, an assessment for one of those customers, an existing customer call, takes about 40 minutes to an hour. For a new customer, for whom we don't have that requisite level of financial information, that can take 3 to 4 hours just to go through the assessment process. Quite often, as Ms Ellis referred to in other grants programs, we do have to wait for those customers to come back for additional information. And if I look at dashboard today, we've got about 500 or so customers we're awaiting additional information.
Great. Ms Ellis, just quickly before my time goes, the documentation that people need to present, are there some standard documents there that could be kept on file before an event, that if I live in a flood zone, that I could have these certain documents ready to go or filed somewhere electronically that would expedite the process should there be an event?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, almost a register of this is where I live, here's my details. Should there be an event, this is what I need?
Yes, certainly there's standard documentation that is required to evidence eligibility that customers need to call on when they're making a grant application. And whilst we support customers in every way we possibly can to access that information, whether it's with their consent, seeking it from another organisation, or supporting them to access that information in person, of course, it is of assistance if customers have that information already. We're also have made, I believe the government's also made representations to the Commonwealth to proactively seek more tax information, for example, to assist customers where there's a requirement around turnover or income, that we can be proactively seeking from the Commonwealth rather than asking that customer to actually provide us with a tax return or some other information around their business activities.
Ms Cusack, you have 10 minutes and...
Thank you, Mr Chair. Does the New South Wales Government support the Commonwealth definition of a farmer satisfying the ATO's definition? This is causing a lot of problems in the Northern Rivers.
I don't know the answer to your question off the top of my head.
Thank you. If you take that on notice, because there's a lot of complaints about it, and I think people would love to know.
But do they recognise a farmer as per the ATO does?
Yes, which means that a majority of their income is coming from the property, not off farm. So anybody whose wife is working as a teacher because the farm's losing money, their property won't qualify, and they're not qualifying for these grants. So I guess the community would love to have some awareness of this amongst resilience, and for some effort to be made to assist them with that problem.
I think with the feds, and Mr O'Connell will double confirm this, their definition in relation to primary producer grants is you've got to demonstrate more than 50%.
Correct. That's the ATO. That's known as the ATO definition.
That's the Commonwealth criteria definition with this grant.
Correct. And my question relates to is New South Wales Government trying to assist our community by seeking to make that more flexible, that definition. But thank you for taking that on notice. No.
I did.
If the answer is no, you're not helping, that's fine. Or if it's yes,
no, that's not the answer.
Yeah.
Assisting. I'm coming to you from Orange today because the RA board is meeting just across the room, and the very matter we're discussing currently is how we can better improve the definition of primary producer.
Thank you. That's really urgent for these victims. Thank you for that. Has fraud been detected in applications for grants?
So I can respond in relation to the grants that Service New South Wales is assessing.
That's great.
So yes, fraud is unfortunately detected in all of our grants programs.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Do you then refer that to the police?
Yes, we do. We go through a process internally of our fraud team investigates applications with containing fraudulent characteristics, go through a process internally of doing that, and then when we are satisfied that on the face of it it looks to be fraudulent to us, we will get a package of information together to refer to the police.
So how many, and you may wish to take this on notice, how many referrals have been made, how many cases have been investigated and how many prosecutions have been launched? And the reason I take an interest in that is because I'd love to see somebody go to jail because these fraudulent applications are gumming everything up, and it would be very helpful. I realise you're not the police, but I would just appreciate that information.
That's fine. I actually have that here. So,
okay, thank
you. Across, and I'll just clarify the grants that I am referring to. So the rental support grant, which has been subject to conversation today, the flood recovery $50,000 small business grant, the back home grant, and the $10,000 small business northern flood grant. So across those 4 grants, we have a total number of applications suspected fraudulent of 5,832 of value $65.2 million. Of that, $815,000 is paid and $64.4 million is unpaid. So we've intercepted it before we've paid it. And in terms of the referrals to police, yes, we have referred 32 paid applications, 866 unpaid applications. Often there's a syndicate or group arrangement where there's related parties or what appears to be related parties. My information is that 1 charge has been laid in relation to a rental support grant. 21 charges have been laid in relation to the $50,000 small business grant, and 1 charge has been laid in relation to, 3 charges for that grant, and there have been 2 convictions to date in relation to the $50,000 small business grant relating to applications of value.
Look, thank you. That's
$27,000.
Really great to hear. Can I suggest that the government consider publicising those cases, because these people are rats, and it would really reduce the apparent ease people think in doing this. I just need to move on to my next question, which relates to an email that the committee received that I've tabled, and I think you've got a copy. We received it from Tindra Village, which is a kind of a holiday park with permanent caravan of people there, and it concerns the case of a young man, his wife and 1-year-old baby who lost everything in the flood and applied for a $5,000 grant to return to home. And I understand that you can't comment on the actual details of the case, but just showing you this email, I suppose my first question is, do you think that this family would have been offered a customer feedback opportunity on the management of this issue?
So all customers who complete the application have that opportunity to provide feedback?
Yes, so it's just in the reply that they've been sent, which is an automated reply and doesn't really offer them the opportunity to contact anybody. There isn't a customer feedback opportunity provided to them.
So I'm very happy to have a closer look at this application and to reach out to this customer. I won't comment on the specifics, but I do know that in relation to this application, it was approved on the 31st of May.
After we visited.
Pure coincidence.
That would be after our conversation with her.
I'm sorry, was this referred to you by our committee, or did you revisit it? How did you come to revisit it?
So I think the email that you've provided to us here is, just looking at it now for the first time, the 18th of May, it looks like it was received, and without going into the details, without looking into it further, I suspect that there has been a reapplication or some sort of assistance provided to the customer and that we've approved that subsequently.
Okay, so that email is dated the 18th of May and the subject is your flood individual support package application has not been approved. So anyway, perhaps, as I say, if you could let us know, maybe on notice, what actually occurred.
Certainly.
That resulted in that change of position, which is obviously kind of great news for them and maybe helpful for our committee just to know that. I guess the concern that I have is these automated reject to flood victims for whatever reason. I assume that you don't have any further questions of them, so if they've not provided documentation, you keep contacting them to provide more documentation, is that correct?
Yes, it is. So,
at what point do you reject their applications?
So, I think it's under the Commonwealth guidelines. Customers are generally provided with, I should say, 28 days to provide us with further information, and during that time we contact customers at least 3 times with reminders and also telephone them, and we may also interact with them if they present to us to a service centre or to in some other way engage with our service. Any customer who needs further information is provided, further time is provided with further time. So quite often customers will say, I just need a bit more time, or typically they may also have a concurrent insurance claim where they're waiting to see what that might pay and therefore what they might claim from one of these grants. So always there's the opportunity for further time for any customer that needs it, and actually at the moment we have, while we're providing the dedicated support sessions up in the Northern Rivers, we actually have all of our applications open.
How many have been terminated after 28 days where they didn't provide that additional information?
So excuse me, and I'll get that information for you. So in relation to the storm and flood business grant, which is the $50,000 grant. So we have a range of circumstances. So in roughly a third of cases, customers will withdraw the application themselves. So that'll typically be after we've had a conversation with them, following up on information, and they might decide that they're not wanting to continue their application and they'll withdraw it.
The timeout ones?
I'd have to come back to you on the ones where we've actually...
Your time has expired, Catherine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mark, you have 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Thank you. I'll be quick, and I would ask that if you don't have the answer to hand, just take it on notice. The special disaster grants, I don't think, Mr O'Connell, you didn't say how many people have received the further 60,000K. Do you have that figure?
I'll come back to you, Mr.
Thank you. Can I go to the supply chain grants, which is another set of grants that you administer? How many people have applied, how many have received it, and how many have been declined?
For this event, the event in question here, that program is opening in the coming weeks, Mr. Jack.
Okay, well, your website says it closes the 30th of June.
That's referring to the February-March 21 event.
Oh, right. Okay. Excellent.
I've got data on that if you wish.
No, that's fine. Can I go to the actual industries that are involved? How come the timber industry isn't involved when we clearly see from this flood event that they were also deeply affected, particularly the mills, because they aren't able to get the supply of timber because you can't get the forestry workers in there. Why aren't they included in this process or this grant?
I think to be accurate, they are included in the progress not offered by the RAA.
Okay. Ms Ellis, can you provide a copy of the survey questions, the customer survey questions? I'm not asking for the individual responses, just a blank set of survey questions so we can gauge as to what exactly people were asked. Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr Fitzsimmons, can I just go back to the state plan, and I draw your attention to on page 24 where it says New South Wales SES will provide...
Sorry, which state plan are you on?
The state flood plan, sorry, I was talking about previous sessions. It says New South Wales SES will provide information to Resilience New South Wales to support applications to Treasury for natural disaster relief. Can you explain to us how adding Resilience New South Wales in the middle there to then go and talk to Treasury, how that makes the process more expedient or faster? Because it just seems like we're adding another layer of bureaucracy where SES shouldn't just go straight to Treasury and say, we need more money.
No, so it is streamlined, and Resilience is effectively the bank for the state that holds the disaster relief account and the disaster funding for all events in New South Wales. We also, on behalf of the state, broker the dialogue with the Commonwealth around declaring natural disasters, natural disaster declarations, declared areas, and then what all the subsequent funding and support packages are that come to bear in partnership with the Commonwealth, and/or some of the packages that have been announced, the $3.5 billion over the last few weeks. Some of those are 100% state funded, so it's actually about we are the single point for coordination of the disaster relief funding and arrangements for the state and connecting with the Commonwealth, and we channel that through our Minister for Emergency Services and Resilience.
Okay, so if you're the bank and the Treasury is not the bank, how much do you have in your bank?
So our budget at the moment, based on the variations of the last few months, would be close to $1.2 billion, holding monies principally around disaster relief arrangements for the state.
Okay, and that's separate to your obviously funding to run Resilience New South Wales.
Our funding to run the agency is separate. Well, it's captured in that $1.2 billion, but about 90-odd% is all grants and funding, DRA protected money, nothing to do with our day-to-day operating.
Okay,
so we host it as part of our budget.
Be close to time, I'll throw to Mr. Roberts.
I've only got a couple of questions, and if I'm finished, you can talk the rest of the time.
You'll take them. No, you're coming up next.
First,
you have your allocation.
Just to you, Ms Ellis, in relation to the 91% satisfaction rate in the survey, would I be safe in assuming that's only those that have bothered to reply to the survey?
I would need...
If I don't reply to the survey, I don't get captured, do I?
I would need to take on notice whether it's actually a requirement to respond to it. I'm not sure that it is, but I'm not sure either way. I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay, if you can find out for us. Now, I'll bat up another question, and I don't know if it's to you or Mr Fitzsimmons, and whoever is most appropriate can answer it. I've figures here that as of the 20th of May, Resilience New South Wales received a total of 2,253 applications for disaster relief grants. Applications for disaster relief grants often consist of both essential household grants and structural grants. As of the 20th of May, nearly 3 months after the flood event, only 215 grant applications had been approved. So less than 10%, 3 months deep. Can you shed some light on that for us?
Yes, I can. So disaster relief grants, or DRG as it's often referred to, is a standing arrangement in New South Wales under joint funding arrangements between the state and the Commonwealth that provides support and assistance to the lowest income earners in society and those with generally no assets or insurance, that sort of thing. Working with individuals and families, they typically align with 3 categories of support and assistance. One is around furniture and furnishings to replace in a household. The second element is the furnishings and furniture in a household, contents, as well as undertaking structural repairs to get a dwelling, a home, back to a safe and habitable state following some damage from disaster. And the third aspect that can extend is that we can actually rebuild or replace a home for people that meet particular thresholds of eligibility, i.e. low-income earners in desperate need of assistance.
Well, that's gone nowhere near answering my question or my proposition, Mr Fitzsimmons.
Well,
and I ask you to be relevant. We have 2,253 applications of people that you have just now told us are the most vulnerable. Those are the most socio-economic deprived people that need assistance for what is known as the Essential Household Contents Grant.
Yep.
As of the 20th of May, 215 of those grants had been approved out of 2,253, so less than 10% of the most vulnerable people for what is called Essential Household Contents Grants. Is that a satisfactory level, do you think?
Yeah, so that figure's changed, obviously. So
no, I'm not asking the change figure. Listen to my question.
I'm
as of the 20th of May...
I will answer it.
Nearly... Well, I asked you to be relevant, directly relevant to the question.
Well, I don't have the figures in front of me for the 20th of May, but what I will say is the total quantum of grants in the DRG is closer to 2,500. About 50% of those...
I've already told you, that's 2,253.
I'm trying to answer. About 50% of those grants relate to seeking support for structural assistance, repair assistance, and we've paid out around about 470, 480 amounts at the moment. We are working and remembering this is a particular program that's without precedent across the country, and the repairs and the rebuilding aspect is being closely aligned with Public Works and our property assessment program, and we're looking at a way of getting repairs and make good on properties, particularly in flood-impacted areas, and we're looking at thresholds like above 1 in 100, but we're also very mindful of the longer-term viability of what is the best arrangement when it comes to rebuilding and those options around relocation. So it's a very complex grant area. It's a very significant grant area, but it's got to be absolutely targeted and delivered to yield the desired benefit in terms of repair. You don't want to go and push a whole bunch of repairs in if they go back underwater straight away in a matter of weeks. It's a bit like some of the pod program.
Well then, further to that then, on notice, can you break this down? These are the figures provided by the Minister herself in a question on the notice paper to me. Tell me then, as of the 20th of May, of that 215 payments that had been made, how many of those were then for the Essential Household Contents Grants? Forget about the make good.
They would all be, well, sorry, the very vast majority, there could be a small percentage in there, single digit, that would be that would be in the repairs category, they would invariably be contents and furniture.
Okay, so now we're drilling down. So we're getting down to now this is not about make good and all that other stuff that you just got on with.
With respect, it is.
Well, it's not really. You just told me that in single figures of that 215 would be make good.
No, what I said was that's about what might have been paid at that time. I've got 50% of applications, the last figures I saw, that are seeking support with structural repairs. Of the 2,500, there's about 50% that are looking for structural repairs, but there will also be a percentage of those that need structural repairs and contents, which are homeowners, and there's others that may need to be looking at contents and furnishings alone.
Greens, you have about. You have about 9 minutes. Okay.
Thank you. So we've heard just so much evidence from so many people about the failure of the grants program for them, that they've tried to seek money from tradies who have had to go back to Service New South Wales, 6 or 7 times with documentation, even being told by Service New South Wales, if you go to the bank now, I assure you that the money's going to be in the bank. And Jeff Lynch was his name, who presented to the public forum in Ballina. He got to the bank and the money was still not there. 28 days later, I think his application process closed. That's one example. We've heard heaps more. Has the minister, the relevant minister, directed? Maybe it's a question for both Mr. Fitzsimmons as well as Ms. Ellis. Has the minister directed you to do things differently and to try and open up the grant process more as a result of what is clearly a grant system that's not getting to the people who need it quick enough?
I can say quite categorically that the government has requested. I don't think there's a off-the-shelf item in terms of disaster relief and funding arrangement that has not been modified or adjusted to see a reduction in evidentiary elements, low doc loans, opening it up and growing the value to people. So there's been absolutely a push by the government to see grants being delivered and administered as easy as they possibly can, striking the balance between trying to maintain and prevent and mitigate fraud and abuse, but targeting and getting the right amounts and the right needs to people that need them the most. So as a general answer, the answer is yes. Absolutely the government has and the minister has.
So what kind of changes, because again, hearing the extremely low percentage of applications that have been approved, the extremely low percentage of the amount of money that's been allocated compared to what the government grandly announces, hundreds of millions of dollars available for people, and in fact, it's tens of millions, if that are actually in people's hands for now. What are the tangible changes that have happened to which grants?
So look, I think there's loads of them. So if you take the primary producer that we were talking about, the traditional off-the-shelf package might have been 15 or 25,000. That's now running at 75,000. We've now low-docked the first upfront payments and accelerating those payments with criteria and things to come thereafter. The government is further seeking support from the Commonwealth to ease that one even more. If we go to the small business, again, the off-the-shelf product, I think from memory, is around 15 to 20K. We're running that at $50,000. We saw interventions for particularly the tradie that you referred to, which is a sole trader. There's been some real challenges with that. They've sought and secured support through the Commonwealth to see the low docking of loans or the evidentiary obligations to be lowered, and to get the balance right, they've also focused hardest hit or the most highly impacted areas as the ones that will see an easing of these restrictions. So taking in mind, so remembering that if you look at the Northern Rivers, which is 7 LGAs, and you look at the Hawkesbury Nepean, which might be another half a dozen or so depending on how you calculate it, this disaster event covers 61 local government areas. So the intent around trying to ease and provide nuanced and targeted programs is not designed to be a blanket solution. It's designed to target and support those that are in need most.
Has any thought been given to, sorry to jump in again, limited time, that was, thank you for the, it was
I mean, there are examples,
detail,
and there's loads of examples.
Has any thought been given to the fact that, for example, this tradie that I referred to, and many people raised this with us, needing to spend the money first to get the grant, so having to go out there, I mean, just extraordinary, having to go out there and spend, say, $28,000 on a new vehicle, so trying to get a loan in these circumstances, some of which some people can't get. Has any thought been given to what is such an incredible impediment on flood victims, on small business owners, on primary producers? We met with cane farmers, for example, who raised that. Any thought, any direction from above?
Yes, there has been. So I just won't quote which particular grants, but so for example, the need to spend up front has been moved from, say, invoices to potentially quotes or estimates or approximations. There's stat decks, there's low doc loans, which are photo. So the ability to actually demonstrate what's needed and how it's needed has been adjusted.
Okay, so there is no, that's useful to know. So you're saying
it depends on who you are, where you are, and what your circumstances are, and what grant it is. I mean, remembering there's over 30 separate funding programs here of $3.5 billion. They're not all opened up.
I might put some more on notice about that. Just very quickly, what grants were in place ready to go in terms of disaster response, ready to go as the floods were building? So what was already in place, ready to go, bam, here we go, on, say, the 20th of Feb? Just to pick a date.
So as has been signalled this morning, things like if we go to tranche one. Things like primary producers, small business, significant spending in anticipation of clean-up and waste removal and those sorts of things. The DRG is a standing provision all year round. So we've got these arrangements in place with the Commonwealth that have standing provisions for all manner of support and assistance, and then depending on the disaster, the state or the jurisdiction has the ability to argue with the Commonwealth about adjustments or variations to those standard packages to increase quantums, to create new initiatives to target, rental relief or whatever it is. So there's a whole bunch of things that are adjusted and timed. And I think you'll find within a matter of days of the flood occurring, the government made a number of announcements of significant commitments to these programs and promoting their availability for people that are impacted and affected.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitzsimmons, given Resilience New South Wales is the bank, and you've been to Lismore and you've no doubt seen and met, and in particular I'll focus on Lismore, but this could apply in other areas, particularly Wardell and a few others. But so you've seen resilient Lismore, you've seen the heroes there, the people who literally left any paid employment they would have had, their jobs. You saw trees, not bombs, same thing, people just set up. Was there any thought of providing any financial assistance to them?
Yes, there was, and I had conversations with some of those people, and as was mentioned this morning with our other witness here earlier, the government recently finalised and announced funding support for those community organisations, which is out and open now, as I understand it, with a view to delivering money from the beginning of July.
And will you, in future events now, in terms of Resilience New South Wales, will you, from the outset, acknowledge that those amazing things that just grow immediately from the community, led by the community, that they are really worthy projects to support on day one?
So the simple answer is yes, I do support community-led organisations and initiatives. We do have arrangements in place to help and support them, but I don't make the determinations for government on what funding packages and the timing of those packages that get announced and distributed and opened up to the likes of community-based organisations, and going forward, there'll be arguments for other community-led initiatives to help them with recovery going forward in the medium and longer term, and particularly picking up on our previous witnesses around the well-being of communities as well. We saw similar things with the bushfires and the floods of 12 months ago. So yes, there's what's been announced now won't necessarily be the last of it.
You have 20 seconds.
Okay.
Enjoy it.
Okay.
Yep. Ms. Wilkie, I understand you have to leave.
I do.
Okay.
Thank
you
very much.
Now with the reallocation, it'll be 8 minutes crossbench, 8 minutes Labour, 8 minutes government. Okay. Can I just ask one quick question before I throw to Ms. Sharp? Now, in the processing of this application that our colleague Catherine Cusack presented, was it in fact processed by AI, an algorithm, or a human being?
All of our applications are processed by humans. There's no automatic processing of any of our flood applications. So customers do complete the application online, or customers who need support will assist them and to complete the application, but a human being assesses every single application.
Well, then how could a human being reject this? A woman in a boat with her possessions in 2 garbage bags, with her 2 little doggies and her child.
So I committed previously to looking at the circumstances in this particular case, and I don't want to go into individual circumstances in front of the committee, but I will have a further look at it. We would have assessed it in the same way that we assess all applications, which is by a human.
It's clearly not processed by a human being. I'll give you Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. I want to come back to the small business grants, and I apologise to Mr O'Connell. I was looking at the small business grants, not your rural grants, when I started asking you questions before. Can I just clarify? I just wanted to know so there was an announcement by the government of $434 million for farmers and small business. So that's the $75,000 grant and the $50,000 grant. Are you able to just give me the figure on how much was for small business?
A small business, Ms. Sharp, the figure announced was 229.7.
Thank you. 229.7. Okay. So can I confirm that there's been about 18,800, give or take, given that we're working on those edges, about 18,800 applications for that program?
That correlates with figures that I can see.
Yep, terrific. And that 52%, or almost 10,000 of those, have been deemed ineligible?
I don't have the exact figures, but it correlates, yes.
Yep. And that as of today, around 26%, or just under 5,000 people, have been paid. Is that correct?
Yeah, over 5,000 in my books, yes.
Yeah, as I said, there's a slight difference. So again, we've got this situation where people are being deemed ineligible, and leaving aside fraud issues which aren't captured in these figures, can we just get some explanation of why so many people who believe who obviously are in need because they've applied for the grant and believe that they should be eligible for support, why are so many people being knocked back?
I don't have precise details. I can speculate in the early days some of them would have been around the sole trader elements, which were particularly challenging for sole traders.
So sole traders are ineligible for these grants?
Well, no, it was the threshold elements, and putting some of the low doc and other arrangements in place helped increase the approval rates enormously. I don't know if Catherine, has got more figures.
So just to clarify, you're talking about the $50,000
correct
small business.
Correct.
Yes. So I think from memory, round numbers, there were in the order of 3,000 sole traders in that group, and we had 767 who were non-employing, so essentially the only person who's working in that business is themselves. They don't employ any other people. And we, when the change was made to enable those sole traders to satisfy the requirement to demonstrate that they derive the majority of their income from that business, when that change was made to enable those applicants to satisfy that requirement through completing a statutory declaration, we let all of those customers know that that they could complete it that way.
How did you let them know?
We emailed them all.
And I think the other thing that's important to note, the likes of the small business, the likes of the primary producers, whilst the government attaches a nominal figure to the quantum of the package, it's a demand-driven package, and we report back through the Minister to Cabinet periodically on how those programs are tracking, and some of them may end up exceeding what the original forecast was.
I don't think there's any.
Some may go under.
There are none that are exceeding it. I mean, this one's only 30% of the money's gone out the door that was allocated, and the others we said before, the other one is 7%.
Some of them
I don't think we're in any risk that you'll be going back to ERC for more money anytime soon.
Paying over budget.
So the government, I accept that the government allocates funding. Who designs the grants and eligibility criteria? And I accept also that there are some requirements from the Commonwealth. But when the government, the ministers are getting ready to announce these big figures for support for people who want to hear that, who actually designed these grants programs? Who's responsible for that?
Well, it varies. So what I mean by that is the grants, programs and packages go across a range of areas. So if it's in the primary industry section, for example, we will seek the advice and guidance from RRA and Regional New South Wales. If it's in the business sector, we have Regional New South Wales leading business, industry and tourism, so they consult with Injury and advise and guide on criteria and methodology. As the state's coordinator for funding and packages, on behalf of the state, we broker that dialogue with the feds and try and seek to get consensus with the feds on agreeing with criteria. Some they agree with, we work through and adjust that. Some the feds may not agree with and therefore may not fund, which is then a decision for the state to fund in total.
So who designed the rental grants?
The rental support and assistance grants, that was led through DCJ, our emergency housing and accommodation providers. I remember.
Oh, sorry, just give me a minute. I've got one more question.
But you go ahead.
It's a separate question. Okay. Is that all right? Look, my fund is actually going back to what Ms Kate Fairman was talking about, which is about the community-led response. Is it your expectation after this time that given the work that groups like the Koori Mail did, that Resilient Lismore did, that Wardell Core is doing, that your organisation will be able to sign early MOUs with them so that if it happens again, you can put them in place straight away? Is that possible under the current system?
Ma'am, that's one of the objectives of our agency. Historically, there's been a lot of ad hocery coming into the relief and recovery space and partnerships being formed, and one of our remits around the preparatory phase is to look at partnerships and arrangements and MOUs with significant bodies at a state or national level, but more particularly in partnership with local councils and community-led organisations, identifying and capturing those groups. We also seek to engage and sponsor a number of those local organisations to provide ongoing recovery support services throughout communities in the longer-term recovery phase. But yes, the answer is we are seeking to formulate MOUs at state and local levels to see how we fully utilise and work together to understand what's on offer and how we can best work together as government and non-government organisations.
Government MPs, you have 8 minutes. Catherine or Scott?
Yeah, sure. Look, just on that, councils does seem that government likes to have one big provider of multiple services in a disaster zone, which does seem to preclude niche funding for organisations like Core in Wardell. So in terms of the architecture and the design of community level funding and personal grants programs, have you given any thought to the actual architecture, the governance architecture, the cracks that things are falling through? I mean, you're getting asked lots of questions, you get many media inquiries about this. There must be a better way to get the funds out in a more tailored way to assist people more quickly. How are you tackling that issue?
And yes, that's right. But what I would say is, for example, if I look at the engagement of recovery support services, I think we've engaged 3 in the Northern Rivers, and another 14 we're in discussion with to provide ongoing services. That might also include some in the Hawkesbury and Nepean, actually. But if you look at the experience and the learning following the bushfires, we did significant community-based funding, the BCRRF, the Bushfire Community Resilience and Recovery Fund. So it was effectively soliciting needs, priorities and examples from the community that could then be funded as discrete projects, discrete community-led initiatives, and what was deemed local priorities in those areas. And they would go to all manner of different organisations because that was what matters most in that area. We're already seeing...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but it's not really answering my question, which is there a better way that we can do this? I mean, if you're just saying, no, we think we've got it right, then that's the answer.
I think we've got to continue to evolve.
So my question really is, can this be done better, and will you consider the governance arrangement?
Yes, I do, and I do think inherently there are some challenges with grant-based programs as well, because often you're capturing those smaller organisations that are grant capable, and what we found historically is we've often got to help a lot of those organisations put a grant together because they're so busy or so light on resources.
Exactly.
They don't have the mindset all the time or the wherewithal to sit down and frame up a grant application that's going to carry. So I do agree we've got to work out how to better...
Just ask one more question. Is Commonwealth conditions inhibiting that process of delivering a more fit-for-purpose grants scheme?
I would say, as a general rule, we've had very good support with the Commonwealth across the board on tailored and nuanced arrangements with these programs. Don't get me wrong, there's a number of elements throughout the 30-odd different support assistance packages that have been announced where the feds didn't support or didn't agree, but the government saw fit that this was a priority and a need, and they've funded those elements 100%. So the consent of the Commonwealth is fundamentally about seeking co-contribution.
It's actually the Commonwealth conditions rather than their funding that I'm asking about, because I'm talking about the administration of the grants.
It ties together. So if we've got Commonwealth co-contribution, the Commonwealth will only co-contribute where they endorse and agree with the criteria. So where they won't,
things more complicated, or anyway.
So that's also under review. The feds have called for a review on that to look at, how to look going forward at the DRFA.
I understand that all the disaster funding's under review. Yes.
Yeah, through the Commonwealth-led, correct.
You have 4 minutes remaining.
Ms Ellis, you talked before about the application being an online process, which what we saw would obviously have some difficulties for people without houses. Yeah. Did you have facilities in the recovery centres for people to do that? Did you have people in there to help go through that process with them? And if so, who were those people, and are they the best people to be doing that? Thinking what we do next time.
So thank you for the question. So we, yes, have supported, I think, 40 centres around the Northern Rivers, or supported resilience by having Service New South Wales people in those centres. Any customer who is needing support to complete an application has our support to do that. We also have 2 mobile service centres. We run mobile service centres in the normal course of events, but we've had one dedicated in the Lismore area and one in other parts of Northern Rivers. Our own service centre was flooded, so we needed to re-establish that in amongst it all. So we have had people in those centres assisting customers to complete their applications.
Those people got mental health first aid training?
We have provided, I'd have to come back on specifically the training, but we have supported our people through suicide awareness training and other training in terms of working with trauma-impacted customers.
Thank you. Mr O'Connell, just quickly, as far as, I guess, pre-populating these forms or these applications, are there other areas we could draw information from that would help expedite this process after an event? I'm thinking specifically through local land service, things like land and stock returns. Are those, I guess, forms talking to each other to help make things quicker at the end?
Thank you, Mr Barrett, for the question. It's the short answer, yes, but probably not as effectively as they could. RAA has successfully applied for funding from the Digital Restart Fund, the government's Digital Restart Fund, to streamline this process with the goal that a primary producer would only need to tell government once, and certainly that is in scope. We actually start that project on the 1st of July. In scope is to pick up the various data from LLS returns, as you say, or any other relevant data point.
Green?
Now if we want to...
Greens, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. I'll just ask you, Mr O'Connell, as well. Were these same problems, did they arise after the Black Summer bushfires? Was anything learnt after the Black Summer bushfires in terms of how hard it was for primary producers to get grants?
Clearly.
Ms. Chairman, excellent question. For the Black Summer bushfire program, we offered the $75,000 special disaster grant, and it became clearly obvious to us, and I'm sure to members of the committee, that it missed a certain demographic, a certain cohort. So on that basis, working with the team from Resilience, we proposed the Rural Landholders Grant, which the Commissioner's referred to, and that is effectively, the intent of that is to offer a safety net for those who don't otherwise qualify for the special disaster grant. And the last thing on that one, Ms. Chairman, if I may, when we offered that program for the first time in February, March last year, the amount was $10,000, and in response to the scope and scale of this particular disaster and feedback that we're having from the community and certainly from the government, that amount, the maximum amount of claimable under that program is $25,000. So it's increased from $10,000 to $25,000.
Thank you, but I mean in specifically in terms of the difficulties that we've heard about from, we'll stick with just with primary producers, but the application process, were there difficulties post-Black Summer bushfires or actually the floods last year, I think you mentioned when they came into force, that have been learning experiences to change the way in which they're applied for to make it easier? Or has that just started now?
We're on, we're so at the end of the program, we review that. We talk with our colleagues at Resilience, and they in turn talk to counterparts at the Intergovernmental. So, in short answer to your question, yes, I provide information, specific examples of how that's manifested itself, if that would help. I could do that on those, Ms. Bennett.
Thank you, that would be good. Mr O'Connell, just finally, with the, we heard quite a bit of evidence from cane growers, and I know it's the case for other croppers. In terms of the losses and the grant, some of the real costs won't come to bear until perhaps another couple of years' time, and particularly in relation to replanting. And there was discussion about potentially requiring a a planting subsidy, and that is about factoring in the radical increases in costs of fertiliser and now also contractor machinery labour, given so much machinery has been lost. Is this something that the program is factoring in?
A primary producer is repairing damage done to his or her crop or his unit. That is something that's in scope. There will be other programs available in the very short period, critical producer grants, which will also assist that betterment concept that you might be referring to.
Sort of. No, I mean, not so much betterment, just the fact that so many of these losses won't be borne by the primary producer for another 18 months to 24 months in terms of their actual losses, and the need to replant a crop that is significantly diminished, as in standing now.
Thank you for clarifying. So basically, under the special disaster grants, a private producer has 6 months in which to claim eligibility, and once approved, they have another 6 months to present claims, invoices. We work closely with the team from Resilience, and if there's merit and if there's an argument for extending that period for claiming, that's certainly something that would be Resilience would work with the Commonwealth in relation to.
Okay, because I think that will become more and more clear as we go through the months. I had one more question on primary producers. What was it? What did he just say? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've got a couple of minutes remaining. I might just ask one quick question. So where does this is Shane Fitzsimmons. So where does Resilience New South Wales fit in to the overall picture if someone wants to lodge an application for assistance? Where do you fit into the puzzle?
For what sort of assistance?
Well, rental assistance, your farm's been destroyed. Where do you fit into
they would be directed and supported through recovery centres and ultimately land in its Service New South Wales. Going forward, we want to create increasingly a one-stop shop for people needing support and assistance to be able to come in and be able to access those programs and support that they're entitled to.
So at the moment, if you're an 82-year-old single woman who lives in Wardell, who wants assistance, and you don't have the internet, you shower once a week at Wardell Core, you get clothing from them, what assistance do you provide her?
So one of the outreach programs, a telephone call, personal connection phone call. If she doesn't have internet, they're exactly the sort of people that are supported and assisted through Service New South Wales, through the access points, the local community hub. We've got people there as well as part of that broader network.
That's your aspiration. That's what you want to do in the future. That's not what is that your aspiration? Is that what you want to do in the future? Because that's not what's happening now.
Well, it is what's happening now. It may not be happening, to the highest levels of everyone's expectation. I get that, but that is the connection arrangements and the facilitation arrangements that are in place. As we've said, we've grown those grant splits forums going into different areas where people can have an appointment. I think they're an hour or an hour and a half or 45. There's 45 minutes per appointment to allow people to come in and work through their challenges with whoever is the right person from government, which is why there's a mix of different representatives in that room to further tailor or nuance that support and assistance.
Thank you. And the time has expired, so I think we'll resume at 2:45. by swearing in the witnesses, starting from left to right. Sir David, David Weatherden, if you could state your name, your title, and swear an oath or affirmation.
David Witherden, Deputy Secretary, Commercial, Department of Regional New South Wales, CEO, Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Lanyon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malcolm Arthur Lanyon, Deputy Commissioner, Metropolitan Field Operations. I'm currently the Northern Rivers Regional Recovery Coordinator. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth.
Thank you, Chair. Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary, Planning Policy, Department of Planning and Environment. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And there's no one remotely? No. Okay. There is a provision for an opening statement if anyone wishes to do so. Does anyone wish to do an opening statement?
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with questions, and we'll start from the crossbench. Rod Roberts, One Nation.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Mr. Lanyon, I'd just like to get on the public record my personal thanks and congratulations to you on the job that you're doing. I think I do speak on behalf of the rest of the committee. On our time that we spent on the North Coast, we heard nothing but praise for your particular role. We heard it from other government agencies, non-government organisations, community groups, individuals, local councils. They all said to a man, the moment that Lanyon took over, things changed and got better. So I'd just like to get that on the record if I can. And I take great comfort in the fact that you are now, or have been for some time, in charge of that operation. My understanding is you took control on about the 8th of March, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Roberts. Thank you for the very kind words, but as you know, it's been a significant team effort and I've been surrounded by some excellent people while I've been there.
I understand we're all only as good as those that surround us, but somebody has to lead, Mr. Lanyon.
Thank you.
And leadership was sadly lacking in the early part, and I think that's all been rectified now. So you took over from the 8th of March. Who appointed you to that role?
Commissioner Fitzsimmons, as the Commissioner of Resilience, has the ability to appoint me. He appointed me to that role.
And my understanding is that you're, in terms of the chain of command, you answer to Commissioner Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Fitzsimmons, why did it take until the 8th of March to appoint Deputy Commissioner Lanyon to the role?
So on the 1st of March, I initially appointed our Director of our Northern Region as the Regional Recovery Controller. It was then several days later, given the magnitude and scale, that I met with the Head of the Public Service and we appointed Mr. Lanyon as the Regional Recovery Coordinator for Northern New South Wales, particularly given the scale and complexity, the obvious and apparent high profile of the uniform position and the experience and the skills, and as it's turned out, the key and the criticality of retaining the EOC arrangements and the local area commanders working with the Regional Recovery Coordinator to see through the significant transition from that relief into recovery phase in the handover from response.
So the person that you appointed originally, that'd be Mr. Gary McKinnon?
Correct.
Why wasn't Mr. Lanyon appointed from the get-go? Bearing in mind, you've told us all day today that this is unprecedented. This flood's unprecedented. We all knew the level of the flood and the disaster that was going to unfold. Why did we wait 7 days?
So a Regional Recovery Coordinator was in place. It's in keeping with the new State Recovery Plan that was endorsed at the end of last year. That's the whole idea of having a regional presence. But then within days, and remembering that the appointment of Mr. McKinnon was the day after the significant impact, readying up for recovery, and then the decision was taken, in my view, sensibly, to appoint a different recovery coordinator in Mal Young, Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanyon, in recognition of the scale and magnitude of the recovery event that was going to play out. And as it turned out, unlike other recovery coordinator appointments, given the scale and complexity, in consultation with Mr Lanyon, we set up a differing recovery coordinator structure in North with two primary branches, being Mr McKinnon leading and coordinating the recovery elements, and Scott Tanner, Mr Superintendent Tanner, heading up the operational coordination tasking elements that were critical in that overlap period.
From where I sit, Resilience New South Wales is the body that has ultimate responsibility for disaster recovery. Am I correct in that?
It's in the statute, yes.
Yeah, right. Well, I'm correct there so far. Mr McKinnon was your lead man in your organisation. Is that correct?
Well, he's one of our directors on the North Coast of New South Wales. But you appointed him to the role to start with, though, of coordinator of the North Coast Floods of a regional recovery coordinator, yes.
Mm-hmm. I quote to you from the font of all knowledge, which is a Daily Telegraph, which sometimes I'm concerned about, but anyway. Mr Lanyon replaced Gary McKinnon from Resilience New South Wales as Northern New South Wales Flood Recovery Coordinator on Tuesday after the Premier felt the role needed a more senior person in charge. Could you comment on that for us?
I can say that the conversation that I had was with the Secretary of Premier and Cabinet, who relayed to me that the conversations with the Premier and the Deputy Premier was such that they would appreciate Mal Lanyon being appointed, and I absolutely agreed with that.
As we all do.
The criticality of the uniformed officer, the background. We did have to manage the movement from being the CEACON into the Regional Recovery Coordinator, but that was readily affected.
I'll put a proposition to you. You can either accept it or you can reject it. Resilience New South Wales and the leadership for the first 7 days under the guidance of Mr McKinnon. Now, I don't know Mr McKinnon from a bar of soap, so I'm not critical of him as an individual, but clearly it was lacking and insufficient to the extent that the Premier said, listen, this has to change. We have to put someone more senior, more capable, which we got, fortunately, in charge. So I put this proposition to you that Resilience for New South Wales is not fit for purpose when it comes to leading on the ground a recovery operation.
Well, I reject your proposition.
Well, you're entitled to do that.
And I think I've explained sensibly why it was a good idea to make the adjustment. We didn't do that in the other areas. It was reflective of the extraordinary magnitude and scale, and remembering that in the first 7 days, it was really about framing up and anticipating what the recovery elements would be. We talk about recovery commencing parallel with response and relief arrangements, and I think it was a few days before you landed up north anyway, wasn't it, Mal, in those early stages? So we did the appointment, and then it was
next day.
The next day.
9th, yep.
Oh yeah, sorry, it was the 9th. So and then took up office thereafter. So no, I don't support the proposition at all. I think it was a considered and meaningful decision.
Well, we'll draw our own conclusions and we'll reflect on the Premier's statement. That's my time expired.
Thank you. Mark.
I might direct my questions to you, Mr. Witherden. You're now CEO of the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation. How many staff do you have within that corporation?
So the Corporation doesn't formally kick off until the 1st of July, consistent with the Premier's announcement on the 19th of April. We anticipate that sort of at full function will have somewhere between 30 and 35 staff. Currently working with a group of my staff out of the Public Works area where we've set up what's called the Infrastructure Coordination Office there, and there's about half a dozen staff working on that. We've had advertisements out a couple of weeks ago for the two sort of key executive director roles.
Yep, I've seen that.
The first one of those closed Monday, and we're working through that. We're also sort of working on, opportunity for internal staff transfers from within the region, and we'll certainly be in a position there ready to go on the 1st of July.
Okay, so the Deputy Premier, Mr. Toole, in the press release says that you'll have broad and extensive powers to consult with the community. So I would ask, what specific extensive powers has been bestowed upon you that you didn't already have as a fairly senior public servant?
Yeah, the powers he's referring to there are under the Growth Centres Act. So the Northern Rivers Reconstruction Corporation sort of set up with that as its basis. So the Growth Centres Act 1974, I think it is. It's a development corporation, and it provides then the opportunity for the corporation to both sort of acquire and develop land as part of that.
Okay, but that's not some magical power to consult. Like everyone has, as public servants, have this power to consult with people. You go out and you talk. Like the Deputy Premier is talking about, you're having some special power to consult. Like the land acquisition is a separate thing. So do you have anything specific, or whether it's resources or powers, that allows you to consult better than you did in your previous roles?
Yeah, the corporation set up with a specific intent there for the 7 LGAs in the Northern Rivers, from Clarence in the south up to Tweed, out to Kyogle.
I get all that, but you're not. I've only got a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
What special powers or what special resources have you been given to consult better than has been previously done in other agencies?
The government has charged the corporation with leading its reconstruction response there. So for the community there, you've got a single point of contact there to deal with everything in terms of that reconstruction effort, including housing. And we'll be the key conduit there with the community in terms of driving that reconstruction. So I think that's the real game changer there in terms of that, and we'll be implementing a number of what I expect will be those key recommendations coming out of the independent flood inquiry.
Okay, so it says that you'll have the power to compulsory acquire or subdivide land. With those compulsory acquisitions, will you give any guarantee that those acquisitions will be actually done at pre-disaster level, not actually what the value of the property is now?
Look, I think...
And will those valuations be done by the Reconstruction Corporation or by Department of Planning and Environment, which is normally done? Their staff normally does the valuations. So who's doing the valuation? And
Market valuers do it.
No, DPI.
DPI don't do it. Sorry.
Not your time. Sorry.
So who will be doing the valuations? And will you guarantee that they'll be done at pre-disaster level, not the level that they're at now?
Look, that's still to be worked through. I'll certainly take my advice from the advisory board there, which is yet to be set up, but will be appointed. So
have you done any body of work in terms of what a feeder would look like in terms of compulsory acquiring land? Has any body work been done to calculate that?
My understanding is the independent flood inquiry doing that work, and certainly been in ongoing contact with them.
So, but you're not doing any separate work. You're just waiting to see what the magic figure is from the independent inquiry.
the magic figure
in terms of what they deem to be the the value or the estimated value of compulsory equine land in the Northern Rivers?
Look, I think, I would look at Queensland Reconstruction Authority as an example in terms of the way they've operated, and they've never had a compulsory acquisition process. It's always been a voluntary program, and my expectation would be that we would run a similar program to the extent that it's voluntary of nature. It's always about giving people the opportunity to opt in to that, not forcing it upon them.
Just quickly, how are you interacting with Mr. Lanyon next to you there in terms of how do those roles intersect, given that he's in charge of recovery and you also obviously have a role to play there?
Yep. Mr. Lanyon and I have had a number of both formal and informal meetings. The last formal meeting was last Thursday, I believe, where we sort of working through and discussing that transition in terms of roles, in terms of some of those responsibilities that will then move to the Reconstruction Corporation, but being very clear that the focus of the NRRC is very much around infrastructure. So it's around infrastructure and housing. So, there's quite a lot of things that will continue to run. They'll continue to be led by Resilience New South Wales, but we will continue to sort of work closely and in partnership so that anything that does transition, there'll be a very smooth and clear pathway, and that'll be communicated to the community in advance.
Greens, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth, are you aware that there are currently planning instruments that actually stopped a number of my friends, who I'm from Lismore, from building an attic in their homes when they built their homes over the last 15 years, and it prevented them from building an attic, which would have meant they could have stored their belongings in their roof and saved half of their lives, as in their possessions?
Ms Higginson, so what you're saying is that, if I can put it back to you, that the planning controls in Lismore with the heights that the Lismore local environmental plan would have set out meant that a development couldn't occur above either 8.5 or 9 metres, which is a fairly standard across New South Wales standard. Look, I would say that those standards also can be varied using something called Clause 4.6, which I think you're familiar with. So I wouldn't characterise it as being
this one is more specific. This one actually relates because Lismore had an airport and an aeroplane, which is now pretty redundant.
So an obstacle limitation surface.
An actual obstacle, and it was literally a prohibition. So there's actually a whole locality in Lismore that could or is incapable of actually protecting themselves from a flood because of a planning mechanism.
Which, I think this is a really good opportunity to say that we need to look at how those planning controls operate given our understanding of the changing nature of climate events. And this is also one of the reasons why we have been, through the work that we've done on the flood planning package, which we released last year, encouraging councils to look at how you deal with risk in a different way. We've dealt with flood as a hazard. We now need to start talking about flood being a risk and looking at different circumstances for how development controls, how strategic planning, how infrastructure needs to be identified and managed.
And what do you say to my colleagues in Lismore who have lost everything, that every time your department writes a recommendation to approve another coal mine in New South Wales, that it doesn't matter to them or there's no correlation?
That's
a really interesting, connection.
Well, I don't actually think it's within our terms of reference, but you guys can.
It's about response. People are traumatised.
Right.
I've got thousands of friends in Lismore who literally cannot believe
that your department is approving coal mines and responsible for flood response and recovery. Happy to leave that one.
Are you making a point of order?
Happy to leave that one.
He's making a point of order.
Mr. Widderen, as you would be aware, there are so many people who will never ever be comfortable in their homes in North and South Lismore ever again. They are literally hoping that you will be the person that provides them the opportunity to relocate their lives. They can't afford to buy another place. They're just simply not in that category of socioeconomic capacity. Some people want to be able to take their beautiful little old timber homes and put them somewhere up on the hill, and their homes are completely ruined, but they don't want to leave the community they love. Is that something that you are going to embrace early and take on as part of the corporation?
Yeah, look, I think you raised some really important points there, around people's connection, to the land they live on, to the community. And I think in terms of all the decisions we make, we've really got to understand and respect that. So in terms of what will be on the table, I certainly don't want to prejudge what the recommendations, the independent inquiry will be, but certainly if you look at similar programs and that sort of Resilient Homes Fund that the Queensland Reconstruction Authority have put forward is all things from voluntary purchase, certainly land swaps, things they've done in the past, Grantham is an example of that. And I think in terms of retaining people in that community, where we're able to, where we can enable that, we need to be open to that. House raising may be an opportunity, building back in a more resilient way, so with flood-hardened materials, so where the structure is fine. And also, I think we should absolutely be open-minded to the possibility of house relocation as well. So certainly, my mind is open to all of those opportunities. Really keen to work through what those early recommendations of the inquiry are.
Just to be clear, then, so are you going to wait for the recommendations? You set up on the 1st of July.
Yep.
What can those people that are literally waiting to knock on your door on the 1st of July, is there an opportunity for them to knock on your door on the 1st of July? We'll absolutely have a shop in front there open on the 1st of July, but I think there'll be most value from us then running community sessions there to engage with the community once we've had the government's response there to the flood inquiry. So, we can go out there and say, this is what it means for the community, whether it's in Lismore, whether it's in Woodburn, whatever, and then we can follow up there more individually thereafter in terms of what it means for individual people based on where they're located within the catchment. And look, I appreciate there's a real need there for people to have an early line of sight as to what's on the table and where those key milestones are in terms of decision points. I think every day you got to wait in that situation is a day too long. So that I'm absolutely conscious of that, and we'll work as expeditiously as possible to really lock that in. Thank you.
Government MPs, you have 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly then, Mr. Witherden, you officially kick off on the 1st of July. Are you working now, and are your staff working yet?
Absolutely. Look, since the announcement on the 19th of April, I can say, the days have been very long. The weeks are going quickly, but absolutely flat out. There's no doubt about that. And so we've, use that capability we've got there within Public Works. You know, we were out there sort of on ground there in terms of that cleanup with both Public Works and Soil Conservation Service. You know, virtually within about 24 hours, we mobilise with that, and there's still, you know, small pieces of that going on. We've been working, you know, with local government in terms of infrastructure recovery, in terms of water and sewer, working with, you know, all of the government delivery agencies. We've been undertaking procurement there for the temporary accommodation, the site set up for that, and also, you know, we're administering the flood property assessment program where, you know, residents can opt in, get a structural assessment done of their property, a scope of work as to what's required to repair that, and, you know, if it's not structurally sound, can opt in to get that demolished as well. So we're certainly moving on a whole number of fronts, and, you know, that infrastructure coordination office I mentioned, I think in the answer to the first question, you know, the people working in that will sort of lock in as part of the NRRC. And really the importance of that role is we've got a single viewpoint right across all of the New South Wales government delivery agencies and across those 7 LGAs, so we can prioritise those reconstruction projects so that we don't have government agencies competing against each other in, you know, what we know even before the floods was a very tight sort of construction and contractor pool. So, you know, we can do those things that are most important first, and, you know, we can direct that, and similarly with the 7 local government authorities. And also really important that we can maximise the local content there, so we can give that the economic opportunity to sort of local contractors, local trades. And, you know, the further benefit of that is, you know, we know it's already a very tight market in terms of accommodation. Trying to bring labour into that space is just nowhere for them to stay.
Okay.
Are we confident then, as a new agency, that there are no gaps, particularly between your corporation and planning, that there are no gaps that things or people are going to slip through?
Look, I think, you know, I won't say, you know, there's 100% confidence there, but certainly say from my point of view, and, you know, absolute best endeavours to ensure that's not the case. So, you know, I've been working closely with Mr Lanyon, Mr Fitzsimmons and his team, and Mr Whitworth. You know, we sort of have regular formal engagement in terms of with resilience. I've been up there, you know, with one of Mr Fitzsimmons' key staff there, travelling around last Thursday, Friday. Be up there on ground again tomorrow. So look, we're as sort of joined at the hip as you can be in
can I
terms
just say
of
that's, I appreciate, if you don't mind, if I ask a question, because I mean I think it's great that they're all getting on so well. I've got it.
You just wanted to, right, so can I just, if I'm happy to him wrap up with that.
Yeah.
I think I've got a couple more minutes, but Mr Lanyon, what were you able to do? You've received a lot of high praise. What things do you think you were able to do to warrant that praise that maybe wasn't being done before?
I think probably to give leadership to the operational focus. One of the things that needs to happen in recovery, in my view, from the first moment is really an operational tempo. So there's a number of things in that community there, and obviously I was honoured to be appointed. One of the first things I saw when I drove into Lismore on the 9th was the heartbreaking scenes of the amount of possessions, the amount of furniture, the amount of white goods that was out the front on the streets in Lismore. And as we had a flyover, a number of some of the smaller communities, Woodburn and Corrickey, there was a real need to make things happen and give the community hope. So probably the first thing I did was to appoint what I'll call an operational coordination, a fantastic commander in Superintendent Scott Tanner, to coordinate the resources to start making things happen quicker. And that was really my focus, was to start making progress. And the best way I know to do that is to pull all of the organisations, be they functional areas, be they emergency service organisations, pull them together, getting them to work together and tasking them centrally so that we can actually work through things. The clean-up, and I know people have spoken about it before, I can tell you that in several weeks we moved between 120 and what I now believe is 150,000 tonnes of material. I don't call it waste because there's a lot of very special possessions amongst that material that went there, but that is a significant body of work. That doesn't happen without coordination. So between PWA, the EPA, Council, and to be honest, the ADF were absolutely fantastic in that stage in the clean-up, so they assisted greatly. So my role really was to bring some structure and to bring a real operational focus and operational tempo, and I saw that as the most important thing. The second thing was really just to listen to the community, work with the community and fix problems, and I think that's really, being a police officer, that's something is an innate thing with me, is that I like to solve problems for the community. So really it was the opportunity, and it was my responsibility to listen. So I went to a number of community meetings to listen to what wasn't working. How do we make an improvement? And then go out and just speak to normal people around the streets and just see what was going well and what wasn't, and try to make an improvement on those. So they were probably the key areas that I had when I first got there.
I do have other questions, but I'll go to you, and if there's time at the end, I'll jump.
Thank you very much. Mr Whitworth, can I ask you about rain gauges in the catchment? You probably are aware that the Mayor of Lismore gave us evidence that the Department of Planning declined an application for funding to improve that early warning system, and we've also had evidence this morning from BOM saying that the assets are owned jointly, I think, or managed jointly. I just wondered if there's some thought given to how we can improve.
Sorry, Ms Cusack. I'm from the planning part of the Department of Planning and Environment. That question about the water gauges, I'm assuming, is one for the water group of the Department of Planning and Environment. In terms of, so I can take it on notice, but I can't answer that question.
Okay, well, thank you, because the Mayor said it was the Department of Planning that declined the grant, but I mean,
Department of Planning and Environment,
it's all become a bit tricky for everyone.
11,000 people. It's a big, and we do multiple functions.
So do you have an interest in the rain gauges and the early warning systems in the catchment?
In the sense, from a planning sense, in terms of how you can help build greater resilience and into the strategic planning and then the statutory planning controls, yes. Do I have that within my purview? No.
Okay. What about drains?
So, I mean, again, I'm here representing the planning elements of the Department of Planning. So drainage control, again, some of these things are quite challenging in terms of who has that within their responsibility, because in some cases
might be the only agency that's not responsible for drains, because it seems like everyone else is kind of...
yes, I mean, so again, I'm sorry, I cannot answer questions on areas that I'm not...
what about flood mitigation assets?
Again, sorry, that's the Environment and Heritage Group.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologise.
Your particular interest in terms of being here?
Other than being requested. So I am helping to lead the housing recovery. So I'm chairing the housing recovery task force, working with Resilience New South Wales, Mr Lanyon. We've been responsible for the identification and update of the planning controls to enable the temporary villages.
Okay, got you. So can I ask, do you have, and I will direct this question to you, is there actual timeline with milestones for completing that planning process?
The planning process for the villages?
Yes, and then also for completing the project in its entirety.
Okay, so I'll deal with the first one, because
yes.
So we have identified at least 20 sites, and what we have done is use the planning system to ensure that we can get an expedited process. We have identified 20 sites working with councils using predominantly Crown land or council land. Those 20 sites, we have construction activity occurring on at least 4 of those sites and detailed design for a further 9.
I apologise for interrupting. I'm actually just interested, do you have timeline for completion of these different stages? That
is a challenge, because the timeline depends on the production of the pods and the delivery of the pods to the site. So those timelines keep changing. Sorry, if you said, do you have a definitive timeline at the moment? They keep changing, because we're trying to get acceleration out of the manufacturers.
Do you have an estimated completion date for when that rollout at the moment, realising that might change, what is your best estimate?
I'd really like to take that on notice because it does change from day to day, but we are working on the basis that, I mean, we've obviously got pods and people in pods now, and it will be a progressive rollout over progressive sites.
I understand.
If there's an end, you're looking for an end. Is that possible? Sorry?
Was it possible to finish that this year?
There is every hope that we can finish that this year. I think we also will continually look at whether there are other options as they come up for housing people both in the short term and the long term. So the number of people that are requesting a pod is continually changing and shifting, and as we get into, as Mr. Witherden talked about, as we get into looking and working with people around the condition of their houses, whether we can work with them to get them back into their houses quicker. So
I understand it changes. So, Mr. Witherden, do you know how many people you're helping, who they are, and where they are at the moment? Do you just have that information available? I'm not asking for it, but I'm just asking if you have that information.
The best information we've got at the moment is that which we've captured through the flood property assessment program that I mentioned earlier. And in terms of registrations for that, we've had about 4,000 people register for that, for that assessment. So we've got all of their details, and I think assessments, about 1,000 of those have been conducted so far.
Okay.
So that's,
yeah. Are they property owners, all of them?
They will be property owners, yep.
Right. So in relation to the renters and other people displaced, that's not really your bailiwick, am I correct in that understanding?
That's correct.
Right. Yep. Do you have a feeling for how many investment properties are involved?
I don't have a feeling for that, no, or any detail. Happy to take it on notice and see if we've got something, but I'm certainly not aware of it. Yep. I'm
interested in whether the assistance is different for a homeowner versus a property investor, recognising that both forms of accommodation are needed in the Northern Rivers. I'm absolutely not suggesting one is better than the other.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for taking that on notice. Are you conscious that there are certain forms of assistance that are being given now that are forcing people to rebuild in flood zones who don't wish to? For example, insurance companies wanting to rebuild rather than give people a cash payout. So they have to rebuild in the flood zone and then they're told they can't get their home insured again. The grants that New South Wales Government is giving, requiring people to do the work and then claim back on actual work that's been done, which all seems to be eroding people's freedom to leave the flood zone even if they wish to.
Yeah, look, certainly had engagement there with the insurance industry through a number of insurers, through the Insurance Council of Australia and also the Australian Banking Association, and because I think really important to understand what their concerns are, certainly what data sets they've got available, models and so on, and they've got a real depth of information there. But certainly in terms of discussions I've had with the Insurance Council, it's absolutely they've got a strong view about in terms of trying to get people out of harm's way to really mitigate that risk. So I think that's very clearly come through.
I know, but it's at odds with how they administer the policies. The way they're doing this seems very different to what they say they want.
Yeah, well, look, I sort of haven't had first-hand experience of it from a policyholder's point of view, but would be, really keen to look at any specific instances as sort of case studies there, because the insurance industry is a really key stakeholder in the decisions we make in terms of building back better there right across that whole Northern Rivers community. You know, the ability of people to actually get insurance, you know, without that you can't get finance, and I think we all understand that.
Absolutely. So can I just, I'm really delighted to hear that you've been talking to the Banking Association. Does that mean that you may have information about how many mortgages are held over properties that have been impacted?
I don't have access to that information at this stage, and haven't sought it at this stage.
What sort of information have they given you in terms of the in-depth information?
Look, we haven't got in-depth information from either the insurance industry or banking association, but certainly in terms of the insurance industry, that they have shared with us the level of detail that is available through them, and I think that will, when we get to the point of modelling for future land use planning and so on, those models we develop as part of that, the work that you're probably aware of that CSIRO are doing, really important that that can interface with some of what industry's got there as well, and there's agreement around that.
Can I just say I appreciate that. I'm just really eager, and I'm sure that you are too, to understand the demographics of the people that you're going to be trying to assist. For example, there are homeowners there with big mortgages. Their homes have been destroyed. They're still paying the mortgages. The banks have offered zero assistance, and they're living in these ruined homes, and winter is coming, which I wanted to ask Mr. Langan, are we going to do something to help these people who've moved back into tents?
We are, ma'am. So very much we're asking for people that are in that situation and where we know that to reach out, and we'll provide assistance. And I did hear some answers from earlier evidence this morning about emergency accommodation. And I know people are moving back into tents because they wish to move back into their homes and get some work done. I think the key message needs to be to start with where people do need accommodation and coming to these colder months, I'd ask them to put their hands up. We will accommodate people in emergency accommodation where possible, if that's the best solution we've got. A tent, to me, is not a great solution for people up there at the moment, so we just need to know about it. So it's about trying to move people back into their homes with a suitable level of repair so they can get there, and I think that's what Mr Witherden has been saying, or looking at alternative accommodation so that we can get people with a room over their heads. But I need people to put their hands up, and it has been one of the messages, certainly through the media that I've done over the past months, is really saying we need to actually know who you are and what you need there, because there was a good question before. There are still a lot of unknowns at the moment, so we know people are living rough and sharing with family, and we need to try to get the best picture we can, but we also need people to understand if they need assistance, we will provide it to them.
Do I have time?
Yes, you do.
I'm disappointed that the flood occurred on the 28th of February, and to be perfectly honest, you gentlemen don't really have the information that you need in terms of who these people are. There's door knocking going on now. I just feel that caravans and motorhomes on those sites would be just such a better option than people living in freezing homes that have got black mould. I just love some reassurance that an effort is being made as we're now in June to identify and assist those people. So I can say that we are working through a range of options, and as of today, certainly in terms of the community of Woodburn, which will not be getting a pod village because there's not a suitable location because it is flood prone. We will be running a caravan program to actually get people back towards their homes so we can actually support the small business there. There are a range of options being explored, obviously, in terms of where we can put caravans, how we prioritise people and how we do. So certainly in the rural communities, that's an excellent way to get primary producers to be able to stay at home and look after their animals and look after their properties. We are trying to escalate that as quickly as possible, but as you can imagine, with the scope of this, the priority had to be on pod villages so we could accommodate as many people as possible. We are now trying to push forward a range of alternatives to get people into suitable accommodation where we haven't got them in emergency accommodation. As I said before, everyone who needs emergency accommodation needs but ask, and we will get them into it. I accept that's not the preferred accommodation Oh, it's not that. It's just that they're not asking and they're not aware of it. And the door knocking that Resilience is doing is showing that at least a quarter to a third of people are not even aware of options available. But anyway, that's my time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'd like to ask a few questions to Mr. Witherden. So, I understand that the Reconstruction Commission commences officially on July the 1st.
That's correct, yeah.
So, how was it, I understand that it was constituted under the growth strategies.
The Growth Centres Act, yeah.
Yeah, Growth Centres Act. So, what is the sunset clause of your organisation, your body? When does it come to an end?
Look, the expectation is 3 to 5 years, and look, let's hope it's sort of at the lesser end of that. I think it's unlikely it'll be any shorter than 3 years. So.
And you answer to what minister do you answer to?
Oh, the Deputy Premier.
Deputy Premier.
Sorry.
Now, in relation to Shane Fitzsimmons, where do you fit in relation to Resilience New South Wales?
Yeah, sure. I think, certainly for me, the remit of Resilience, New South Wales, is clear, as is ours in the NRRC. I think, the role that we've got is far beyond what was ever envisaged for Resilience, and requires a different set of skills and capability. What we're focused on is about rebuilding, reconstructing infrastructure there, and the housing as well to support that. And it's this isn't just in the short term in terms of weeks and months. This is in terms of years. So clearly Mr. Fitzsimmons locks in under the Emergency Services Minister. My reporting line is to the Deputy Premier, but certainly have regular conversations both with Mr. Fitzsimmons and also with his minister as well. So I think having that sort of ongoing conduit of information and feedback between both will be really critical in the way forward.
Now, you mentioned just recently, or just now, infrastructure. Yep. So the mayor of Lismore, Steve Krieg, told us that they would need $250 million for road repairs. Tweed Mayor Chris Cherry said that there's around $800 million, and that doesn't include potholes. And so what assessment has been done to the cost of infrastructure on the North Coast?
Yep. So, look, that's... So each of the line agencies have sort of taken their lead with that. So in terms of transport for New South Wales, I think Mr. Fuller, who's here this afternoon, will be the best one to answer that. Similarly for education, for health, there's been a package for water and sewer, being developed there with each of the LGAs as well. So, and I think they're all a matter of public record, what's sort of been put forward in terms of the initial funding for those. And, it's not just a build back. In many instances, it is a build back better, but, that will then be fleshed out further.
Okay, but you must have an idea of what will be the cost to repair the infrastructure on the North Coast. So you have roads, you have schools, you have bridges. So if you're part of the Reconstruction Commission, corporation,
we have a coordinating role sitting over that, and I'll take the detail of that on notice in terms of aggregating all of that.
You're not doing work in that area now. You must have a ballpark figure. The Insurance Council came out and said that this was, the fourth most costly natural disaster in Australia. Yep. They've had 92,000 claims. So you must have an indication. What is the cost of the project, the task ahead of you?
Well, the costs so far, or the funding that's been put forward, both by state and Commonwealth government, is in the order of about $3.5 billion committed already. And we know that that's not just specific to the Northern Rivers, but from this flood event. And the insurance industry have, indicated already $4.3 billion, and, that's not closed yet. And we know also that, in terms of Lismore, probably one of the most under and uninsured communities in the country as well. So sort of...
Okay, there's a difference between saying 3.5 billion, 4.3 billion, So what is the estimated cost to repair the region?
The estimated cost
to restore infrastructure, schools. We went to a school in Tumbulgan. We saw roads. We saw landslips. We spoke to mayors. Mayors ran through, gave us an indication. As I said earlier, 250 million for roads in Lismore, 80 million for roads in the Tweed. Byron Mayor gave us similar figures. In fact, they were massively beyond what they spend each year on roads. So I'm trying to get an indication. You're the Reconstruction Commission. You're the Rebuilding Commission. You must have an indication of the cost that is before us.
Yeah. Chair, if I may, I can help in this regard. So through the State Recovery Committee, we do get reports and updates from the Infrastructure Subcommittee, and we also get it through the Transport Task Force. And the Infrastructure Subcommittee is signalling in the figure of at least $1.7 billion worth of infrastructure. And when it comes to roads, the state road impact is about 3,000 kilometres, $250 million cost to the state road network, and about $1.3 billion to local government road network. So there's some of the indications coming through, but as Mr. Witherden gets into his seat, into the role, we've also set up the
but he's already doing
ICO, the Infrastructure Coordination Office.
Okay, but you're saying getting into his seat. Well, he's already out there giving speeches to infrastructure summits. So you're clearly in the position now, even though July 1st is a legislative kickoff. So you're out there, and I'm just trying to get an indication of how much it's going to cost, what you're going to do, what direction you're going to set.
Yeah, and I think I've said that pretty clearly. I've outlined the role of the Infrastructure Coordination Office, and most importantly, how we're prioritising that and what the value of that function is. And then in terms of the second and sort of some of the most important work that'll come out of the flood inquiry. Mr. Fitzsimmons has run you through overall about $1.7 billion, and I'm very happy to take it on notice and come back detail by detail with every step of the program.
Okay, one last question before I throw to Mr. Lanyon. I want to associate myself with the comments made by Rod Roberts. When we were up there, we actually had people say to us, nothing happened until Mal Lanyon was appointed. So what, why and what and how, what background, what experience, what skill set that didn't obviously occur previously occurred? What was the approach? Why did it occur? They said tons of garbage was removed, white goods were removed, streets were cleaned up, things were fixed. What was the light switch? What made the difference? What was the approach that you took?
Well, thank you, Mr. Oseko, and it is very humbling, and it's probably misplaced a lot. I think I come from a fairly significant background in policing and policing leadership, and that's really about getting people to actually work with you to get things done. So I think, as I said, when I first got there, one of the things that I thought could be enhanced was some real operational focus and coordination. So really getting agencies in the same place. I'm working on a set of priorities, to be honest. When you walk into a scene like the Northern Rivers region, the magnitude of the damage is quite incredible. It's not possible to do everything at once, so it was trying to isolate what the priorities needed to be, and it's about giving the community some hope. So the clean-up. Did you
have a big bureaucracy behind you? Did you have a huge bureaucracy behind you? What was your team?
I had a significant number of operational resources available that needed to be properly coordinated. We didn't have a large command team, to be honest with you. I think, as Commissioner Fitzsimmons said before, I basically had 2 deputy coordinators, so Resilience 1 and Superintendent Scott Tanner. We had a fairly lean team under that, but we had a lot of resources available through emergency services agencies, the ADF, so we had a lot of a lot of people to do the work. It just needed to be coordinated but prioritised as well. So obviously the clean-up was one of the most significant things we could make progress on because it gave the community hope that we were moving forward.
Yeah.
Restoring services and utilities was a really key one, restoring access to property. So it was just prioritising,
The clean-up and restoring utilities were the two things that they pointed to first. Penny.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, so we've got, I'm not quite sure who to direct it to, so apologies. It's about, there are people that are currently in caravans. I'm not sure whether sometimes, I assume some of them are privately provided and some of them are provided, by government through our temporary arrangements and emergency arrangements. Are those, the funding for those, is that reliant on the people having received the rental support program funding? Can anyone answer that for me?
I think that's a difficult question to answer in the way that's been asked. So, and what I mean that respectfully. So we have got the pod villages, and then we've also got attached to that some caravans that are helping with that accommodation. You might recall we talked about motorhomes that were also being provided as well, or the camper vans, motorhome things. 120 odd of those. So they are being used. As to people securing caravans privately, that would be subject to the individual circumstances. But as we signalled earlier today, and Mr. Lanyon reinforced, we're also exploring, particularly with Richmond Valley Council, the program to go forward and starting to get people to register interest in accessing a caravan in lieu of a pod to put on their property, particularly in places like Woodburn, where it's in flood zone, and you want the ability to move those assets because a lot of the houses down there are elevated, for example. So I don't know how to answer that question specifically, if you understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand. So if people are in a caravan or a mobile home, are they paying rent?
If we are providing it, so it's no different to the pod village or the camper van. It's accommodation being provided by government, which is what the $350 million package equates to.
Okay, so they're not paying any rent?
No, not that I understand.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted, it was just unclear to me what the situation was. Can I ask you, Mr. Lanyon, or maybe it's you, Mr. Fitzsimmons, how long are you in the position that you're in for?
That's an excellent question, Ms Sharp. I haven't been given a date when I'll transition back out there. I've got no doubt there will be a natural transition at some stage. I think as Mr Witherden has highlighted, his focus is very much on infrastructure. Yep. Part of my role is very much on the humanity side of thing at the moment. So I've set up a senior steerco to actually focus on mental health and wellbeing, pulled together a lot of the providers, be it the health network, be it the LHD, the NGOs, so that we have a local mechanism there to do that. I'm actually running a roundtable tomorrow with Minister Cook with the mental health providers to actually look at resourcing and how we take that forward. So part of my role at the moment is to make sure that the humanities, as I call it, there is a real focus on that, but there will be a need for that to continue, and obviously resilience in that work will continue. But I can say to you I don't have a final date at the moment, and I'm sure I'll be told at an appropriate time. I'm very comfortable that we're still working at the moment.
Sure. And look, I don't mean for this to be awkward, but it's quite important. Mr Fitzsimmons, how long? Is it 3 months? Is it 6 months? Is it 12 months?
I think Mal's summarised that very well. So like we did in the Hunter and the Central Coast and the Greater Sydney region, the recovery coordinators for those regions have maintained their presence, but the role tends to shift and change as progress occurs. In those other areas, recovery centres and access points have closed down, back to local arrangements. There's still a lot of activity up north, so I suspect Mal will be there for some time yet, and we will work with Mal and the Minister around what that tenure looks like going forward, particularly as we see the Recovery Corporation come on board and transition to that next phase.
Can I put a plug? Well, okay, that's great. Thank you. It still didn't quite answer the question, but that's all right. One of the issues we raised earlier, and I'm glad that you raised the issue around mental health. I mean, you'd be seeing it every day. People are just in a state of trauma that is quite pronounced, and I think it's going to get worse before it gets better, to be honest. And there seems to have been some issues in just in terms of the flexibility of grants being able to support that kind of local community-led effort. And the example that I used earlier today was Wardell Core. They've actually got someone who has extensive experience in disaster recovery internationally and here. He's been working pro bono for all this period of time. He's clearly built a very strong relationship with the local community there. But it seems to us that there's an inability to work through the various grants. We keep getting told, well, there's a grant for this or there's a grant for that or there's a program for that. Is there anything that you can... I suppose, how can that be better taken up in trying to find that flexibility at that really local level on an issue that we know is actually working?
Yeah, I think that's correct, Ms. Sharp. I think the most important part of recovery is the community supporting the community, and then the state assists the community go forward. Part of that senior stakeholder committee was to make sure that we had all of the representatives so that I could understand, because obviously that's not my background up in the Northern Rivers, understand where there may have been resource implications, how we best support community to support community. And that's, to be honest, that's one of the key focuses of the Mental Health Roundtable tomorrow with Minister Cook, is so that some of those agencies, I have no doubt, will advocate for what their needs are to go forward, and it gives them a vehicle to do that. There is a grants program, and it's probably about trying to understand as much as anything tomorrow with some of those groups exactly what it is they need to access those grants, because I couldn't agree more with you.
Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you. I wanted to ask about the issue, sorry, this is to Mr Witherden, I think, which is really about workforce planning, another wicked problem in the recovery effort, and just wondering, you know, what you anticipate and what you're going to be able to do to bring resources across government to actually... There's so much work that needs to be done, leaving aside whether people stay in their homes or not. Those that are staying, there's just not the workers to be able to do it. Can you just give us a bit of an idea about what you're doing with workforce planning?
Yep. And yeah, look, as you're well aware, this was a problem even before the floods, and certainly been really significantly exacerbated by, and particularly because the impacts in southeast Queensland as well, because you've often got a trades workforce that'll sort of move between those areas, and that's sort of the importance of what we're doing in that infrastructure coordination role in ensuring we actually prioritise what's done, so we get that sort of sequentially done in the right order. Also, so we're able to actually aggregate packages of work, and even we're sort of having a preliminary look there at the opportunity to sort of bulk purchase what we know are sort of scarce materials in many cases as well. So doing that, and we've also undertaken a program as part of the flood property assessment program. We've sort of got a head contractor, Johns Ling, that are running that, and we've had a pre-registration process there, or pre-qualification process, where local trades are able to register for their availability, and sort of aggregated that, and we've got lists of sort of who's available there, and sort of a vetting process in place as part of that as well. So I think that's the key part of work that's in play at the moment. So.
And I think this one is next to you, Mr Lanning, which is actually about the, so that's sort of the trades and all of those things. But we took evidence from some of the academics at the university, and just the general lack of mental health workers. We've already got a problem with aged care workers, but mental health workers, social workers, those kind of things. Is there thinking about, again, how to provide the community with the numbers of professionals that they need through this longer period?
Yes, Ms Sharp. Obviously, the roundtable tomorrow is part of that advocacy with the Minister. Can I say there are a number of challenges that do exist up in the region up there to actually increase the number of resources? Obviously, housing is a primary challenge for getting people to want to move up to the Northern Rivers region. If they can't get cost-effective housing, it makes it very challenging, and I think that's one of the ones there. mental health services are best delivered by local services, and that's been one of the key messages come to me. Please don't get people in here for 2 months, even though we could really do with the support. They don't actually understand the area. The community won't relate to them as much. So the focus certainly needs to be at looking at that long-term rebuild of resources so they actually become part of the community when they're there, and that's really what that SteerCo has been about. That's what the roundtable's about tomorrow, is to identify those resource perhaps deficiencies or things that we can strengthen over a period of time, and obviously work through the Minister to make sure that we can take that forward.
Thank you, and we'll switch to crossbench now. Rod, would you like to start?
Yeah, I only have one question, thanks, Chair. Just to you again, Mr Lanyon, this may be a difficult question for you to answer, bearing in mind the circumstances in which you appear today. But it's the elephant in the room and it needs to be addressed, and that is, further to the question asked to you by Mr Secord, what did you do differently? How come things change? And I jotted down some quick notes, and they were, you put a structure in place, operational tempo, you set priorities, and you properly coordinated the response. The question that begs to be asked is, when you took over on the 8th of March, were those things present or not?
There was certainly a structure in place, Mr Roberts, and things were happening there. So that's when I said before, I don't want it to be seen that I turned up and the world changed.
Apparently it did, because that's uncontested evidence, Mr Lanyon, that the world changed the moment you stepped foot into Lismore.
I think by certainly enabling the separation and to have a real dedicated operational focus, I think sometimes a uniformed service is able to get some of that tempo happening quicker. I think basically, you know, services like the Army will respond better to tasking for police, and we're very much used to tasking uniformed services. So I think that was really what I could bring to it. So I think there were structures in place. My role was really to escalate and make things move along a whole lot quicker.
Well, just taking that forward, because this is all about a learning experience, so we don't make similar mistakes all over again, so we can put better processes in place. This is not about a gotcha moment or trying to pin somebody to the wall. We look back to the bushfire recovery, and it was led by one of your former colleagues, Mick Willing. We look at this. You've been appointed by the Premier, quite clearly, to take leadership of this. Going forward, when we have our next disaster, and we will, there is no doubt we'll have another one, do you think it would be appropriate from the get-go to appoint a senior police officer in charge?
I think there's certainly a precedent for a senior uniformed officer to be in charge to get that to go, and I think if you look at Queensland as a model, they certainly have the QRA, but they also have a person performing the same role as I do, and he's an ex-Major General. He still is a Major General, sorry, but he's out doing that role at the moment. I think it just puts a different perspective on it. I think the functions that are in place are there. It's about how we actually make sure that we give, particularly for short term, how we give a short-term drive to make sure that there is a real impetus to recovery. And I think, to be honest, the model, as you described, works quite well. I think it does help to have a uniform presence there to actually drive that there, and I think innately that's what we do in emergencies, and I think it certainly supports the functions of resilience and the functions of all the other agencies.
That's all from me. Thanks, Chair. Thank you.
No, for me, I'll pass.
Greens? Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay, going back to what's happened. This is for you, Mr. Whitworth. Where is the independent review of development into flood-prone areas of the state at that the Minister announced in March?
This is the Professor O'Kane, Mr. Fuller inquiry?
No, the one into development, not the floods inquiry generally, the one that the Minister announced into flood-prone areas of the state.
I think that's the, respectfully, I think the Minister was referring and had knowledge of the Professor O'Kane, Mr. Fuller inquiry that was coming. And I mean, that was, you know, Professor O'Kane led the inquiry into bushfire response, and it was something that was clearly, you know, part and parcel of the comments that he gave at evidence that at estimates that day.
Can I check then whether what's happened with various applications that council that may be before councils in flood-prone areas, are they able to be paused as well while this is underway?
The applications, you can't.
So Tweed, like, is there anything
that you have been able to do to stop any approvals in flood-prone areas while this review is underway?
No, because the existing controls that sit there in relation to the application of the flood-prone land clauses continue to apply and have always applied. The ability to put a pause on development would mean effectively coming with a state planning policy and prohibiting development.
Is there been given any consideration to that then at this time where clearly we've seen the impact of all this development on flood-prone land, and you know that there's going to be much more. Has there been given is there any suggestion internally within the Department of Planning by the Minister or elsewhere to do just that? Any requests?
There's a supposition there about internal processes. I think we have been consistently talking about the importance of seeking advice from Professor O'Kane and Mr Fuller in terms of how we should be enabling the planning system to respond. I think I talked earlier today about the fact that traditionally planners have looked at flooding as being a hazard, and we need to shift that to being, flooding is a risk, and to recognise that there are different levels of risk, and to tune the planning controls that reflect the risk in those areas. So the level of and the challenge that you talked about, floodplain. Floodplain can mean many different things. Are we talking about development up to the probable maximum flood, or are we talking about development that is at a lower level? And then, are those lower levels appropriate? The 1 in 100 chance per year flood, is that the right level of risk to set planning controls at? In some places, it may well not be the right level of risk. And that's why we've been talking about the Hawkesbury Nepean and put a pause on rezonings in the Hawkesbury Nepean Valley as an example.
And so just on that, if it's okay, I think Lismore is perhaps now a really good case study for our Department of Planning to accept that PMFs really are the new consideration, and we need to be looking at PMFs quite regularly, because looking back at flood levels is perhaps a thing of the past, and we need to start looking forward. So is that, are you waiting for Mary O'Kane to tell you that or otherwise, or?
Respectfully, I don't agree that PMF should become the new flood planning level. That would just wipe out large amounts of people's value in their homes in places like Western Sydney. I think what we are talking about is understanding how to set planning controls based on risk. Now, I agree with you, Lismore is a really good place to talk about where that level of risk should be identified and how we manage it. My understanding of the flood event, the first flood event in Lismore, is that it was well and truly beyond that 1 in 100 chance per year line. And so therefore we need to look at what were the circumstances that led to that, so the causation of that event, and what were the mitigating factors, what were the ways in which we could manage the response to that. If you contrast that to some of the flooding events that happened in the Hawkesbury Nepean, they weren't at that extreme level, but yet we need to understand and plan for that in a way that addresses human health and safety first, and then a minimisation of impact on property second. So I think to say that setting the flood planning level to PMF is a pretty blunt instrument that would have quite significant impacts, but changing our concept and saying a flood planning level should be for all and a day the 1 in 100 chance per year flood. I think that's absolutely something that we are anticipating out of the inquiry, and in fact we have put in place planning controls that can allow that to happen.
So you think it's going to likely land somewhere between the PMF and a 1 in 100 per year event?
I think it's going to be a risk-based approach that will be, that will be appropriate to the location.
And with the ultimate criteria, saving lives.
Yes.
Yeah. Just on probable maximum flood levels with the Reconstruction Corporation and with Resilience New South Wales, through its preparedness and taking that risk and safety of life into the future, if we are looking at reconstructing under an adaptation model now, because I think we would perhaps all agree that we'd be foolish not to, are we likely to be, I understand we are doing some remodelling about the PMF because we're at 16.5 metres, which is only 1.4 if we say the flood was actually 14.6, not 14.4. And so we're only 1.4 off the PMF. Is the Reconstruction Corporation likely to be taking that PMF as soon as it's remodelled, and whether 16.5 is the likely? Is that what you will be working on in terms of the reconstruction mission?
Look, I think certainly got to get an understanding of what happened there in terms of the size of this event. And I think for Lismore, the early indication that this was an event in the order of about 1 in 200 years, or an annual exceedance probability of sort of 0.5%. And whereas events, I think in 2017, the second event, this year, the 74, the 54 were probably closer to about the 1 in 100 year event. But certainly what we know in terms of rainfall is, these events are getting more intense and more frequent, and that's the work that CSIRO are doing. So they're being commissioned by the NRRA to do that, and what they're developing is like a dynamic model of the Wilsons-Richmond catchment there, which in that they'll be sort of flying LiDAR there to get the detail of the topography, understanding the bathymetry of the river, and then be able to really model exactly what's happened there and sort of take all the inputs from this event as part of that to sort of build up the best knowledge base going forward. But I think
can you confirm that work started?
Yeah, that work has started. There's two parts to it. I met up with the CSIRO 2 weeks ago in terms of that. So the first bit they're doing is sort of aggregating all of the modelling that's happened to date across the 7 LGAs and across government, and making what they term some sort of no regrets early recommendations, because certainly this bigger piece of work they indicate is going to take about 2 years. I think we'll be doing everything we can to compress that as much as possible, but it will be really critical in terms of going forward. And I think the understanding of the PMF, that really becomes important in terms of sort of mitigating hazards in the future, understanding what's possible. And we know a lot of people sort of went to sleep, I think, on the 27th thinking, well, hey, we're above that level. That happened last time, which is nominally the 1 in 100. But we know, even with PMF, we can model that, but that's not a hard control. It can still be exceeded. So I think, within the community, we've got to create an understanding of what's possible and then have early warning systems so that we can get ahead of that, predict and get people out of harm's way, most important.
So your time has expired.
Thank you.
Catherine?
Thank you. Mr. Whitworth, are you familiar with the problem that councils on the North Coast are having regarding the definition with caravan parks? Caravan parks can be more on flood-prone land on the basis that they're movable dwellings that are there, but under the Local Government Act, movable dwelling includes manufactured homes.
Yes.
Can you update us on what's happening with that?
These are quite old provisions and quite old definitions, and they date back to the time when a caravan was something that you could literally move around on wheels, and these days caravans are less like that. And then the occasional cabin. But now what we find is manufactured homes, and they'd always functioned as being both an important source of affordable housing as well as being a tourism area. The planning system has had to deal with the fact that every time we've gone in with an intervention, we've had to protect the rights of existing caravan parks and the people living in there, as well as trying to build up the idea of how to manage new development. I was with Tweed Council. They actually took me to a couple of particular sites that had been caravan parks and that they had transitioned into effectively manufactured home estates. One with an approval, one without an approval. And when I say that, the approval was, that particular organisation, which I don't want to name, had gotten approval for a manufactured home estate. So they were then entitled to put manufactured homes in there. And then the other was a previous caravan park where they had updated and put manufactured homes in
These
onto
are
the
very
caravan
expensive.
parks. So, I'm very, very much aware of it. It is a 20-plus-year-old problem, and I say that because when I sort of started, dealing with building policy, I had building policy under my control in 1999, and people raised this issue about caravan parks, and I moved away, and the issue was still the same. But we are looking at the definition to see what we can do about strengthening that, and also to recognise that as our concept of what can be a manufactured home, and are they putting them into caravan parks which had traditionally been located in flood-prone areas on the basis that you could pull the caravan out in a potential oncoming flood? That can't be done anymore.
No.
So they create a risk.
It's a loophole, clearly, and I guess the councils are in court having to fight because of the loophole in the state's legislation to try and stop them. So can't this simple amendment be made to remove that word? And secondly, will you help them fund the costs of fighting this case? Because all we're trying to do is stop more victims.
It's not a simple amendment in that it's an amendment to the Local Government Act, which so firstly it's a piece of legislation. It's a piece of legislation that's been around for a long time, and there's a lot of precedent in court. So I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying it's not as simple as just go and amend the definition. I have committed to the General Manager of Tweed, and I also want to take this up with the General Manager of and the planners at Ballina to talk to them about it and to see what we can do, whether there are other means at which we can address that.
Thank you. Could you please actually just view the land that they're fighting in court over at the moment, which is where Immigrant Creek meets the Richmond River?
This is in Ballina.
In Ballina,
I think
it was completely underwater, and you're looking at permanent housing being put in there.
I think I scared the living daylights out of a particular operator when I just asked for some details of what their approval was, and they got very tetchy.
Thank you. Yeah. So,
you have about 3 minutes, Catherine.
Can I? Okay. So, are you looking, in terms of legislation, at a package review, or is that something that can be brought forward, maybe as a miscellaneous in the statute law revision?
I don't think it could. I don't think it could be a statute law provision because of the interrelationships with a lot of other pieces of legislation. There are tenancy issues that you'd have to unpick. There are fair trading issues that would need to be unpicked as well. There's this is one of the reasons why it's sat for quite a period of time.
Accepting that, yes, it has. I guess I'm trying to seek a reassurance that work is being done on it and it will be solved, because it's pretty urgent in terms of general statewide policy in relation to flood-prone land. And this is not this is something everyone would agree needs to be fixed.
Work is certainly being done. I'm not going to give you a promise on a time frame because of the complexity of the issue, but work is certainly being done.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess with the concurrence of other members, are you guys okay if we break a few minutes early and resume at 4:30? That's the published time. You guys okay with that?
Can talk in the break.
Everyone may go except Shane. We'll see you at 4:30.
We're back. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, your title, and swear an oath or affirmation. You don't need to stand. If you like to stand, you can stand.
Yeah, no problems. Karen McCarthy, I'm the Executive Director for Security, Crisis and Emergency Management for Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence that I'm about to give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Paul Collins. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Transport for New South Wales, Greater Sydney. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fuller.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Fuller. I'm the Deputy Secretary for the Regional and Outer Metropolitan Division of Transport for New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tracy.
Good afternoon. John Tracy, Deputy Director General for Biosecurity and Food Safety for New South Wales DPI. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Ryan.
Hi, I'm Aminda Ryan, Director of Incident Management and Environmental Health at the EPA. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Rob Kelly, Executive Director, Regional Operations, Local Land Services. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, sir. Now, there is provision for a short opening statement if anyone wishes to undertake that. Is anyone interested in doing it? Thank you. So I'll do Mr. Fuller first and then Mr. Tracy. Is there anyone else who'd like to do an opening statement? Mr. Fuller, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Before I talk about the role that transport has played and continues to play, I'd like to just firstly acknowledge the devastating impact of the floods. Obviously, lives have been lost, tens of thousands more impacted, and I also want to acknowledge that many of our own transport team members were personally impacted. We have team members who have lost their homes, whose properties were inundated with water, and who were worrying about their loved ones while they were still showing up for work and for the people of New South Wales. I thank these team members and acknowledge their professionalism and commitment to their local communities in extraordinarily difficult times. Across the state, you will have heard that there's been significant damage to transport networks, with almost 3,000 kilometres of state roads sustaining damage. Across the Sydney rail network, around 180 kilometres of rail corridor has been closed down at varying times, and around 215 kilometres of additional track has been impacted across the state. Although our understanding is still being updated daily, initial estimates indicate that the costs of damage to state, regional and local roads, our vehicular ferry infrastructure and rail infrastructure is over $1.5 billion. Transport's role in the preparation, coordination and response to the events has been multifaceted. We were swift in responding to the impact on the state road and rail networks, repairing damaged assets, restoring access, providing emergency transport, communicating with the public and working with our freight partners to ensure that communities continue to be serviced and receive essential supplies. We've also provided emergency and ongoing shuttle services to enable travel between a number of the evacuation centres, support services, schools and homes during the crisis and in the aftermath for affected communities. Importantly, we've also provided critical support to our local councils and local government partners to assist their own response. Within 48 hours, we had made contact with every impacted council, and within the first 2 weeks, we had met with 24 of the affected councils, either face-to-face or virtually, and have been providing specialist technical expertise in the order of things like geotechnical engineers, amongst others, to assist and aid the response and the recovery. Within 7 days, Transport, working with Minister Farraway, the Minister for Regional Transport and Roads, had provided $24 million in advance prepayments to disaster-declared councils so that they could commence emergency works immediately. While natural disasters are not uncommon in New South Wales and across Australia, the scale and the duration of these floods has obviously challenged us at Transport and more broadly. We've been proud of the way our people have risen to the task and continue to improve our response. Notwithstanding the scale of the task, Transport has made significant progress in repairing and rectifying the majority of the damage to our roads, rail, bridges and other parts of the network, and whilst acknowledging there is still much to do, the work is certainly ongoing. And just obviously to assist the committee in terms of directing questions, I am the Deputy Secretary for the Regional Outer Metropolitan Area of Transport and also covering freight responsibilities for the statewide. Mr Collins is obviously the COO of the Greater Sydney area, and Ms McCarthy is our Executive Director of Security, Crisis and Emergency Management, and we thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence this afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Dr Tracy.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'd also like to acknowledge the devastating impacts of the floods that will be felt for some time, affecting the way of life for residents, businesses, local government and industry. So we in the Department of Primary Industries and Local Land Services are part of these communities. We're connected to the regional communities. Many of our staff were directly affected. In addition to that, they were often the first responders in these situations as well. So I'd just like to acknowledge that in terms of our staff and the input there. So we support in DPI, the SES's combat agency for flood events. The Department of Primary Industries is a supporting agency and does have the responsibility for the Agriculture Animal Services Functional Area. That's the ASFA area. Local Land Services supports us in that function. So we activated these arrangements on the 25th of February to support SES in its combat role. So that was 3 days prior to the major flooding event. ASFA's role is to lead the state's coordination of the agricultural animal services resources. This includes support for primary producers, emergency care for animals, veterinary assessment, humane euthanasia and disposal of affected animals. So of course the safety of people involved in these events, both the people affected and the people responding to it, must always be the highest priority. In order to effectively deliver the services under ASFA, we use state emergency management arrangements to coordinate activities with other agencies and supporting organisations. MOUs are held with around 20 key organisations, including RSPCA and Animal Welfare League, who are coordinated through state and local control centres. Commercial arrangements are also used, such as those seen with Norco, a relationship commencing on the 28th of February to support on-ground assistance to landholders through the provision of fodder. This was a big success in this event. So in the New South Wales floods, ASFA key services delivered included over 3,400 calls to the hotline, over 2,000 requests for assistance, distribution of more than 2,400 tonnes of fodder, responding to 885 requests, rehoming of 1,000 head of cattle displaced by floodwater, rehoming facilitated for another 5,000 head of cattle, the engagement of 72 private vet clinics from Grafton to the Queensland border with the assessment and care of flood-affected animals. The efforts, assistance provided by these local practices and organisations was another invaluable part of this response and key to successful response. And I want to acknowledge the 395 ASFA staff, as well as these private and non-government organisations for their tireless efforts and committed support during this response. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Cusack, would you like to start the question?
Oh, thank you very much. Look, I hope my question is correctly addressed, but please redirect if not. I'd like to ask Ms. McCarthy about the M1 closure. And are there actual standards of the amount of water on the road that trigger the closure, and if so, what they are? And why were so many motorists trapped for such a long time? What assistance was able to be offered to them?
Question to Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Ms McCarthy. Thank you for the question. We obviously assess the safety of major road corridors, including the M1, on a case-by-case basis. It really depends on a range of factors in terms of turnaround points and a raft of other things. In the case of the M1, I guess, just to clarify, I assume you're talking about the area sort of north of Ballina, Chinderah, Cudgeon Tunnel, that sort of area? Yep, okay. So there were a number of people that, as you rightly identify, were isolated. Some of those people were there, unfortunately, because they defied orders from both the traffic controllers that were in situ at the time, but also emergency services. And both transport and emergency services did provide ongoing support to many of the people that were stranded. In fact, some of them felt that they were so well equipped, they didn't want to go back. We had arranged for them to turn around and go back to Byron when the opportunity arose, so that they could be accommodated, if you like, or put back to suitable accommodation in Byron. And they were quite happy to stay at Cudgeon Tunnel. So it took some convincing on our part to actually get some people to go back to Byron. So there was a range of circumstances along that stretch of the M1, but obviously in these circumstances we never like to see isolated, and one of the primary functions that we do once we identify that is work with the emergency services to ensure that people are adequately provisioned. They have enough, obviously, food and water and critical supplies to see them through any sort of estimate of time frame, and to work with them to give them as much communication as possible so they understand what they're in for.
So I'm curious about how much water was on the road because, as I'm sure you're aware, once the M1 closed, the entire region was then cut off from fuel and food supplies. So it's a big decision.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, again, it really varies to the road itself, the type of road in the case of the M1, and it is a very big decision. It's not taken lightly. It's assessed by both our teams and in conjunction with emergency services. The teams go to enormous lengths to really assess the safety of the roads, and also within that assess what sort of controlled access can be arranged. So there is often a public closure that then is followed by some sort of controlled access, including what you would have seen that we undertook, say, to get critical freight supplies into communities such as Yamba, where the road was still publicly closed, but our teams working with the different emergency services were able to escort freight vehicles into Yamba with critical supplies to support life in that community. So we had arranged previously to have freight vehicles stabled at the ready. We were communicating with them. At that point in time, there was a lot of unknowns. There was differences in timeframes. We were able to give them estimates and work with the freight community and the logistics organisations and the grocery chain suppliers and things to have freight vehicles stationed and ready to provide access, as we do in the instance of, say, fodder for primary producers and others. So there's different degrees of closure, and certainly based on our safety assessments, different sorts of access that we provide.
Okay, because a mini miner won't make it through water that a B-double can. So can you just describe the governance arrangements around that? Because Yamba in particular, I think it was a Coles truck that finally got through, but it took a very kind of long time. So
look, it did. I mean, obviously we were dealing with floodwaters over roads the likes of which we've never seen in that part of the world. They were a lot deeper than we've ever experienced before, and it was really a case of just waiting it out and understanding when we were able to provide safe access. Of course, you're absolutely correct in saying that different vehicle types. So the assessment is made on what is safe for all vehicle types, yes, all road users, and so it doesn't take a lot of water over roads to be able to actually close them off to some of those light vehicles, whether it's motorcyclists, lighter passenger vehicles, as you say. But then we, in a coordinated way, look to provide access to some of the more critical supplies, freight,
except
fuel.
that didn't occur on this occasion, did it? Just a whole road closed, and the vehicles that maybe could have continued on, the B-doubles with the supplies, got stopped along with the mini miners. So I guess that's really my
They weren't stopped all at the same time. It really depends on specific examples of where we're talking about. There was controlled access, as in some situations, controlled access in terms of under escort continues to happen in some of the areas of the state where we've had, safety implications around some of the slope stability as an example. So in the case of water over the road, obviously we make an informed choice around safety. It is absolutely not taken lightly, but it absolutely needs to occur when the floodwaters were rising the way they were, and as you rightly say, did end up isolating some members of the users of the M1.
Ask you to take on notice just the number of vehicles that we're able to get through under controlled access on the M1 associated with the closure.
Happy to do so if we're able to provide that.
Local land management services are here. I really need to ask you about the drains and the overgrown drains, which nobody seems to be able to clear out. I know we're not the only responsible agency, but how do we fix this problem? Local land services, that would be.
In terms of the local drains in the cane growing areas?
Everywhere, actually. I'm living at Lennox Head, and Ross Lane is closed for 3 weeks because National Parks won't let us clean out the drain. It's everywhere. It's riddled the region, and the flooding is getting worse. I'm sure you would agree. What is the solution to the drains that are in disrepair and need to be dealt with, but multiple landholders makes the problem extremely complex? I understand that.
And given, obviously, it's not in local land services, jurisdiction in terms of the control and management of those drains, I'll take that on notice, and we'll get back to you about how we're working with other agencies to try and resolve those issues.
Thank you very much. Okay, so in relation to the land slips, if I can just stay with local land management services now, is there a capacity to do risk assessment for land slips? Because it came as a shock to everybody how much the landscape gave way, and I wondered if you could give us any comments on that as a safety issue and in terms of planning for the future.
Yeah, in terms of the land slips, we were getting obviously a lot of reports from impacted landholders about land slips on their property and the safety issue related to that. Again, that's not something that we're directly responsible for, but we have been in discussions with Public Works Advisory and Soilcon about how we better assess that going forward, because I think it is an important issue. Not only land slips that impact roads, that land slips could impact, private assets on properties and things like that. So how do we do a proper risk assessment to make sure, one, they're safe, and two, that we can look at programs to try and resolve those in the future.
And identify the risk?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask, in relation to the EPA, Ms. Amanda Ryan, apologies for the pronunciation. Look, there's a Boral facility in South Lismore. There are a number of industrial facilities, in fact, and which were wiped out by the flood and caused a lot of damage to neighbouring residences. The evidence we had in Lismore from one woman who says her house is covered with bitumen that's gone hard from the Boral facility is she's trying to get help from the EPA and has had no success. And I just wondered if you could update us on how you're assessing those matters and what is the magnitude of the task that you're dealing with.
Yeah, so I think the South Lismore incident from Boral, the regulatory framework in New South Wales, that wasn't a site licensed by the EPA under Protection of the Environment Operations Act. So council's actually the lead authority for that, but we're definitely supporting them. So we've done a site inspection with council because we have the same powers under that legislation as council. So we're helping them through. We're providing technical advice from our experts in terms of the results they're getting from Boral. I understand Boral have engaged contractors to clean up some of the properties, and they are identified as the polluter. So council has the lead on that one with our support.
Okay, because even though whether you licence them or not, the impact the contamination and the impact on those properties is something that I would ordinarily expect the EPA. And can I just add, the council's overwhelmed with issues, so anything the EPA can do, and Boral is a very big company, and these are just...
We're well aware of that because we stay in regular contact with the councils about their recovery needs, and we're actually establishing a contamination program responding to the needs of councils, specifically Lismore, because there have been other instances of fuel through homes, and that will provide them with access to expertise to do assessments, contamination assessments and remediation if required. And there's also a capacity building piece there in terms of planning and preparedness for the next flood. So that we're in touch with councils and we're developing that program currently. And until that's ready, we're providing support in any way that we can.
I just want to ask about Lismore Sewerage, which you do licence. Yeah, okay, and my colleague will take over after that. Can you ask me what's happening with the sewage pouring into the Richmond River from Lismore?
Yeah, so that was really unfortunate. The sewage treatment plant and Public Works might want to talk more about it. It lost all electrical supplies. It was devastated. So it is operating but not fully operational. We are monitoring, and Public Works is providing council with a lot of support because it will take time to do the repairs to get it fully operational. So we're monitoring water quality downstream of the sewage treatment plant as well as upstream. And given the scale of these floods, we're actually getting indicators of contamination upstream as well. So there is an impact to the Wilsons River, but equally water quality, because of the unprecedented scale of the floods, is impacted upstream as well. And it will take time for water quality to recover.
Dr. Tracy, we heard evidence in Lismore, I think, some criticism of the Chief Vet for not going up to the flood zone. Having known the Chief Vet, that seems out of character or unfair on her. I just wonder why that didn't happen.
Yeah, so on the 25th of February was when we initiated the flood response. On that same day, we had a detection of, or multiple detections of Japanese encephalitis confirmed. So it's a Category 1 exotic animal disease, and that means that it has human health implications. So Japanese encephalitis is a mosquito-borne virus carried by mosquitoes. Wild birds also are a potential factor in that. It was picked up in piggeries. Piggeries are sort of a good sentinel species to detect that virus. That triggered a national response. There was, as you'd imagine, a very urgent need for the Chief Vet to put an emergency structure in place for the Japanese encephalitis response in relation to that.
Thank you. And I understand there is or there will be an after-action review of your involvement after the floods. I just wonder where that's at, and have we got any learnings out of that already? Or?
Yeah, so as with all responses, we take a look at doing an after-action review. In this case, we've got an independent person in to do that. So there's been more than 400 people interviewed, both external farmers, private vets, as well as internal staff. So we take that seriously in terms of you know, what we're taking out of these events and how we improve that. So those findings are still being put together. So I guess, you know, from an initial point of view, some of the feedback that I've heard about has been in relation to the value of our research stations in DPI. There was some information from stakeholders, both the response team, the recovery team, members of the community, really appreciating that space to undertake work, to be able to continue with business critical activity as well in the community. So, for example, our Wollongbar research station is currently being used by New South Wales Police Forensics. Critical business, you know, in terms of setup and continuation as well as accommodation. So I guess the key learning for us is the importance of investing in these research stations, making sure we've got the right infrastructure in place, that we do have good access during emergency events. They were also used in bushfire response as well for the provision of fodder. So it's a reminder there. The second learning for us, I suppose, is around the number of staff that are trained. So given the fact that we had multiple responses on here, we had a flood response as well as Japanese encephalitis, we do have quite an extensive number of trained staff across ASFA available to us. We've got more than 500 that are trained, highly trained staff, as well as over 1,600 that have received foundational training. But when you've got areas that are affected, and our staff are affected by a big event like this, plus you've got multiple events on, it's also that reminder of, you know what, we're going to need to make sure that we've got additional training for additional staff to be able to deploy in these events, and not only staff but those of external agencies and the private sector as well. So probably the third finding is around local relationships for us, and the importance of building those local relationships. So I mentioned Norco, but that was a really good example of being able to engage with a commercial operator that was local, that could immediately deploy and start to assist us in distribution of fodder. And I think those relationships are going to be really important. The linkages in with our private vets are critical as well. They're a critical part of what we do in response, and those relationships through local land services and DPI that we have, and the need to make sure that we continue to strengthen those going forward. So there'll be other
Can I learnings, just ask another question?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Mr. Kelly, I'd like to ask about the clean-up of the Richmond River. Is there a plan? What is the cost, and when can that occur? And when do you think water will be of sufficient quality that Ballina can reopen its beaches?
In terms of, I'm not sure what you're asking in terms of local land.
The Richmond River. So in terms of local land services, you're covering, and you're the regional operation, so does that, I should check, does that cover, how many rivers does that cover, catchments?
It covers all the catchments in the state in terms of local land service regions, but in terms of responsibility for waterways.
So you're in charge of all regional operations for the state, is that correct?
Yes.
Not for the North Coast regions?
No, I'm not.
I understand.
North Coast region sits under my role, but in terms of riverine environments, we're not in charge of that, no.
Who is in charge of that?
That would sit in DPE. Or water, depending on which area you're looking at.
Ms. Ryan just put her hand up.
Yeah, so go for it.
Thank you.
That's all right. In terms of the EPA is leading the shoreline and waterway cleanup program. And so what that involves is we've got specialist marine contractors, so we're deploying upwards of 50 crew each day cleaning up different rivers from Hawkesbury to the Queensland border. We've been in the Richmond River, and we work closely with councils, Transport for New South Wales Maritime, DPI Fisheries, to get reports of large debris. We've been pulling out even reverse vending machines from the Tweed River. There's a lot of chemical containers that we're collecting as well. So to date, we've already, from the 1st of March, removed more than 7,500 cubic metres of debris from our waterways. So that's in terms of the bulky debris. We're trying to get it quickly before it makes its way to the ocean, to the beaches. Our crews were working on the Ballina beaches as well, removing, they call it anthropogenic, so man-made debris. And they remove green debris, so we're not deploying them to collect small sticks, but where they might pose a navigational hazard if they're deployed again into the waterways.
Thank you. Are you in charge of the plan for that, and can you tell me what the funding is for?
Yeah, so the EPA has received over $200 million, and that's EPA's environmental services, for a number of flood recovery programs. Some are still being developed because we've had to prioritise based on needs being told to us by the community and councils. That one, I can come back to you with the actual dollars because there's a lot of sub-programs within it where we're doing sonar surveys to look for navigational hazards that are submerged that we can't see, but we want to make the rivers safe. And there's another program related to that, which is where flood debris was left on, it's not in the waterway now, but it was left when the waters receded, so on low-lying public land. So I can get...
If you could take that on notice.
I could confirm for you, Ms Cusack, that it's a $350 million clean-up package with the funding targeted to EPA and PWA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The whole for which area?
For flooding operations across the 61 LGAs that are declared natural disasters.
Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I might just ask some rounding out final questions of you, Mr Fitzsimmons. In a previous session, you were talking about state plans, sub-plans, local plans. I went and did some lunchtime reading. The sub-plan for North Coast hasn't been updated since 2019, so you're not recognised as an agency in it. The local Ballina flood plan hasn't been updated since 2013, Tweed Shire not since 2014, and Lismore not since 2018. So you've got 3 local plans that were impacted by the floods, no reference to Resilience New South Wales or their role. On your website, it says you're leading disaster and emergency efforts from prevention to recovery. What confidence can you give the committee that you are able to actually prepare for floods when it seems you can't even get plans and sub-plans and local plans up to date?
So the state's got a comprehensive planning framework, and we...
it's not up to date.
Well, I'll have to take that on notice and have a look. I wasn't aware of those local EM sub-plans, but I do know through the state register that we've got all the key plans up to date and due for review at the moment, and the most recent meeting of the State Emergency Management Committee, which we chair and facilitate all this preparation and coordination, are across those planning instruments. The particular local EM ones that you refer to, I'll have to take on notice and follow up out of session.
Okay. We've obviously, this committee's taken a lot of extensive evidence about, or criticism of Resilience New South Wales, and I respect that you would probably disagree with a lot of that evidence, but as Mr Roberts pointed out, we had an Assistant Commissioner in Mick Willings who led the bushfire recovery, which was prior to Resilience New South Wales. We've now got Deputy Commissioner Mal Lanyon leading the recovery of floods, another police officer. What evidence can you point the committee to that would suggest that Resilience New South Wales has been able to, in this instance, has performed roles or actions better that previous agencies in past disasters would have traditionally performed?
So, interestingly, I can confirm a number of things there. Just to clarify, it is not unusual for any government organisation or entity that has a name change. We don't spend our time going back for every plan to edit it. It's a convention across government. When there are name changes, we understand the transition. So you will see through those plans.
That was the previous question. Yeah,
I'm just clarifying. You'll understand OEM. We inherited OEM. The other point to clarify is that one of the reasons the government decided to establish Resilience New South Wales was following their intervention to put Mick Willing in place, effectively performing my role as the State Recovery Controller leading that bushfire recovery effort. The equivalent of Mal Lanyon's position was performed by about 4 different regional recovery coordinators, which were a combination of contractors and ex-government employees and those sorts of people across the state for the bushfire recovery efforts. One of the key learnings out of that was to see an organised, structured approach rather than the old OEM model where there was only Sydney-based people, was actually to have regional presence to ensure that we could adapt and accommodate the regional appointment of recovery officers. I can also say that the interventions in the last couple of years, particularly since our existence, if you look at the flood response in Northern Rivers, even though it's extraordinary and unprecedented, compared to the 2017 flood event, so many grants, natural disaster declarations are 4 to 6 weeks ahead of where they would have been even in that 2017 event, and even significant interventions in the last couple of years with the 21 floods, the intervention of the washout cleanup crew and coordinating fire services, ADF, Public Works, Environmental Services, those cleanup programs to help remove debris and belongings of people has occurred at a remarkable pace. And indeed, this time round, the lessons we learned from last year, which was a critical intervention in the relief phase, transitioning between response and recovery, the amount of waste that was removed last year in 4 weeks was being removed in 4 days through this event. So the coordination and cohesion has seen a significant advancement. That's cold comfort to those that are displaced and affected.
The testimony we received was that waste and rubbish didn't start getting removed until Mal Lanyon turned up. I think so. You're attributing all these the rollout of grants, which haven't actually truly been fully realised, was only was it 7%? 7%. You're saying that's all because of Resilience New South Wales.
What I'm saying to you is matters like the coordination and determination of grants packages, the government making those announcements, absolutely. It's centralised and coordinated through Resilience New South Wales at a scale and a pace like we've never seen before. I can absolutely affirm that the clean-up and wash out of buildings and premises and removal of all that debris has been initiated and led through our initiative and coordinated and managed through those EM arrangements. And yes, natural disaster declarations occurring much quicker and much more organised than ever before. 100%, I can say that. And as Mr Lanyon just clarified in the evidence only moments ago, as much as he's deserving absolutely of praise and recognition, it was also about timing. We were transitioning out of the response phase with the SES leading, looking to transfer over to the recovery element, and it was absolutely beneficial to have Mal there to continue those EOC operations and the Leocons, the police commanders and those operational arrangements to run parallel with the recovery inception.
Kate or Sue?
Thank you. I'll go. To Dr Tracy, in your response earlier in relation to the chief vet, was that you? Sorry, have I got the right? Yeah. You said that the chief vet was dealing with the outbreak of Japanese encephalitis. Who did they delegate responsibility for at that time to deal with the emergency unfolding in the Northern Rivers for the all of the livestock that were impacted by the floods?
So, I mean, typically the chief vet's not responsible for that aspect of the response. So in the case here, we have a state control centre, and we've got local control centres, and assistance in relation to animals, particularly veterinary assistance, is arranged through MOUs and organisations such as Animal Welfare League, RSPCA, which were engaged in on the 28th of February to assist. So in that way, so the local vets are coordinating the response in a number of ways. We've also got an ability to be pulling in our district vets in local land services which were engaged.
So in those first few days, in the first, say, 5 days or whatever, what was DPI's role? You're aware of criticism, I am sure, of the fact that the government was missing in action, and it all fell down to private vets, largely to drop fodder. And they said the government was missing in action. What did the government do in that time?
So we initiated staff in the response on the 25th of February, which was 3 days prior. On the 28th, we had staff on ground, which included liaison with private vets as well as district vets through Animal Welfare League and RSPCA.
How many staff did you have on ground, and where were they?
So overall in the response, we had 395 staff engaged at different parts in the response. In that first day, we had at least 13 staff on ground in the local control centre.
Did that include dropping fodder to stranded livestock?
So Norco were involved in the fodder distribution early. So I can get you the dates on that if you'd like.
Yeah, or you can do that on notice as well. We heard about the failure of the 1-800 number too. It was very difficult to get onto that number, and a failure to return calls. Are you aware of criticisms around the 1-800 number?
So I'm aware of criticisms. I mean, that 1-800 number is always activated. We've got a permanent number that's well advertised during emergency events. So what we do in an emergency situation is we do centralise that. So in a non-emergency event, people that call that number will be diverted through to their local land services for assistance. So we kicked that hotline on very early in the response and advertised that number early on.
It wasn't a new number, it was the same number?
Same number. And it's a well-established, it's the same one we use in every response, including bushfires as well.
So what we have heard from two vets that appeared before the inquiry was in fact that the private helicopters were out there doing fodder drops before DPI, before LLS. We heard of situations where there was a farmer, for example, who was stranded, who ended up having to, out of sheets of corrugated iron that they could salvage on their property and around, they wrote the distress words hay, H-A-Y, because they needed fodder dropped for their animals. We actually heard of a complete breakdown, but from your side of things, it worked perfectly well and the animals were able to get the help they need by the government? Working with the private sector, as you suggest.
Yeah, so private sector are a key part of that. In terms of the early days, in terms of helicopters, we arrange helicopters through the State Air Desk. So the priority there is on rescue in the first couple of days, and so we did employ aircraft when it was safe and when we could do so. But in addition to that, there was distribution of fodder already occurring through Norco in a Primex site set up at Casino.
All right, I just wanted to turn to questions around the M1 motorway. Is there a review underway within Transport New South Wales around the potential impact of the M1 on exacerbating the extent of flooding in parts of the Northern River? And that would be to you, Mr. Fuller, is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Yeah, look, thank you for the question. We take it on ourselves to review any time there's a natural disaster on any of our infrastructure, just to understand what's occurred and whether the infrastructure has undertaken any impact or any role in that. So yes, there is currently we're looking at the impact of the flooding that the M1 has. If any role that the M1 has taken. Maybe if I just step back a moment, just to give you some, I guess, background and confidence that when the M1 was developed, it was done so under a very strict set of conditions. Those conditions are outlined by the Minister for Planning, and we worked with the Department of Planning and the project team responsible at the time, as well as doing extensive modelling, extensive engagement with the community on what flooding may occur, local stakeholders, local councils, SES, anybody who has information on flooding to develop a flood model. In addition to that, and in consultation with DPE at the time, with the Department of Planning, we also had an independent expert, a gentleman by the name of Mark Babister, who's a renowned water hydrologist who spent many months not only in the community but working with the project teams to further refine the flood model and to make further recommendations and further enhancements to the highway at that point. So that was undertaken. There was an extensive, process in terms of the design for the M1 Pacific Motorway. But obviously, community members have made, there's been quite a bit of commentary in the recent months about whether or not the highway may have impacted on flooding, and specific examples.
It's basically dams on one side of the highway and not on the other,
Well, I guess the point I would make is this flooding is, well exceeds any flooding that we've ever experienced before.
Mr. Fuller, your time has expired. Mr. Fuller, your time has expired. If there's time left at the end, we'll loop around again.
Yeah.
Mr. Fuller, you'd be familiar with a road in the Hawkesbury called Cornwallis Road? That's the huge canyon. That's the road that's washed away.
I'm not familiar with that specific road, no.
You're not familiar with it?
No.
It's been in the national media. Is anyone else in your team familiar with that road?
In the Hawkesbury?
Yeah. Mr. Collins. Sorry, thank you, Kate. Sorry about that.
Yeah, don't worry. Thank you for the question. I'll take that one on notice. Obviously, I cover the Greater Sydney area, so Galston Gorge, Gary Road, all those other roads which have had significant geotechnical
But I'm asking about Cornwallis Road. So if you're going to take it on notice, I'd like to know what is the estimated cost to repair the road? What assistance is the state government offering to the council to do it? What is the timetable? And are there any other roads in the Hawkesbury area that have been affected by the recent floods that come within that scope?
Certainly, just a very general, I'll be very quick. We are supporting local council. Many of these roads, as you mentioned, and that particular one I think is a council road. We are working very closely and providing funding for councils to deal with their own issues, and many of those are in that area, certainly Hawkesbury and the northern as part of Greater Sydney. But I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. I just want to swing back to Mr. Fitzsimons. Earlier, in response to my colleague Mark Banasic, you said that it was not just a name change involving the creation of, you said it was not just a name change, the creation of Resilience New South Wales. I wrote it down when you said he was talking about that. What is the current FTE for Resilience New South Wales?
I might have that handy, actually.
As of most recent. Budget estimates, it said that there was head count as of April the 20th, 2022 was 204. Here it is, sorry. June 30th, 2021 was 105. June 30th, 2020 was 103. As of April the 20th, April 20, 2022, 240.
That's the figure I've got here in that order, 245 people in total.
245 people in total. How many of those 245 people working in Resilience, 245, how many of those are SES, Senior Executive Service members?
I
could help you out if you don't know.
27 from...
Yeah, it's gone up one more since I've been asked. What's the total salary?
I think the difference was... So there's a difference between an FTE and occupancy. I think I would have talked at the last time there was 26 incumbents.
26. So now there's 26.
And as a matter of fact, I've got 26 filled and 1 vacant still. So I've given you the figures in the same order.
So okay, what's the projection for the? Is it continued to grow? So it's gone up from 103 to 105 to 245. So what's the next projected?
I think you'll find, as we talked about at estimates previously, it reflects the transition from the old agency to the new agency and the recruitment of the establishment of personnel, the vast majority of whom were recruited and appointed in the tail end of 21.
27 SES positions.
Correct.
What are those 27 people on senior public service salaries doing?
I think I've provided details and org charts to the estimates and to the committee before, but they effectively head up the directorates and the regional appointments around the state.
I would like if you could take on notice, please, all 27 positions.
No problem.
Don't name the individuals, just the titles of the position. Thank you. Penny?
Thank you. Who do I talk to about the betterment funding for road repair? Is that you, Mr. Collins, or Mr. Fuller? Depends where it is it? It's you, Mr. Fuller. Can I just be clear? My understanding is the government's made an announcement for $312 million. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And is that just for local roads, or is that for local and state roads?
It's for local and state roads, and the announcement is, and the funding was specifically put in place to deal with roads that don't come under the Category B funding. So in the case where we have, obviously a very relevant case for betterment and added resilience, that funding has been put in place, and for the first time, is my understanding, where we've partnered with the federal government to have that package, and it's designed to be a stage 1 package. Obviously, councils, the state, we have access to Category B funding for the reinstatement, the restoration of roads under the natural disaster relief arrangements. But in the case of sort of adding significant resilience and betterment, particularly where we've seen examples where we've got, slope, as is highlighted earlier, some of the slope failures that have occurred, there's complete relocations, greenfield site development to be undertaken. There's choices to be made about, alternate routes. This funding was really designed to further complement what's there under the National Disaster Relief, and give both the ability to councils and the state to identify some of the points of vulnerability and to deal with those. At this point,
Can I stop you there? Can I just ask you, what is the split then between state and local roads?
We've identified a 60% split towards local roads and 40% to state initially. And as I said, it's designed to be a stage one. And once we, undertake and foresee that funding would be exhausted, then we've certainly highlighted that we would be looking to go back to Cabinet and to our federal government colleagues to further expand the fund if it was required.
So at 60%, then the local government areas will have around $187 million for the Betterment Fund. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And we obviously took evidence from each of the local councils when we were up there, and I think my back of the envelope had it at least $500 million in terms of their roads alone. They've identified that. That's a pretty significant gap.
Well, no, this is designed as a top-up. So obviously they have access to the Category B funding, the restoration arrangements under the existing National Disaster Relief funding.
Yep.
So this funding is not designed to meet the full restoration. It is designed to be enhancement for betterment.
But the Cat B, will it meet full restoration?
Well, where it doesn't, this package is designed to obviously top that up and to complement that and to enable us to make really informed choices about betterment and further resilience in the network going forward. So that was what it was designed to do, not to replace Category B, but actually
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what the split... I mean, as you're aware, there's significant damage.
Yes.
And building back better will be very expensive. I mean, some of the projects we saw, I reckon probably within 2 or 3, they could eat all of that $187 million. I'm trying to get a sense of, how much is the gap going to be really closed?
Yeah, well, look, that's something that we need to work through over time. Obviously,
and who's in charge of working through that?
Well, our department is responsible for working through that and to work in conjunction with local government. In the past, we haven't played such a close role with local government and assisting them in their restoration efforts, but in this time, obviously, that's been really warranted and we've really stepped in and provided that support. As I said, in the initial few days, we made access to the councils up there in the Northern Rivers region, advanced $24.5 million so they could just get on with the job of engaging contractors, undertaking the restoration work and meeting those, immediate connection requirements, restoration. The Category B funding will go, a long way to supporting the recovery.
How much?
Effort.
Sorry, I just don't understand exactly how the Category B funding operates. I do realise that it replaces and it flows through, and it's federal and it's state, and it flows through based on application. But surely there's modelling all the councils, so for example, I think it was Richmond River, one of them gave us, so there's $80 million that we need to fund. Right. You're not telling me that they're going to get $80 million through Cat B funding, are you?
Well,
I mean, that would be good, but that's not my understanding of how it works.
They may well, if it meets the requirements that are set out by the federal government in terms of the restoration. So where it doesn't meet the requirements and where there's the, increased resilience, betterment, relocation, other decisions to be made, that's where this 312 steps in.
Well, 187.
Well, 187 for local
187
government.
for local government.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that. I wanted to ask about the vet issue. Dr. Tracy, I'm struck this afternoon at the, I suppose, the complete gap in terms of some of the feedback that we had from local private vets when we were up north, and your explanation of what occurred. Are you aware of the evidence and the submissions that 2 vets gave us for the inquiry? Have you seen that?
I have seen some of that. Yep.
I mean, they make some pretty strong allegations around lack of coordination with very, very poor animal welfare outcomes. Do you reject those allegations?
So, you know, I guess in a response, you know, it's a tense time. People that are involved in that are in an extreme situation. So I guess what I'd say is that our response was effective at acting early. We did act early in terms of engaging with Animal Welfare League, RSPCA, with vets. We had district vets on board. That structure's a good one in terms of the response through the local control centres.
The allegation was that no fodder arrived for between 5 and 6 days. Are you saying that's not the case in terms of fodder on land where animals were?
So I can get the dates of when fodder was on land for you, but yeah, our
mission actually it's 5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in terms of
5 to 6 days, and you know the general guidelines are 3 days. I mean, the frustration that we heard from vets and to a lesser degree farmers was that they're held to very high animal welfare standards, as they should be, but they felt that the government was missing when they were trying to actually deal with that, and it resulted in poor animal welfare outcomes.
Yeah, so in response to that, what you've got in a flood situation is typically you've got animals that, and in this case, we're in quite good condition. You have some animals that die in a flood, and you've got other animals then that tend to survive. So you've got animals in good condition. So I guess the priority for us was to get in as soon as we could. We do work through the state air desk.
Just to clarify, it was 5 to 6 days.
So I'll have to check those numbers for you.
Can you tell me what aerial surveillance, given that all comms were out, there was no internet, we had farmers using bits of their ripped off roofs to ask for hay, literally laying it out on corrugated iron on their properties. Can you tell me what aerial surveillance was done by either LLS or DPI in those first days, if there wasn't? If it took 5 or 6 days to get fodder there, when was the aerial surveillance done and who did it?
So there was ASFA helicopters employed in the response, working on the 5th of March.
So that's 5 days. So again, really, there was a gap of 5 days before things got going. Is that accurate?
So in terms of that, we had staff set up in a state control centre, local control centre. In terms of the actual employment of helicopters, that's coordinated through the state air desk, and the priority there is on rescue attempts.
Yeah, so I mean, Dr. Tracy, you weren't here. I mean, some of us have been in these committees for a little while now, and at the time, my colleague and I asked National Parks and Wildlife Service what was happening with their choppers, and the government was very quick to slap us down and say, well, they're not rescue helicopters. But clearly, there could have been a role for National Parks and Wildlife helicopters to get aerial surveillance up and going. Was that ever requested? Or is it just that you just give it all to the air desk and they prioritise in a list? I'm trying to understand.
So the air desk has got an ability to deploy helicopters in relation to that. So like you've got a situation here where there is congested airspace. We've got to be falling into a system here that does allow us to be working in with SES in terms of what that priority looks like. What I can say in terms of fodder is that we were distributing fodder from the 3rd of March. So despite the sort of dates...
Where to?
So from Norco at Casino.
From Norco to on-ground farms or to other distribution places?
So fodder was being picked up at Norco at Casino and distributed from there to animals in need. So that's So there was active work done in terms of distribution of fodder.
What about to the properties? I mean, I'm also obviously asking about properties that were not able to drive on roads to get that and were requiring on drops. Are you saying that was... I'm trying to work out when...
So from the 5th of March, we had helicopters available to distributed fodder. So in addition to what was being done already from the Norco side at Casino.
So it's my understanding, this is my last question. So look, it's my understanding that Minister Saunders arrived, I think, on or around the 9th of March to talk to people at Casino. Is that correct?
I'd have to check that date for you.
Yeah.
It sounds right, yeah.
And, I mean, again, the evidence that was provided to us was that there was sort of private vets begging him to get more action on what was occurring. Can you let me know, and it's probably to Mr Kelly as well, what instruction or discussions you had with the Minister after his meeting on 9th of March that changed anything that you were doing?
I can take that on notice.
Did you say you didn't speak, so you're not aware who spoke to the Minister? Who would have the Minister spoken to? He was with Mr Hanson.
Yeah, I can take that on notice. I mean, I guess the feedback was similar to probably what we'd heard around some concerns about from some specific individuals in terms of some private vets there.
Mr Kelly, can you also take that on notice if you can't provide that to me now?
Yeah, look, I was just going to say, so in terms of veterinary care, we've got animals that are in good condition here. We didn't see any evidence of animals that had succumbed as a result of a lack of veterinary care in the response at all. So if that information's coming forward, we'd like to hear that, but that certainly was not the case for us. We weren't short of veterinary assistance. We had a lot of vets actively engaged throughout the response from day one. Right.
On that note, we reach 5:30. That's the end of the hearing. Thank everyone for their time. Now, there were a number of questions taken on notice. Secretariat will be in contact to ensure that it adheres to the deadlines. I thank everyone, and if other members will have a short deliberative.
Oh, okay.